Alrighty. Oh, for once I actually have everything. So for once I have actually everything set up for not having to leave for the first minute and a half of the stream, which is cool. I guess. Anyways, there's actually two things that had happened recently that I really wanted to talk. Like there's this Kyle Kalinske guy. Not a whole lot of people would know about him or should even know about him. Dude's fucking retarded. I'm gonna be streaming probably like 5 hours a night, so at some point I'm gonna take a break and watch this Kyle Kalinske video because this is funny as shit. But shit. Hell, I'm excited. I might end up having Thanksgiving off. I don't know yet. I have to wait till I wake up in the morning. What the fuck?
You're gonna regret coming here.
Hold on a second, bud. I'm trying to put in a Zen. What the fuck do you want? What am I even doing?
Rookwoods don't go down easy.
Betting on the dragon
Okay.
was the best decision I've made yet.
Why did it spawn me so fucking far away? I'm pretty sure I saved, like, right in front of this motherfucker. Excuse me?
Knew you would.
Oh, that's great.
You're easier to spot than an irrumpant. Huh? You're going to regret that.
Well, somehow I doubt that, bitch. No, you don't.
Fellas to be toyed with.
Oh, shit. Okay.
What are your thoughts on electricity?
What are you doing, you fucking bitch? Oh my god, my headset is too loud. Way too fucking loud. Hold on a second. Jesus, man, I can't even hear myself think. My old headset was... Oh, fuck. Or my old headset. My old headphones were so worn out, I couldn't actually barely hear anything. Now these fuckers are way too powerful.
The lab returns to those wolves.
Alright, look, dude, you need to just fucking die already.
Told you that I'm from me, didn't ya?
Confringo.
Sponsor! Back for more. Not the bright child. Expulso!
Oh my fucking lord, dude.
Expulso!
Jesus.
Tricky little cake flapper.
Did you fuck off?
Bellywings with one stick.
I need to actually start parrying. What are you doing back there? How about you just stop? Huh? Thank you. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming. I'm probably gonna stream a while tonight just because, what the fuck? Okay, what was the point of that? Because I might actually end up having Thanksgiving off, even if I don't, like, the fuck do they, why are they doing that? How are the fish even alive? I don't want them. Fuck it, I don't care. But,
That's it.
Oh, great.
This is for Rookwood.
No more.
I'm probably going to be around a bit for tonight. You
made
bitch.
a grave mistake.
Fuck off.
Will you hold still?
Levioso.
Pay for you.
Actually, I need to start working on these fucking combos, dude. Because, like, shit is actually fucking wild. Like, the shit is I can actually be doing way better combos than I'm doing. I really need to see what fucking challenges I got to do, because I have plenty of gold. I can do that shit. Shit, I'm about 38 or 40% through the game. It doesn't even feel like I played the game that long. Grow and harvest fluxweed. Practice flying near the spires. Practice flying near the Cambridge Tower. Acquire an invisibility potion. Acquire a thunderbrew potion. Cast a pulso on a levitating enemy. I can do that real quick. Those potions I can go buy real quick. I don't have to make them or not. Alright, bitch. I need... Hell, it doesn't matter. I'll just get the potions and shit. Do that in a few minutes. What the fuck? Because I'm gonna have to...
There's no telling what lies in wait for me in there. I retrieved that.
I'll just go ahead and go to town and get it set up to do everything.
Done. This is sure to impress Ranrock. The helmet shines even more brightly than I imagined. The etchings, the contour of the profile, remarkable.
Fucking shit, man. Oh my lord, I don't want to do this. Sorry, my computer went slightly stupid for a minute. What up, Dave?
It looks stunning, Lodgok. I see why you wanted it back.
You did the thieves a service.
Yeah, I like
by
this game. I
recovering
played it up until
I know
like
many a
winter.
goblin
The
who
first
would
time I
have
played
killed
it.
for it.
I decided to
Then
replay it
I'm
now
glad to
on
be rid of it myself.
stream.
Thank you. This should earn Ranrock's trust. I will take it to him immediately. It may distract him from his search.
His search?
It is merely an inkling. You have impressed me greatly, friend. I am glad that I trusted you. We shall speak soon.
Or a Logok.
Best
Like,
to keep our
I
arrangements
can't get over that
quiet for
name. You
now.
need to really get a
Many
better
will not
name.
believe that our aims might possibly be aligned.
Yeah, Warner Brothers usually has at least good combat in their games. What was that? The last Batman game they made was pretty terrible. I don't know if it was WB. I just assumed it was. It's like co-op and shit. I don't even remember. You had to play like Nightwing and all these. That game was pretty
Hello,
terrible.
friend. I wonder if you might stop by the Three Broomsticks when you can. I would like your help with something.
I don't want to have to deal with you.
As I mentioned, my sister Anne misses Hogwarts, and she hasn't been herself lately. I'd like to take you up on your promise to visit her with me. I'm heading to Feldcroft soon.
All right, well, Sebastian, I got your back. Give me a minute. I gotta buy some potions.
Look forward to seeing you there. It's just south of Hogwarts. By the way,
Oh yeah, I like both
You're
of the Shadow
wearing
War
velvet
games. I
blast
played the shit out of those.
it's still one of my favorites.
Especially the first one. I played the
Now
absolute
that you've
living.
attended Beasts class, I've asked
I
Deacon
destroyed
to
that game.
assist you in using the room to further your studies in that regard. Please meet him there when you can.
I like that game so much. I like
You again for delivering those
achievement. I got all the achievements
Quite
and
some
shit for it
time.
on the
I've
Xbox
been beside
when I played it
myself
on there.
with worry. Could you meet me in the courtyard?
Well, I thought I had enough money, but Jesus Christ.
A wise decision. Thank you.
I guess I'll come back when I'm
I hope
not
to see you
dead
again.
broke.
Farewell for now.
Guess I'll do some side missions. Just because, I'm broke. Now that I think about it, I don't think I ever beat the second
You'll say
Shadow
it was a
War game.
mistake parting ways.
Sir, is everything all right?
How
Yeah, I don't
kind
think I
of you
actually
to
ever
ask.
beat the second.
The name's Ackley Barnes. And no, it is
Might
not.
have to play that at some
I'm
point,
plotting a
too.
sort of revenge against my ex-business partner, a conniving fiend by the name of Alfred Lawley. He cut me out of our herbology supply business just as we were getting started.
Well, that's crazy, dude. I don't care. Just give me money.
That must have been frustrating.
Yes, it was. Terribly. Supercilious fool.
Okay, give me.
A
What do you want me to do?
I can't get anywhere, but no one.
Do you ever stop talking?
I'll get the venomous...
Pay me money and I'll get it.
Take as many herb. Remember, I just need that venomous tentacular.
See, this must be it. This must be the cellar. How to find that venomous tentacular? Better not let Mr. Lawley see me.
Oh, I'm not allowed to beat his ass?
Stop!
Well, shit. Hell, I didn't know, dude. I thought I could just kick your ass and take what I wanted, but apparently not.
Better not let Mr. Lawley see me. Aloha Mora.
What could be stirred?
Where is that venomous tentacular? Revelio.
I'm assuming I can at least kick these guys' asses, right? Alright, good. Oh wait, I need to do the thingy.
Wonder they haven't taken over the whole thing.
Hold on, let me get the pulse. Oh, fucker.
Accio. Depulso.
Aye.
Incendio. Confringo. Levioso. Accio.
The hell happened to you, bud?
Leviosa. Confringo. Revelio.
Know what that is? Give it to me. Hitting he leaves. Come on now. Jeez.
Now that I have the venomous tentacula, I should return to Mr. Barnes. Revelio.
Got any treasure? Oh shit. Okay. Don't go that way. I really want that treasure box though. Oh fuck. Never mind. We're good. I don't need it that bad.
Revelio.
Completed that errand?
Hello, Mr. Barnes.
There. Give me my money.
That venomous tentacula. It wasn't as easy to come by.
Ah, here's a little something for your... Thank you again for your help. I have a bright future.
Alright, he gave me 500 gold. I think I have enough now. Either that or I only have 500 gold.
Come on in. Healing potions are a specialty here, should you need any.
Give me that.
A wise decision. Thank you.
What is the point of having invisibility? I guess maybe the invisibility potions work better. I don't know. It's kind of stupid to have an invisibility potions and an invisibility spell at the same fucking time, but... Where's my boy Sebastian? I'll do his quest real quick. Sebastian's the only cool Slytherin that I've ever met in my life. Where the hell is he? Oh no, it's Sonora. I don't want to do Sonora's quest. Oh, I have to do these fucking things to get... Let's just go do this. I don't feel like hunting down shit. Hey, cat. Oh. Hope you're feeling better.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
What in the hell is this shit?
There we go.
My lord, why does it make it... I'm glad I went ahead and just got all these fucking flue flame things. Hell, there's so much extra shit to do. I think I might as well just go ahead and... listen to one of those debates and just talk about that for a bit and just do this side shit. I do have a bunch of random shit I have to do.
That's it.
Good lord, now. Okay. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Hey, you figured I'd had it already pulled up. This is there was a few of the modern day debates that I didn't get to hear. Probably the one I'm going to listen to today is the Rachel Wilson one, just because I don't get to hear her debate it very often. She's actually really good, and her debates are always fun to listen to. So I'm going to listen to this.
If there is women doing this.
It's been a while since I've actually heard Rachel Wilson debate. All right, so son of a bitch! I unplugged my fucking controller. Yeah, that replugged itself in. I appreciate that. Anyways. So this is just Andrew Wilson's debate. Is feminism good or bad with this Craig guy? Craig's pretty terrible at debating anything but flat earth. And I don't... Maybe it's taken him time to get his footing in the door, but it just seems like he gets progressively worse at doing these debates. So maybe he can prove me wrong, but I sincerely doubt it. Rachel Wilson's probably going to rip them apart.
Box below. With that, we're going to.
Time had come.
Isn't the apocalypse, and that evidence still beats vibes. Please join me in welcoming Craig. Well, we're thrilled to have you here. We are going to start it off with Rachel's opening statement. The timer is set for you, Rachel, for 15 minutes.
All right. So, thanks for being here, everybody. We're talking about feminism today and if it's good for society. So, most people believe that feminism became this dominant political force that it is today due to oppression and abuse by the patriarchy. That it was a grassroots idea whose time had come. Women looked around them and they were like, oh no, we're oppressed. We should march and stuff until we can vote and things will get better. Not exactly how it went down. So surely if they achieved feminism, right, this would give them a better future, make them more safe, because most people believe that men are the primary threat to women's safety and security. Almost everyone in modern society believes that abusive marriages and oppression of women by the patriarchy was a fact of life, which made women miserable for all of history until about 100 years ago. But did you know that women didn't want liberation from the men in their lives? Most people don't know this. In fact, some of the most vehement opposition to women voting came from women themselves. These people were called anti-suffragettes, and they had much larger membership ranks than did the suffragettes themselves. It was far more popular. And these women who were in these anti-suffrage groups were not your average women who demanded feminism. I find their reasoning to be prescient and compelling, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about what they believed right now. This is also why I think that this part of history has been obscured and most of you have never heard of it, because these women had some pretty good reasons, I think. So, in fact, when the option to add women's suffrage to the ballot was put forth in the referendums in multiple states, the measure was so unpopular with women that pro-suffrage groups actually moved to take that option off the ballot. That's right, a handful of feminists fighting for women's rights actually didn't want women to vote on whether or not they could vote. But don't believe me. Believe Susan B. Anthony, who said, but the petitioners of suffrage are in the minority.
There's something about this. I'll let her keep going for a little bit, because there's actually an idea that I've been worried. I don't actually think that voting is necessarily good to enfranchise people with. It kind of takes away a moral duty for a governing force to provide for them, in a sense, because what it does is it creates this dichotomy between two different ways of taking care of a problem, and it usually ends up with nothing either getting done because, you know, both sides are trying to compete to solve a problem. You could say healthcare or immigration or different things like that are kind of those types of issues that only kind of get settled when someone like Trump eventually does get elected out of frustration. But I don't actually think that people being enfranchised to vote in a general sense, in the way that we know of it now in modern democracies, is the method in which problems actually get solved. I think they just continuously make a loop of big button issues that people want to talk about forever and ever and ever and never solve it, and just continuously leech off of that and try to get elected based on it. So it creates a system in which problems almost never get really solved, not in a good way, because they always want that problem to come back so they can use it for an election. But there's also within that they create a system of like drama shit. Like there are fake problems to come up with to make big political issues, you know, like the tea stuff and the feminism is one of them. Although I do think feminism and the enfranchisement of women to vote is part of a bigger issue rather than just women shouldn't be able to vote. I think the majority of men shouldn't be able to vote either, but I don't even think anybody should vote. Fuck vote it anyways. But it does seem like, especially now in the way that people think about it, is that the enfranchisement to vote is the ultimate in like human rights. That if you can't vote, then there's no such thing as human rights. I don't think that's true. I think that there's been plenty of societies that were just pure out, like you could even use Russia as an example. Do they have human rights? Yes. Do they have as many? No. It's just ridiculous. Do I think voting is essentially relinquishing one's personal political power? Yeah. I don't know if it's relinquishing just one person's power. I think it relinquishes the whole body of like people in a country. If it makes the populace itself unable to unify for anything important to actually get done, and it makes it impossible for the people whose responsibility is to get that thing done, to get it done in a correct way that solves the problem to like the highest percentage that it possibly can. It's just a continuous loop of just making problems solve just barely enough to say they did something, but not actually fix anything. Make it look like they fixed the problem. You know, make it look like they fix healthcare in America. The way you fix healthcare in America is you stop allowing other countries to basically rob us and charge the companies that produce all the medicine for the entire world in our nation to be so undercut in other nations. You know, other countries have really good healthcare and really cheap medicines and stuff. Why is that? That's because they have a single payer system that has essentially bullied us into making sure that we sell them medicine up until like the smallest profit margin, to the point where it's almost impossible to even make money off it just by shipping it to those nations. So it makes everything more expensive in America for Americans through the health insurance companies, and also the health insurance companies in America just like to fucking bold-faced scam people. You can actually get cheaper medicine in some cases by not using health insurance at all. So, I don't know. I don't think it actually creates. I don't think everybody being able to vote actually solves any problem. I think it just makes everything more complicated. And then everybody's, not only does my opinion matter on how to solve an issue that I barely understand, now it matters on what my aunt thinks, what my uncle thinks, what my cousins, it matters about everybody. It matters what my boss at work's thinks. It matters what the crazy cat lady down the street in her house thinks about how to solve this. It includes people that don't know anything about the topic that they're talking about, and they get to have opinions and vote based on that stupid opinion. So they also not only elect people who don't actually want to solve the problem, sometimes they elect people that don't know how to actually solve the problem, but they're forced to make this really shitty solution based on the people that voted for them. They're held hostage to that.
Many reasons for this, and one of them, paradoxical as it may seem, is because so much has already been gained. Woman in general now finds her needs very well supplied. If she wants to work, she has all occupations to choose from. If she desires an education, the schools and colleges are freely opened to her. If she wishes to address the public by pen or by voice, the people hear her gladly. The laws have been largely modified in her favor, and where they might press, they are seldom enforced. She may accumulate and control property. She may set up her own domestic establishment and come and go at will. Susan B. Anthony made this statement in her speech, The Status of Woman, Past, Present, and Future, which she delivered at the National Association for Women's Suffrage in Washington, D.C. in 1902. So in 1902, women already said, we kind of have everything we want. We kind of have it made. We don't really feel like we need this feminism stuff. In fact, we think that'll make things worse for us. So this, along with the rest of the historical record, kind of debunks this commonly held belief that women had no freedom to do anything prior to 1902. In 1914, the Nebraska Association Opposed to Women's Suffrage group published a pamphlet in response to a ballot initiative petition campaign proposed by the Nebraska Women's Suffrage Group. They accurately predicted that pushing women into the political sphere and the women's liberation movement in general would cause the breakdown of the family, division in marriages, and a lack of effort and focus on children and community, which had always been the main work of women up until this point. They also correctly pointed out that women enjoyed greater protection and privilege under patriarchy than was afforded to the liberated women. They believed, as I do, that women are much more influential and effective outside direct involvement in governing. They also wisely asserted that primary role of government is to protect people and property. And
that is another point that I think I'll add to what I'm saying. I also think that creating this system, especially in America, like a lot of the problems that you have in your country is overly sympathetic people that allow people with malicious intent to manipulate them and then use the system that you guys have built over hundreds of years to their advantage and basically try to run you out of some of your cities. But what she's saying too is also something else that I think is true, that I don't think it's just true for women. I think it's true for men as well. If you're in America, there's an election every 6 months. So if you're really politically in tune and you really care about everything that's happening in not only the entire federal government, but your local government and your state government, you have to pay attention constantly. You have to be constantly informing yourself of the decisions being made around you. And what that kind of makes is a system where you have to be either constantly reading or constantly calling people and asking questions about stuff, because this is the thing, there's no good local news that really informs you about what fucking random county law is being changed that really affects you. You can find that shit out, but you have to actually go and ask what's going to be on the ballot and ask for the information of that certain thing on that ballot in that local area. You have to do the research yourself to be able to even really be able to comprehend the changes that are being made at the local level. And what it does is, with everybody being included within that political system, if you want to make changes, you have to make a choice. Do you care about what's happening federally, state, or locally? Or if you try to stay completely in tune and do your due diligence and be a part of the political system and do your democratic duty as a citizen, you will spend all your free time just reading ridiculous, repetitive bills. That's all you'll do. And even then, and with that, what benefit are you to your local community? What benefit are you to your state? All you're doing is working, paying taxes, and reading random shit that honestly only affects you in this minute way, and not just minute ways, but it affects you in ways that don't really matter for the individual. In a lot of cases, it's usually a lot of tax benefits and shit that doesn't, like, nobody's going to understand that. You're not a tax expert. That shit's overcomplicated and just a retarded and shitty system that we have in the way that we tax things in states. Overcomplicated, we're overtaxed, and there's about a fuckload of different tax. I can't explain it to you because I don't give a shit about taxes, because they tell me what to pay, I pay. And the reason that I don't know anything about it is because I tried to learn about it, and it was taking me months of understanding little fucking bullshit details that I don't think it was just a waste of time. Like, it honestly felt like a waste of time. And it didn't benefit me. But anyways, the ultimate point I was trying to make is that if you are fully in tune to the system, you are trying to do your due diligence as a citizen of a democratic society, you will have no free time whatsoever, and it'll take time away from you being a part of your local community. It'll take time away from you being a part of your family, of even just being able to, I don't know, relax a little bit, maybe have a little time to yourself to read out on your porch or something. Like, it takes away from you to do all this shit. And in that way, the people who do that become over invested into the system, and they think that this is the only way it can or should work, but it's not. I think that ultimately what would happen if everybody was de-enfranchised and we just had, like, I don't know, an emperor or a king, people would end up being more productive members of their local communities. And, you know, maybe they have to deal with a shitty law every once in a while they don't like. Okay, everybody does. We constantly do that every fucking 4 years. We have to deal with some shit that half the country doesn't like. But to say that the system that we have currently is the best system, I think there's so many holes you can poke through it. But I've been babbling too long. But ultimately what I'm saying is that I think that you being a full member of the system itself makes it where you have to invest so much time to be so well informed on so many topics and issues that you wouldn't be able to, and you wouldn't even be able to be super well informed on those issues anyways. So it makes it where you're not fulfilling your role as a member of your family, a father, a mother, a son, a daughter, it takes away, or even takes away from being part of things like a church. And it ultimately, I think, guides people into making the democratic system itself into a church that they're trying to get the same kind of shit out of it. And what you end up with is a bunch of crazy blue-haired people that think that the only thing that's important is making sure T people can go into women's locker rooms. So, yeah, and that men are women and women are men. Like, it creates the system that we have, I think, creates issues like this. There are other systems in the world that this issue doesn't appear, and I think it's solely because of not only people wanting to push this to make sure that people don't have children or not have children anymore, or to have less children, but also to create issues that get them more votes. And I mean, it's just a clusterfuck. I think democracy, honestly, as I've been trying to sift through it for the past 2 years, the more I compare that to other systems, it just seems like it's a clusterfuck and it doesn't work. And when it does work, it doesn't work for very long. Anyways.
Men are the only ones capable of that task, C-Force doctrine. Therefore, burdening women with the task of which they are incapable is inappropriate and detrimental to women themselves. Why would we ask them to do something they're not capable of doing? These women predicted outcomes like the birth rate dropping from an average of 5 children per family in 1870, just prior to first wave feminism kicking off, to an average of just 2 children by 1940. That's a staggering drop. They were correct in predicting that feminism would inevitably result in the attempted demonization and domination of men. And
I will say that I think that what she said right there just kind of provides a little bit of evidence to what I was saying. Because what did women do once they were enfranchised? They immediately, maybe not immediately, maybe it took longer, but it did ultimately make women not focus on what their true moral duty is, which is to have family. By the way, that's also men's moral duty too, is to have families as well. But it created this. It made the problem worse. I think that all men being enfranchised would also harm how many children would be people would have. But I also think that when you do it specifically to women, that's when it really affects the birth rate. I think that's a decent point. That I think she's saying that the feminists predicted that, and I think that is a point that is proven at this point.
Suffragists were right to ask, who will take care of the children? If we push women into the workforce, who raises the kids? Well, the overall number of U.S. children under 5 with mothers working outside the home in 1900 was less than 6%. By 2012, that number jumped to 58%. The anti-suffragists were also right about what the future of marriage and family would look like if we instituted these sweeping social changes. In 1900, the rate of births outside marriage was only 4%. By 2010, not quite a century after the passage of the 19th Amendment, that rate of out-of-wedlock births had reached 41%. But did feminism deliver on its promise to protect women and children from dangerous men? Let's look at the evidence. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has been tracking data on child abuse and neglect since 1978 with something called the National Incidence Study, or the NIS.
And before she goes off on this is just another point I want to make. I do think that, and this is, honestly, I think women don't, and I'm not saying all women, I'm saying a large, broad community of, like the majority of women, let's say, don't understand this, is that women don't know how to defend themselves against men. They don't. Men know how to defend women against other men, though. And the reason that I say that is that I'm going to say, like, and this is, anecdotal or whatever, but it is my experience out of every woman I've ever talked to, and I've tried to help them be safe in a situation that involves men. They tend to not listen to me because of the way the culture is right now, and what I say is going to happen, and what will occur usually occurs like 90% of the time. For instance, there's somebody that I used to know that used to have this old man that was living next to her, who's been single and hadn't been married for like 20 years. And I told her one time that she needs to make sure that if she's home alone, that there's always like somebody there with her, because this dude, just by looking at him, gave me the fucking creeps, and I knew he was weird by just that instinct. But she thought he was just a sweet old man. And what ended up happening is, she was nice to him, polite to him, gave him food and stuff, and I was like, you don't need to do that. He's going to take that the wrong way. What had ended up happening, the dude just walks into her house one day when she's in the shower, and, like, I kept warning her that if she kept encouraging and being nice to this man, that he would take this as a mixed message, and something weird's going to happen. And something weird happened. But I think a lot of men have that ability to kind of detect on an instinctual level the maliciousness of other men, and not just the maliciousness, but the intention of why this man is interacting with this woman. And I do think that kind of works in a similar way with women. I think that women have the ability of understanding why women interact with men and what their intentions are with that man better than what men do. But this is something, this is what happens. Like, as she says, you enfranchise women to be able to vote and to treat them as if they are the same as men. What happens is that it becomes a schism, and both of the genders end up thinking that they know way more than the other, and they don't really listen to each other anymore. And then in the political system itself, that's going to be used as a method of trying to farm votes off of that schism that forms. And what it makes it just makes it worse. Up until right now, you have an entire society which men don't know how to talk to women, and women do not want to be talked to, except in a very specific way that they can't express because they don't understand how to express that, or they only want to be communicated to by certain types of men in certain situations. It's a problem that not only democracy creates, but makes worse.
The NIS is a...
Yeah. And see, that's what I mean too. Like, what you're saying, Kat. Like, a lot of the conversations that I have with women, it's hard to tell the intent of what they actually want. I just assume. I copy and paste like weird, like overly emotional, overly dramatic men, and I copy and paste that experience that I have with men like that onto women, and women always seem to do random shit that I don't expect them to do. Yeah, it's chaos and random shit. Like, I don't know how to predict women.
Congressionally mandated periodic effort of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. There have been 4 of these reports. The latest one came out in 2010. This includes a breakdown of data collected nationwide on child abuse and neglect by living situation. This section of the study opens as follows. Figure 5.9 shows the incident rates of endangerment standard maltreatment for the different family structure and living arrangement subgroups of children. The rate of overall endangerment standard maltreatment for children living with 2 married biological parents is about 16 per 1,000, and this is significantly lower than the rates for children in all other circumstances, which is 52 or more children per 1,000. Kids living with one parent whose unmarried partner was in the household had the highest incident of maltreatment. This is equivalent to more than 13 per 100 children, or more than 1 child in 8 whose single parent has a cohabitating partner in the general child population. Their risks of maltreatment is more than 8 times higher than that of children living with 2 married biological parents. And we're going to see this just repeated throughout the data, that
Hello,
children
Serena.
living with a
I
single
received your
parent
out.
with an unmarried
How are
partner
you?
had the highest incidence of physical abuse by far, more than 10 times the lowest rate. So maybe this no-fault divorce stuff is not so great for kids, huh?
You'll find the
Only
hamlet just north of
0.7
Hogsmeade.
children per 1,000
Please do give
children
Dot my
living
love.
with 2 married
Pardon me, but
biological
were
parents
you
were
saying
sexually
something?
abused, compared to 12 per 1,000 children living with a single parent who had an unmarried partner. So that's...
And I will also use because what she's saying about, divorced parents and shit is true, and this is something that I, sadly have experience with. Women, once again, don't understand men with malicious intent. They don't get it. They don't understand it. But women who think that they know everything and that they're the same as a man and that they can predict men's behavior, when there's no convincing them, children end up getting hurt. And and that's something that I have to stress out about constantly, because, I'm divorced, but I'm not I'm always still having to try 3 times harder to make sure that my daughter is safe, because I'm not around her all the time, and I can't, green light everybody that comes into my house and interacts with my child. So, and once again, women don't understand malicious intent from men, so there is that stress that always occurs. And once again, the stats kind of support that, where like abuse or malnutrition or whatever, like women are not, this is going to sound fucked up. Women want a man, and they are willing to sacrifice children to get a man. I've seen that my whole life too. Women say that they don't need a man, but I have seen women more often than not sacrifice their own children to be with a man. And what I mean by sacrifice is, I mean sacrifice their well-being and their attachment, or not attachment, but their sacrifice the father that their father's role within that relationship with their child, in which they can provide that role towards them. That's, you know, the problem of the no-fault divorce system. You know, and I don't, but what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is this, is that what she's saying is inherently true. And I think it kind of feeds into what I'm saying before, is that women are not capable of understanding men and defending themselves against men. And men are very good at being sneaky and malicious, and they, in a different way than what sneaky and malicious women are. And they have no defenses against it. And it ends up hurting children.
More than 12 times. The lowest incidence of physical neglect
Very
occurred
well.
for children living with
If I
both
have
married
time,
bio
I shall
parents.
see what...
The highest rate of physical neglect occurred for children living with a single parent and cohabitating partner, most commonly single mom plus boyfriend. This is over 7 times greater than kids living with both married bio parents. Same for physical abuse, same for emotional abuse. It just repeats. But perhaps the most relevant and more surprising finding was this: 68% of the maltreated children were maltreated by a female, whereas 48% were maltreated by a male. Some were maltreated by both.
And see that, once again, I think that kind of provides a little bit of evidence for what I was saying. Women say these things, and I'm talking about in generalities, once again. Women say these things are important, but they have no ability to guide themselves or lead themselves into what is actually good for the child. And it does seem as though that's like an inherent trait within women, at least the mass majority of women, that they have to have a man that guides them and helps them provide a safe environment for children. And what ends up happening is that women end up getting with men after they've divorced, and these men do not give a shit about the kids that she's had with a previous partner. They don't. A lot of those men do not do that. And I think that creates the problems where children get abused, or if they do care, a lot of them, and I'm not saying this is probably like a very rare amount of people that do that, but there are a few malicious people that target women with children for specific reasons. I don't understand letting boyfriends and girlfriends move in, especially when a child is on. Well, yeah, I don't think that, me personally, I don't think that, I don't think boyfriends and girlfriends should live with each other just in general, unless very specific cases. I'm not going to say that there's no way that a boyfriend and girlfriend can live with each other, but I'm saying that for the mass majority of people, I don't think that boyfriends and girlfriends should live with each other. But I could tell you many things as a husband and father, 17 year. I mean, I learned a lot from my dad in how to create a safe environment just by watching him do it. And that experience, I think, helps me do better and to be able to express my opinions to, you know, my ex-wife better. But she still has to listen to the shit, and she doesn't a lot of the time. But anyways, I knew my environment wasn't safe for children. That's why I didn't have kids with, okay, yeah. And I think that a lot of women are also conscious of that. I've met, this is something else I've experienced in my life too, is that men will have a good woman that would be a good mother, but these women have attached themselves to these men that are, and I'm not saying this specifically about you, Kat, this is just something I've seen. I'm not talking about you is what I'm saying. I'm talking about people that I've seen throughout my life as I've grown up, is that they attach themselves to a man that's not reliable, who's emotionally unstable, and can't do something basic as in keep a job. And they've gotten so attached to this man, and they've bonded with this man, and this man is at bare minimum at least loyal within the relationship and doesn't cheat. Well, they even cheat sometimes, but they cheat sometimes, but they don't always. But I'm saying even in the perfect, like, what I'm saying is that even with the men that are like that are bare minimum at least loyal, what happens is the women end up deciding not to have children with them. And what is that? Is that a failure of women? No, that's a failure of men. That's a lot of men that are not able, they're not mature enough to be able to handle being that protector or that leader. And I think that's also a part of the birthing crisis, but also I think that's also a problem in enfranchising men, giving them all these little amenities and random bullshit that they don't want. It also comes up with the treatment that men have gotten from women, at least from the past, 20 years. It's not a problem that's new, but it is a problem that's becoming more prevalent, I think. Yeah, that's what I mean, Kat. I was just saying that about the people that I've met in my life. Like, there's plenty of people in my life right now that I consider close friends or family, people in my family that are not capable or mature enough to have children. And that's what I'm using as the example. And I think that what has happened as the democratic process has developed, and I think you could even see it within Greece and Rome before the fall of their republic, is that these men get lazy. They don't do the things that are actually required in are the entailments that I think is required within providing. A lot of people take providing as meaning you must provide money, and that's the only aspect of it that they take as what providing is. Providing is providing spiritual, intellectual, and physical protection for your family. If you are not part of a church, you cannot spiritually protect your children. If you are not constantly building your mind to not be lazy and just take whatever somebody's saying on face value, if you're not engaging in philosophy, at least to a mid-level, then you're not capable of intellectually protecting your family. If you are not, if you are not capable with any sort of weapon or physically fit enough to physically defend your family, then you're failing on that part. And even with that, the financial part of providing, that's still part of it, but those are still the four prime entailments of what providing is to me. And just because the red pill people focus on the one, which is providing, or even just the two, they provide physical protection and monetary protection, as in they don't let their wives starve or whatever, or their partner starve. Like, those two things are still ignoring the other two parts. And this is a problem that I see with almost all men, is that they don't understand the four aspects or the four entailments of what it is to provide.
In contrast, male perpetrators were more common for children maltreated by non-biological parents or parents' partners. So once again, single mom plus boyfriend. The statistic is the most illustratory piece of data proving that removing children's biological fathers from the home is the single biggest risk factor for abuse. This supports my assertion that fathers, the family patriarchs, have the most interest and biggest protective effect on the lives of children. They're less likely to abuse than biological mothers, and once removed, make single mother homes an easy target for predators who are not related to the child. The second point I want you guys to understand today is that mothers are actually more likely to abuse or neglect children than fathers, by a pretty large margin. In 2021, about 211,000 children in the United States were abused by their mother, whereas 132 were abused by their father. This is consistent with these same findings we've been discussing all across the NIS data. Defenders of feminism object to these data by pointing out that mothers are more likely to be primary caregivers and spend the most time with the kids. But we can kind of test this hypothesis because there's a trend where men have gained far more custody and parenting time over the years, about 4.5 times more between 1968 and 2020. Given this, we would expect to see those abuse rates by fathers going up if they're spending, 4.5 times more time with them. That's not what we see. It's just consistent over the last 45 years. That rate did not go up. A more likely explanation of why we see a larger share of mothers abusing children might be that women are much more prone to mental problems. In fact, we see increases in women struggling with mental health problems over recent decades, and women are about 3 times more likely than men to experience mental.
And to some degree, I agree with what she's saying, but I think the problem is not necessarily the susceptibility for women to have mental health problems. I think the problem is that women have this innate need for somebody to help them, to guide them. And when that role is not being fulfilled, they try to do it themselves. And I do think that it is a weight that's too big for women to. It's like, it would be like if somebody is giving me, let's say that somebody's moving, right? And there's this 200-pound cabinet or 200-pound dresser, right, that needs to be moved. And what society is basically saying is that men and women can both move that the same way. And what happens is when you let a man do it, a man can probably pick it up and he'll be all right. If he's strong enough, it won't be that difficult. It might take him a minute, but he'll get that fucking dresser in the house one way or another. But when you ask a woman to do that, they're not going to be physically capable of doing it, the mass majority of them, and it's going to hurt them. So when you put women in this role that they are not physically strong enough to do, and I do, once again, I think women have different physical capabilities than men. So it's not that, it's just with this type of thing, when you expect a woman to be a leader of a household, what happens? She ends up hurting herself. Not physically, but mentally. So that innate need for a man to help be the leader of the household, when men abdicate the responsibility within that relationship, you have things like I was talking about before, where the women don't feel like they can really do anything but provide emotional support for an unstable man. But it is one of those things. And, just to say this, because I don't like feeling like I'm just attacking one gender when I say this shit, but it also affects men in this way too, where if they don't have the type of emotional support that they need, they end up becoming mentally ill. Not to the same degree that women do when they're trying to be pushed in leadership roles. Men can push through that more often than what women could in leadership roles without support. And some men actually need to not be supported at all for a little while so that they can become at least a decent leader enough to where they can lead a household. But it does ultimately make men at a certain point not care about providing that emotional stability within themselves. Why should I be stable? Why should I give a shit? And what I mean by emotional stability is not just only having your emotions in check, but also being willing to push through the shit of the world and to dig a trail for women and children to walk through. They don't feel like they should have to. What benefit are they getting out of producing a society where they're shoveling the majority of the shit and women hate them for it? And not only do women hate them for it, women think they can do a better job at it. So then you have women trying to push themselves in front of the line to start shoveling the shit, and they're not shoveling the shit very well. And they're hurting themselves. And not only that, now they kind of give up because it's hurting them so badly that now all these men leave and let these women do it. And now those women and children those women that dug that path, now those children that are walking through that path are having to step in a whole lot of shit. I don't know if that makes sense.
Mental health problems. According to an analysis of prescription drug data, more than a quarter of American women, 26%, take a psychiatric prescription drug compared to just 15% of men. Here's some quick stats from the CDC about risks to children who grow up without their dads. Children from fatherless homes represent 90% of homeless.
And this is something I'll say too. I don't think that necessarily that mental health issues are way more prevalent within women necessarily in our society. I think that men generally come up with different methods to tolerate that mental stress. And what women generally do is they get overwhelmed by that mental stress too easily, and they end up going to things like pharmaceuticals to kind of cover up that damage that's being done to them, where men will just take the damage and let it pile up until they fucking fall over.
85% of kids with behavioral disorders, 70% of kids in juvenile facilities, 71% of kids in adolescent substance abuse treatment centers. So across the board, the highest risk factor for bad outcomes for kids is broken homes and not having dad around.
You have an answer
And
for me about
one of the primary
Miss Ready.
objectives of early feminism and also second
They let
wave
me.
was to get rid of no-fault divorce, get rid of marriage through the church, and make it just a state certificate that you can get out of easier than your cell phone contract. But what might surprise you even more than this is that men are not more likely to be perpetrators of domestic violence. Women are. Analyzing data gathered from 11,370 respondents, researchers found that half of violent relationships were reciprocally violent, meaning both people are committing the violence. In non-reciprocally violent relationships, the women were the perpetrators in more than 70% of cases. In one study, 1,100 lesbian or bisexual women in abusive lesbian relationships, researchers found that the women were more likely to have experienced violence in past relationships with women than with men. Feminism has promoted cohabitation rather than marriage for decades as a way to protect women from abusive marriages.
And this is something I'll say is also, like, it's not true in every case, obviously not. I've seen men just beat the shit out of their wives for basically no reason before. But I do see more women be very physically abusive. And, like the fucking culture makes a joke out of throwing frying pans and shit at men because they didn't buy flowers for an anniversary or something. Like, it's, you could see that as a thing that is prevalent through a culture where that's an acceptable thing for women to do. in certain cases. And I will say this, I've had more like interactions where women were very violent towards me more often than I've had with men, because I think there's that agreement between men. If this gets violent, like, you know, we're gonna fuck each other up pretty good at bare minimum. And with women, I think that, especially within the modern day right now, women are encouraged to be just like men, but also they don't have to suffer this near the same consequences of what being a man is. But within just relationships itself, I will say that more often than not, whenever I've seen any sort of abusive, physically abusive relationship, it's been women that have been the primary perpetrators, just from me saying that, and is supported by those stats. I've taken zero meds mostly because I don't go to doctors. Well, yeah, I mean, like I think that a lot of those anti-depression meds and stuff, I think those are band-aid solutions that end up making the problems worse. And I think that's also shown through the stats too, where the majority of people, I think, that are on those, like, what was the thing when I was a kid, whenever they were advertising antidepressants, it's like, if you get suicidal thoughts, make sure you call somebody. And like, and also the drugs themselves also have a side effect of inspiring suicidal thoughts and shit like that. Like, it's that shit. That shit doesn't solve anything, I don't think. And that's why I've avoided that shit my whole life, even though people have tried to get me to take them. I've never thrown anything at a person, just a wall. Yeah, I've thrown plenty of shit at a wall. Hell, sometimes I'll be so mad. Yeah, I used to be, when I would play video games, I get so mad that I would just fucking obliterate the control. Like, I would just snap the controller in half in my hand. So I don't think that shit counts. I think, hey, throwing shit at a wall every while, that's all right.
Unfortunately, the data here is against them as well. A large study by Manning et al. Notes that cohabitation is associated with several factors that have the potential to reduce children's well-being. Cohabitation is a marker of family instability and is strongly associated with poorer outcomes for kids. Children born to cohabitating parents see their parents break up more often than children born to married parents. This is setting the stage for instability, and these kids are more likely to experience enduring deficits of psychosocial well-being. So finally, the expansion of the welfare state correlates directly to the rise in out-of-wedlock births. Welfare spending in 1950 was $50 billion. The non-marital birth rate then was 4%. By 2010, welfare spending increased 14 times to a whopping $700 billion, and this is adjusted for inflation. And the non-marital birth rate then rose to 41%. The same people who got the 19th shoved through also met in secret to write the Federal Reserve Act, as well as the federal income tax and compulsory education laws right around the same time. This effectively atomizes the family and means the government is your daddy now, America.
Hello,
This is great for transnational corporations, governments, predators, and the predator class.
Yes,
These
I'm ready
same
to
groups
play.
are masters at propaganda and public relations. According to Professor Josie Miller, who did a comprehensive analysis of college textbooks about the history of women's liberation, found that many of the important facts I noted here were intentionally removed from history textbooks over the course of decades as the field of women's studies was developed. And this was a liberal professor, guys. This wasn't some kind of right-winger. And he was shocked at this finding. But this is why almost everything people believe about the history of feminism is wrong. 100 years of propaganda throughout the culture and the institutions. If you want to know how we got here, there's your answer.
Thank you very much for that opening.
Hell, I just forgot what I was going to say, but my brother got those changes. Yeah, I've seen antidepressants pretty much any kind of pill that's meant to correct behavior, I've never seen work in the benefit for anybody. And now that I'm a Christian, I don't think that it's just because it fucks with your it creates chemical imbalances that make you rely on that stuff from that. But I also think that what antidepressants and those medications that are meant to help correct like behaviors, I think that they actually make you spiritually weak. I think that they make you spiritually weak, and I think that they let demons fuck with you worse over the course of time. Did that bitch just knock that? Okay, I was about to say, she knocked that fucking thing off.
Excellent. We'll switch it over to Craig for his 15-minute opening as well.
First off, I do want to say I'm a little angry at you coercing your husband into renting out an entire bar just to get me drunk before I debate.
Motherfucker.
It's a little harsh.
You'll have to do better.
Conveniently, she didn't drink very much. Right, you ready to have some mansplained to you? Yeah, good. If I get if I get hungry, you're going to make me a sandwich, okay? Right. Morning, everyone. How you doing? I am here today to debate the lovely Rachel Wilson, who's written a book claiming feminism was basically invented by witches, CIA spies, and probably a couple of magic mushrooms along the way. If that sounds less like history and more like the rejected script for Stranger Things Season 5, then you're not wrong. Let's be clear, feminism...
All right, so this is something that I've heard people say about her book constantly. They kind of straw man it and turn it into like some sort of conspiracy theory book. She has her sources in the book that you can go research yourself. Why don't you provide the refutations to the source material rather than just straw manning what she says? But this is Craig, so.
Is not an occult ritual. It's not a CIA psyop. It's definitely not a satanic plot to overthrow the nuclear family. It's the radical idea, well, radical back then, not really now, that women are human beings who should have the same rights as men, and that's it. It's not hard, it's not mystical, and it's not demonic. Before feminism, women couldn't vote, own property in many places, or even have their own bank accounts without a man's permission. In the 60s, women in the UK could be fired just for getting married. In the US, marital rape wasn't fully criminalized until the mid-90s, and that's not ancient history, that's pretty much yesterday. Rachel will claim things like women...
So, women getting fired for being married, I highly doubt. He'd have to provide the source for that, because I doubt that that's the case. What I would say is that maybe women were more often leaving the workforce back then to be wives and mothers, which I don't see how that's a bad thing. I would actually say that more women should do that. That's just, and yeah, I don't know. He's gonna straw man the shit for a little bit.
The vote. Great claim, zero evidence. The moment women could vote, they turned out in huge numbers.
So, a claim with no evidence. She has evidence within the book. You just read the book and just assumed there was no evidence. You didn't actually go and try to find what she was referencing. Which is Craig, so no shit.
The historical record is full of church women, union women, activist women, mothers, teachers, nurses, ordinary women organizing for suffrage. If your argument relies on pretending they didn't exist, then your argument is dead on arrival. I should also tell you feminism makes women less happy. Also, zero evidence. No serious study shows women were happier when they had no legal autonomy, no financial...
So, this is the thing. Women's happiness has been going down. It continues to go down. What is the difference between right now, in the culture that we have, is the more prevalence and more pushing and the greater indoctrination of progressive values and feministic values, and this overemphasis on women being part of the political system in which, once again, as I said before, you have to pay attention to everything, or you just have to be really emotionally invested on one issue. And what happens is that they end up taking this mothership role over the nation and trying to provide a over mothering of what the culture is. And when they don't get that shit, it makes them unhappy. And it also makes them unhappy because the role that I said, they're trying to shovel the shit and they're not very good at it. So, and they're not coming up with good policies or good ways of actually solving those solutions. And also the system itself doesn't actually want to fix those issues. So they're making themselves unhappy by contributing to a system that's not a very good system to begin with, and also advocating the responsibility to the single thing that a lot of women should be focusing on, which is helping create the next generation of people. And what they do, and which this is also a thing that men do too and should do, but it is ultimately the argument from women that they don't have to do it. And it's actually, as the society progresses within this feministic mindset, it's actually not that they should do all this stuff to be leaders and to be a part of this political system. It's that they should do that over being a mother. And then what happens is you put women in this situation where that's the socially acceptable thing, and now they start to pressure women out of that. So they become, it almost becomes, without even saying it, and they do say it too. There's a lot of feminists that will say this shit. Marjorie Taylor Greene, all these people, they'll say being a woman is essentially becoming a slave, and that you shouldn't be a mother. You should actually just be a fucking coomer that fights on social issues. That's what you should be. That's what they advocate for. But anyways, ultimately what he was saying is that there's no evidence. You didn't go through the evidence. And I'm pretty sure that Rachel will probably get him on that at some point.
To independence and no escape from abusive marriages. Even if someone digs up one cherry-picked graph from a think tank that hates women working, happiness is complicated. You can't just...
Okay, so this is... I'm going to start spurging out soon, because society and men don't hate women working. They don't. What society doesn't like is, or what men are saying is that women, their primary focus should not be on the workplace. That's all it is. I don't even think men's primary focus should be the workplace. I think it's a good priority to have for men, but it's also, what is work? What does work mean? Does that mean going and clocking in and getting a paycheck by the end of it? Or does the work mean providing something to a household? Is your work only for financial benefit, or is your work to also benefit your family? People will say you shouldn't say, well, the things you do at home, that shouldn't be considered work, or blah, blah, blah. But what does it mean? What does it mean to work? Is to work to prioritize your career? Then yeah, I hate that. I think all men and women should probably not prioritize work then. Yeah, sure. If that's what you want, if that's what they want to say work is work providing a household, a life, a home, a security for that home, is that work? Yeah, I think that is work, and I think that all men and women should be working. So am I making work include too much shit? I don't think so. I'm sorry, I completely ignored chat for me. I choose exercise and the church and change my diet. Oh, you're talking, yeah. Yeah, and I think that kind of, like, I've never taken any kind of, I did take antidepressants for like 2 times, and it fucked with me so much that I was like, this is retarded, and never did again. But yeah, I don't know what your stuff is though, Dave. So I don't. You know what's better for you. A priest told me about the nun who needed his stress meds, but these helped her with prayer in her life. Yeah, there's some good uses for it. I think they. Yeah, I don't think that medicine is inherently evil. I don't think it's all inherently evil. I think the way that it's being used and prescribed is evil in a lot of cases. Women have a nature and men have a nature. Yeah. I do think some some hate women working. I think that some extremely prideful men that think that they're only valued that they can contribute to a household when they overly focus on monetary shit or material shit. I think that they get mad and hate women working. But I don't think that the majority of men really do. Corporate-based jobs are what modern society calls work. Yeah. Which is all kind of bullshit, fake shit to me. It's a false, yeah. I literally only have a job and I get called a boss babe feminist. Well, yeah, and I think that's ultimately what I'm saying is that men that think that the only thing that they can or should provide to a relationship is making money, they get offended by that shit for no other reason that they don't have the other three parts of what being a man is within relationships at least. Like the verse in Proverbs about good women, it lays out a lot. Yeah. Well, and it's almost like the Bible was, inspired by the creator or something. But anyway.
Modern stress and say, yes, must be the equality that did it. That's the way astrologists think. And then there's my favorite, the forced
straw man
argument that Rachel and Jim Bob and Jake all love, that men are stronger. Ooh, look at my muscles. Therefore, we have given women rights out of benevolence. No, rights weren't given. They were won. Women organized, protested, lobbied, marched, starved themselves, chained themselves to railings, got arrested, got beaten, got force-fed, and refused to shut up.
And they convinced too. Like, this is the thing he doesn't understand. This is where, like, the separation of what these people don't understand. This is where people like him just don't comprehend it. Who did they advocate? Who did they protest for? Who did they ask for the permission from? Did they ask from it from women? No, they asked from men. That's what they asked. They asked for men to do that for them. That's what they did. And it's not because men have big well, actually it is. It is because men have big muscles. Like, ultimately, at the end of the day, if what it comes down to is what provides any sort of structure, what's the baseline? Force is the baseline. Force makes everything. It makes bad. It makes good. It makes everything. That's what happens. And that's what they don't understand. They think that force itself is a might make right argument. That's not what force is. Force just is. Force makes. Force doesn't make right. It just makes. Me being a responsible adult hurts their feelings. Yeah. And that's ultimately what it is a lot of men overemphasize the material part of what being a man is, the materialistic provision that they're required to do. Or they think that's the only requirement. They overemphasize that. Till the end of the chapter is about a good woman. She'd be working, she's not a man. Today, the woman without a man must work. Well, even within what work was back then, what did women do? They helped. Okay, they helped turn butter. They did shit on the farms too. Like, women have always worked. It's just the idea that women have never worked and they've always just been in the house and having kids on both their tits, like that's something, you know, obviously that was something that was occurring, and yeah, that was the primary responsibility, but women still did other shit within the household that I would consider work. It is, you know, the payment that they got is that their family was provided for materially. Well, yeah, well, even then, what you're saying, people are dumb to realize that adult women still have to survive in family. Yeah, I mean, and also that's something that's required now. The work is different now than it was in the Middle Ages. Even if there are two people, even if there's a man and a woman in a household and they both have to work, that's not a bad thing. Is it the optimal thing? No. Is it bad? No. A husband and a wife, and both of them having to work to make sure that the material needs of the household are met, is still a good thing. Just not the optimal thing. And even within the Middle Ages, women still had to do some work in the household to make sure that there was some sort of material benefit towards the house. They didn't just have, you know, they weren't just running around chasing kids all day. Those kids worked too. By the time you were 8, I guarantee you were doing something to help material benefit the household.
Feminism were just men being sweethearts, it wouldn't have taken 100 years of fighting to get a ballot paper. And here is the actual kicker. When societies give women equal rights, things improve. Education goes up, domestic violence actually goes down. Health outcomes improve, poverty shrinks, economies grow faster.
Does domestic violence go down, or the way that not only we perceive what domestic violence is, and the way that these feminists ingrain themselves into certain industries, and how they influence how studies are conducted, or does that actually happen? And the way that domestic violence is seen from the perspective of women committing it, did that change? Because I wouldn't say that domestic violence has gone down. I would say that it's just shifted. So it is in camp verbal and emotional abuse be domestic abuse. Yeah, I think that definitely is something that can be considered abuse within the relationship. But that's not what he's talking about, and what these people push forward. They're pushing forward the physical abuse, the beating of the wife and shit. And what was it? What was the other thing that he said?
Actually going equal rights, things improve. Education goes up.
Education. What does education provide? I don't see a whole lot of benefit for a lot of the education that some women are getting within universities. There are a lot of men too. I don't see any benefit for going to college, to having a social studies degree that provides very little to nothing towards the general economy, besides trying to prove feminism correct. That's all they do.
Domestic violence actually goes down. Health outcomes improve, poverty shrinks, economies grow faster.
Did health outcomes improve because women got the right to vote? Or was it technology that did that, you stupid fuck? Are you serious right now? You're going to say that people get healthier because women got the right to vote? Are you retarded? Are you genuinely stupid? That is not, what the fuck are you talking about? Women got the right to vote, so medicine got better. Duh. No shit. Wow. Hope you try to connect that at some point, but you won't.
Actually goes down. Health outcomes improve. Education goes up. Domestic violence actually goes down. health outcomes improve, poverty shrinks, economies...
Poverty shrinks. Does poverty shrink because, well, yeah, you could say that poverty shrinks because there's more than one person working in the household, but I think it actually just equals out to about the same thing over the course of time, where poverty is probably just as prevalent with two people working in a household. It just becomes a part of, it just becomes a requirement for both spouses to work eventually. It doesn't actually improve poverty. And also, you got to understand that we live in a very wealthy society in which we have social programs that provide for those who are impoverished. So even poverty itself is not poverty within our nation, and comparable to what poverty is, has been considered over the course of time. So what does he mean by poverty shrinking? Does he mean that people make more money now than they did back then? Is he correcting for inflation? Is he correcting for the cost of new necessities that are required within a modern day society, like a car? Is he going to address those things, or is he going to just say, well, I don't think he will.
Grow faster. Every major organization on Earth, from the United Nations to the World Bank, backs that. Faster.
Okay, so
actually goes down. Health outcomes improve, poverty shrinks, economies grow faster.
Yes, economies do grow faster. I'll agree with that. Yeah, of course, you dilute the workforce and provide cheaper labor in a general sense to his whole society. If you start not only telling women that they can work, but they should work, yes, that'll provide an economic benefit. What good is an economic benefit if you can't provide a culture which replaces itself? Because these people have pushed this so much for so long that now women think that they should work over should being a mother. You should be working, you should be in a corporate job, you should be all this other shit. You should be working in a factory or whatever. You should be working at a gas station or a fast food place over being a mother. So whatever short-term economic benefits that you think that you have right now, yeah, sure, congratulations, you got that. Over the long term, though, what you've done is you've created a society and a culture over the world that's perpetuated a crisis in which will collapse and destroy places like Japan and South Korea. That's what you've done.
Every major organization on Earth, from the United Nations to the World Bank, backs that. The only people who don't are YouTube commentators who type with one hand while Googling how to talk to women.
Cool. So that, you've just made the men are Coomer red pillar argument. So I'm assuming that you just think Rachel Wilson is a red pillar because you're retarded and you don't actually understand the prescriptions that she would give you for what that, like, she wouldn't agree that that's a good thing, but whatever. Like, what do you think that she's going to defend that, you retard?
Rachel will tell you feminism is a conspiracy, that it's witches, demons, elites, CIA culture warfare.
Well, it was definitely elites. And it was definitely a cultural push by the elites to create a short-term economic benefit that you just praised.
Goddess worship, you name it, but here's the truth. Movements with millions of participants over 100 years don't start with a seance. They start with injustice. Feminism didn't appear because a demon whispered it into somebody's ear. It appeared because women were sick of being treated like unpaid labor with no rights and no escape.
Retard. Unpaid labor. So now what he's saying is that any labor that women had provided within relationships or a household is not a good thing because they didn't get a paycheck. Fucking materialist. That's what he is. He is a materialist, and he thinks that because somebody provided a labor and didn't get paid for it, that somehow is a bad thing. What if you were providing labors of love for a household which produces healthy, intelligent children that make a society better as time goes forward? Doesn't care about that. All he cares about is the money that's in people's pockets.
And look, credit where it's due. Rachel wrote a fantastic book which is actually a great example of feminism working. A woman publishing, speaking publicly, influencing society, debating ideas on stage. That is feminism in action. She's literally doing the thing that says women, that she says women shouldn't be doing. Rachel, you are your own feminist success story.
Nope. So this is the thing. Women were capable speakers and were able to provide good arguments and were able to keep women in check for a long time, up until you created this social economic revolution that provides short-term gain at the cost of women's happiness and the future of the society itself. You have provided nothing. Your prescriptions that you have had that have been tested over the course of over 100 years now have done nothing but created a crisis in which I don't see a solution for, except just trying to tank it and hoping that there's enough Christians within our nation to solve the issue once and for all, and hopefully never becomes an issue again.
Feminism gives us female doctors, astronauts, scientists, prime ministers, Nobel Prize winners, and I mean real ones.
Nope, there were women that worked in those fields before. It was just, that was their calling to do that. And when it's a limited amount of women, when it's not all women that are feeling the pressure to do things like that, and also, what are you talking about? So even within that whole idea that it's provided women doctors, okay, cool, that's a benefit. I'm not going to say that it's not a benefit. But what you've also done is you've provided a whole bunch of women that have a massive amount of student loan debt that they can't pay because they chose a shitty degree. So you've actually, within that idea of pressuring women to do this and to think that this requirement and they should just seek out and do these things that they think that they can provide for society, what actually society has shown them is that there is no requirement for a lot of those things, and they don't pay them. They just give them debt.
Like Marie Curie, Toni Morrison, I'll probably pronounce some of these names wrong, Mara Yousafzai, and Tu Youyou. It gave us leaders like Margaret Thatcher and...
Margaret Thatcher, okay, well, don't get me started on Margaret Thatcher. But anyways, she's a fucking liberal, by the way. Anyways, I'm not going to go off on that tangent. So, I'm sorry, I just... But can he provide the evidence that feminism directly caused these women to do these things? Because women were allowed to be educated. It just wasn't the primary focus. And yeah, they might have been sneered at and laughed at and ridiculed in a way. Oh, like, oh, look at this woman doing this. Okay, if that's all it takes for a woman to not pursue those fields, then they probably weren't. They probably shouldn't have done it. I'm going to be honest with you. There's shit that I've done in my life where people have constantly ridiculed me and said that I can't do it and that I shouldn't even be trying to do it. And I pushed through it and I did it anyways, and I was more satisfied with the result by the end of it. So you creating a culture in which doesn't pressure people into doing things for the sake of the task itself does not actually provide any sort of value other than that you think that all these women doctors wouldn't exist without feminism. You can't prove that. It's an unfalsifiable statement. You can't prove that. There's no way you can prove that.
Angela Merkel, Jacinda Ardern, and trailblazers like Katherine Johnson, whose maths put humanity on the moon. And
maybe,
honest,
who knows? I don't. Half the shit that people say about that kind of stuff, I find out that it's not even true. It's just one aspect of a whole greater whole.
A woman with her arms crossed, waiting for him to finally admit that she was right all along. So Rachel, you can talk about witches, conspiracies, pagan goddesses, shadowy elites, CIA plots, all you like. I will stick to history, evidence, and basic reality. Feminism isn't optional. Equality isn't optional, and women being amazing, capable, brilliant human beings is also not optional. If that bothers you, well, tough. Equality.
Well, okay, so nobody, once again, straw manning and just making assertions nobody thinks that women are incapable or whatever. There's just different sets of skills that men and women have. And you're trying to push women into the masculine role, and they are failing. They're becoming unhappy. They don't want to do it. They don't see themselves as something that, and what that does is it makes them bitter, and then they continue to perpetuate this shit, and it just makes the problem worse and worse and worse. And society slowly degenerates and degenerates and degenerates. Then you tell women not only should they take the masculine roles of like what's entailed of being a man within just the household or society itself, you're also telling them now they should act like men too and be total fucking degenerates and be sexually liberated too. And, or not just sexually liberated too, but also like they should be total fucking coomers as well. Total fucking coomers. Because I wouldn't even say that men should be those things either. But you're playing on also the lesser degenerate aspects of what men are, and you're trying to say that women should be those things too.
It's happening with or without your permission.
Thank you very much for that opening as well. We'll jump right into. I wanted to take a moment to say thank you to our friends at Maine First Project for sponsoring DebateCon 6, as they also believe in the values of free speech and fair debate. Maine First Project is fighting for conservatism in New England and beyond, so check out their link in the description box below.
So Craig, with whose permission is this equality happening?
Humanities.
I can't wait to see Herodiana's famous
Okay,
ensemble.
so when you said that women were granted rights by society,
Suppose I should
you
look
mean
for that
men.
secret hall
At the
Sophronia
time,
told me about.
men were the one that was in charge. Were in charge of society, but that's what women fought for. Women starved themselves, chained themselves to railings, allowed themselves to be beaten just so that they could have the rights that men have. Yes, of course.
That's just a fucking appeal to emotion. That's not actually an argument. I don't know why he's. This is something I don't think he comprehends, is that, okay, so they did these things. Is that what provided the ability to vote? Do I just need to chain myself to a wall until my vote counts for, I don't know, 10? I think my vote specifically should count as 10 votes. Can I chain myself against a wall? And if that happens, does that mean that me chaining myself up against a wall provided me with those 10 votes?
Because men.
Oh, it doesn't. What provided those votes was the system allowing those people to vote. Men gave them the ability to vote because of the baseline force is.
We're the ones that ran society. We had to agree, okay, maybe we should give women rights. And that is a fact that nobody can deny. Men were in charge, mostly have been, not every society in history, but the majority of them. And we had to allow women to have the rights, but they fought for that and they deserve what they fought for.
Well, first of all, it was just a very small handful of crazy terrorist women who did, like you said, they starved themselves, but they also bombed federal buildings and bombed storefronts and terrorized people, and this was a tiny minority. You said that it's not true that most women didn't want the vote and that they came out in huge numbers as soon as they got it. That's actually not true. In both the UK and the United States, only a tiny minority of women actually went to the polls until the 1960s. So they had the vote for like 40 years before most of them used it. And as I stated in my opening, in the referendums on whether women wanted the vote, only like in Massachusetts, they had a statewide referendum on this in the early 1900s. Only about 4% of women who even bothered to show up said they wanted the vote. That doesn't sound like a majority to me. That doesn't sound like a grassroots movement of women who just demanded these changes. That sounds to me like an astroturfed top-down thing. But that aside, again, if men granted women the rights, doesn't sound like they were this evil patriarchy just hoping to keep their boot on women's necks and hold them down. It could be that there were good reasons for things being the way they were for all of human history up until 100 years ago. So what you're going to find is that all of these arguments against feminism rely on framing. They rely on the fallacy of presentism, which is where we look back at history with our present eyes and our present ideals and judge it, which is not accurate. It's actually a logical fallacy to do that.
Yeah, so far right now, everything he said has just been kind of torn apart. And I don't know how he's going to respond to that. I think he's already lost the debate, personally.
So when Craig says things like, oh, women couldn't have, their own bank accounts or their own credit cards, do you guys think there could be a practical reason for this, or was it just men are mean and they don't want women to have money? In fact, there was a practical reason. And when he talks about laws being unequal during this time, he's right, because men were held to the standard of maintaining their families and supporting them. These laws were called breadwinner laws, which were, men could go to jail if they deserted their families or didn't support them, and only men could be held liable for debt. So the way it worked was, maybe you couldn't have a credit card in your own name as a woman because you usually weren't employed. You had someone taking care of you and paying your bills. So you could get on your husband's account at the department store or the grocery store and spend his money. You could run up the debt, but they couldn't hold you legally liable for it. He had to pay the bill. Sounds like a pretty good deal. I'd take that. So, and the same thing with women losing their jobs. This was a common thing. These were marriage bar laws. So if you were a teacher, it most often applied to teachers, they would have in your contract that once you got married, your job would be terminated. But once again, there was a good reason for this. They said, well, you're married, so your husband can support you, you're taken care of. We want these teaching jobs held open for young women who are not married yet, for widows, for older women who've never married. We'd like them to have the teaching jobs. So again, it's framing to make it sound like women were victims of something when really it was the patriarchy taking care of them, and things were logically done this way for the good of everyone.
Okay.
Switch it into about 90-second responses. Go ahead, Craig.
So your claim that women didn't want the vote, the numbers disagree with you. In the United States, 2 million plus women were members of the National American Women's Suffrage by 1917. On the other side, the anti-suffrage women's group had around 350,000 members at the same time, and even historians say that number is probably inflated. That's like 5 to 1. 1913, Washington, D.C. suffrage parade had 8,000 women. You don't just get marches in the streets without there being actual people there. In the United Kingdom, the National Union of Women's Suffrage Societies had over 50,000 women members by 1914. The WSPU, the suffragettes, had thousands more. Many were jailed, beaten, and force-fed. In the 1907 Mud March, had over 3,000 women publicly marching in the rain. That was massive for the time. Meanwhile, the largest anti-suffrage women's group peaked at around 20,000 and then collapsed and merged with some men's organizations. So the reality is that women did want the vote in enormous numbers in organized structures over decades in every country where suffrage was won.
Right, over decades. And this is the thing that I'm saying, is that this wasn't so much a natural movement of women doing this. What this was what Rachel's book talked about. It was a forced cultural movement paid for by people who wanted to create, at bare minimum, a massive economic boom. This was not something that was natural. It was something that was encouraged over the course of time, that deluded women into thinking that they could be the same as men. And what it made was a bunch of, honestly, socially retarded women that can't provide anything to themselves besides bitterness and anger. And I think that fleshes out over the course of time. And what it's done is it's been a perpetual cancer in our society that has made women not understand, or not make them not understand, but made their priorities shift in a way that makes their role basically non-existent. This is the thing, is like the male role in society is being completely filled. There's actually way too many trying to fill the masculine roles in society. What's happening now is that there's not any women fulfilling the feminine roles in society anymore. Yeah, he's not doing a good job so far, at least. Marches, yeah. I mean, like, even with what he's saying, like, I don't think he actually comprehends what he's actually at. He thinks that it just appeared, like the movement just appeared out of nowhere, when it's not. And this shows me he didn't read Rachel's book. He probably just read a summary of it by somebody he agrees with politically, and he doesn't actually understand what the book itself says. What I'm saying basically is essentially what the book is saying. He's just focused on the stupid shit. Yeah. It's appeal to majority. So like everything he's saying, like even within the debate itself, like he's honestly relying on fallacies. Even if it was the case that all women wanted to vote, does that make it a good thing? No. So I don't. A lot of the shit that he says, I mean, he is a fallacy machine. But anyways.
Your claims require pretending that the marches didn't happen, the arrests didn't happen, the hunger strikes didn't happen, the petitions didn't happen, the letters weren't written, the organizations weren't real, the documents in the archives aren't there. That's just kind of erasing history, nothing else. The idea that women never wanted the vote collapses the moment you open an actual history book. In the US, over 2 million women proved that fact.
So again, we're relying on framing here. So you might notice he said, oh, by 1917, there was more membership in some of the pro-suffrage organizations than the antis. Yeah, because and this was not the case for decades running up to this. It was flip-flopped, and what happened is Cornelius Vanderbilt, Alva Vanderbilt Belmont, and some other rich benefactors paid to plump these numbers up. They paid money and funded this whole thing and created giant propaganda campaigns. They created newspapers, pamphlets, and kind of pushed everything that way. So no, it wasn't that women all got together and did this. It was a handful of people who pushed the propaganda, much like we see now when there's marches and people are being bussed in by NGOs and being paid by George Soros to show up and protest. This is true with almost every social revolution, by the way. It's almost never grassroots. If you go back and look, there's usually CIA or intelligence asset involvement, very rich billionaires who are funding these things, and they'll just monopolize the propaganda and push it and push it and push it for decades until they get seemingly enough people on board. So again, this is just a logical fallacy to say this was a groundswell of grassroots movement.
Rachel, quick question. You cite women's anti-suffrage groups, but if women never wanted the vote, why did they need an anti-suffrage movement?
Because they were opposed to suffrage for multiple reasons. They thought it was going to corrupt the family, pit man and woman against each other. They didn't want to have to be involved in the draft. They didn't want to have to do jury duty. They said, we can't secure the government. This is what I said in my opening. We can't protect the borders. We can't go off and fight wars. We can't protect persons and property. They said this is the point of government. If the point of government is to protect persons and property, and we're not capable of doing that, why would you task us with such a thing? So maybe you can answer that.
Well, the follow-up question is, why were the anti-suffrage groups always of lower numbers and
they weren't? That's not true. In the United States, they had much higher membership numbers up until about 2 to 3 years before they passed the 19th.
The data really doesn't show that.
Yeah.
The historical records entirely disagree with that statement.
It's not true. I have multiple citations in my book and in articles that I've written.
Yeah, but he didn't read the citation.
I've read it several times, and the first red flag for me was that it's a 170-something page book with only 30 citations. No credible academic source would have less than 30 citations in a paragraph. So, and your citations, when you actually dig into them, every single one of the citations that you use in your book would diametrically opposed to the points that you
this is something that pisses me off that a lot of left-wing people do, because it becomes a citation circle jerk. They think that because there are a shitload of citations, that means that makes it more true. Citations should be based on quality of the citation. Can I prove something is true by creating citations for somebody else to cite? This is what the left does. So he's citing what he would want to cite is a shitload of people who want to reaffirm the position that he already has. The citations that are provided within Rachel's book are historical and can be traced through showing what happened as a historical fact. His citations that he would use to refute that are just more people trying to push what the case they want to happen is.
You are extremely good at cherry picking data, almost like a flat earther.
That's actually not true either. Again, we're relying on framing. So if you go read my book and you look at the source material, I take the writings of feminists themselves, like I just did with Susan B. Anthony. I quote the very women who were at the front lines of this, the ones who were usually bought and paid for and propped up to be the face of this movement, by the way. And they tell you themselves. Susan B. Anthony said, women don't want this. They have it too good. They have everything they want. They can go to college. So he said a lot of stuff in his opening that was also incorrect. Women were never legally barred from education. We had women's universities already in the 1800, in 1870. We had many of these institutions. It's true that there were a few Ivy League schools that didn't let women in, but so what? This is not some systemic oppression, right?
I do agree with those points that.
Yeah, and they were allowed to work, and they were allowed to have property, and just because, here's the thing. Every time we look at women having any limit put on them, we pretend as though that was not true for men as well, and it was. So he said women didn't have the vote. That's true. Did you know that men only got the right to vote about 10 years before women did? All men couldn't always vote. And people just assume this because it's always framed and presented this way, as though all men had all the rights and no women had any rights, and it's simply just historically inaccurate. Women had all kinds of rights. Men took very good care of them, and this is one of the reasons they did cite wanting to be anti-suffragists, because they said, look, we have protection and provision right now that we're going to lose if you try to make us equal with men. We don't want to go out and work 40-hour weeks and raise kids and be in government and politics and have to vote in opposition to our own husbands. We don't like
right, and that's ultimately what I'm saying too, is the problem within democracy is that that's what happened, right? Is that within the system itself that we have, it created all of those problems and made them worse, and also created a schism between men and women because of that. It made these social issues that are being pushed and the different ways that women and men approach these types of social issues basically destroy relationships in the process of limited, or not limited, but an overarching change within the political system itself. So it's not actually provided anything within the system itself. The only thing that is provided is short-term monetary gain or economic gain, and a overarching schism within men and women that has caused a lot of the problems that I think has happened within the society. Everything that he's asking for, or everything that he has gotten out of the feminist movement, has provided nothing but degradation to the system itself and short-term economic benefits that will crash out with the birthing rate crisis. And yeah, ultimately, I don't understand what long-term benefits he thinks he can say has happened besides the end result of what people in the beginning in the anti-suffrage movement have said would happen has happened. He can't refute these because they've been proven correct over the course of time.
this idea. We think it's going to break up families, and that's what we care about.
Well, I disagree that it breaks up families. I've got actually quite a lot of data on
why are families left?
When you were talking about
why are there
child
less
neglect
families?
and things like that, and yes, it's the rise of feminism is also the rise of that, but it's also the rise of Pokemon. There's been a rise of child neglect. You're doing
What the fuck are you talking about? What?
I'd love to actually go through the data with you at another point. I really want to talk to you about your book because I did enjoy it a lot, honestly. But you just can't erase the fact that millions of women fought and marched and protested. Saying that women didn't want the vote is ignoring the fact that women were marching in the street saying we want the vote.
Some women, a minority of women. So what?
Wasn't a minority.
It was a minority.
There was also a lot of women that wouldn't voice it, that they wanted it, because...
So with that statement he just made right there, is he going to honestly say that 51% of women wanted the right to vote? What the fuck is he talking about?
We're in the position of, well, my man maybe doesn't want me to vote, so I'm going to say that. You know,
that's not what Susan B. Anthony said. She said that if women... By the way, this is the other great criticism everybody has of me, is that I'm a feminist because I wrote a book, or I'm a feminist because I'm here speaking to you. Again, 1902, Susan B. Anthony said, women are allowed to speak in public, women can write books. If we go back to... the late 1700s, there were feminists writing polemics, touring, being single moms, right? Mary Wollstonecraft was a single mother who was paid to tour Europe and talk about feminism. She was paid to write. She made a living for herself off of writing about feminism in the late 1700s. So this idea that women couldn't do these things, it's a logical contradiction, because they had to do those things to even get feminism going.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was getting a bit of feedback out of those.
But if you hold your mic up closer, you won't have to boost your audio.
Yeah, so not all women were voicing their opinions. The advent of feminism, a lot of women just weren't speaking up because they...
Not all women were voicing their opinions. Are all women voicing their opinions right now, you fucking moron? Are all women politically connected? Are all women going out in the streets and fucking expressing their political opinion? What are you talking about? Like, that's such a retarded fucking thing to say. Not all, of course not all women were. Not all women are now, you idiot.
We're very used to really not speaking up. Now, I'm going to agree with you that, yeah, women could teach and stuff before, but it was frowned upon in society in a lot of times. You know, I'm not going to go listen to a woman talk. Who wants to listen to a woman talk? Whereas now, Rachel, you can stand on stage with an entire room of people.
What does that have to do with anything? Can you honestly tell me that women teaching was frowned upon? Women were the ones who taught children throughout the majority of human history, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, what are you talking about? Higher education? Are you talking about higher educated? Okay, so higher education, which has only existed for the past, I don't know, a few hundred years, was well, maybe not. We'll say that. Okay, so higher education has always been dominated by men. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and why is that a problem? Is it because, like, what are the women that are teaching higher education right now doing? The majority of them are teaching social studies to perpetuate feminism. That's all they're doing. So feminism created a problem which feminism solved. Okay.
But absolutely love listening to you. You are influencing these people in a way that feminism has attributed you the right to do.
That's not true. I just got done debunking that idea.
Let me finish my point. It's not just what the data shows, it's what the people's attitudes were. The men were the ones that were deciding what was happening. The men were saying to the women, oh, maybe you shouldn't have the vote. And the
men are still the ones deciding what's happening. I wouldn't be able to do this right now without men. This microphone I'm holding was invented by a man. A man plugged this in. James is running this whole
debate. And the woman can do that,
This
right?
electricity, this technology, this building that we're sitting in is...
Okay, so women can do that, right? What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, women can do that. Anybody can do anything, just about. So that's not an argument at all. So women can do that? What are you fucking saying? Okay, so women can do that, but who did it? Who did it? That is the point.
Built by men and it's maintained by
So
men,
the
and women
advance of
cannot do that.
the advancement of super. Hold on. Who wrote the software that sent men to the moon?
Oh, women.
Majority men wrote that software. Just because somebody created the method in which the code was being expressed does not mean that women are the one who invented the fucking moon landing. What are you talking about? This is the thing. I remember going through that shit with JS's stream one time, and what it ended up being is that I don't even think that the code itself was written by a woman. What it was the method in which the code, like, was being expressed. I forgot. I don't know a lot about this shit. But what I'm saying is that women did not invent the code that went to the moon. Women created, or a woman created one aspect of which the code was being used. It wasn't that a woman invented the entirety of the moon landing, you fucking moron.
Color?
No. Who
They
cares
got
about
it
the
right.
color?
They got it right the first time, by the way, by hand.
Not who cares about the color? I'm just in. The woman wrote the software for a man to
No.
go to the moon, and
A
they chose
woman.
to do that because she was the best one to do it at the time.
A
In fact,
woman
during
created
before
the-
we had computers like we call computers. Computers were usually women that were doing lots of math really, really quickly. That was what a computer was.
So do you think those women can build and maintain the infrastructure that allows us to have technology?
Absolutely, they can. There's no reason why a woman could not use the tools that a man uses.
That's really weird because I've noticed this bizarre thing that feminism magically came about after the technological and industrial revolutions. Isn't it weird that we had thousands of years of history that women never dominated, feminism never came about? It's almost like we needed the industrial revolution and the technological revolution to produce technology that gave us this illusion that women are equal with men and that they can do everything a man can do. Over 90% of infrastructure jobs are still held by men. And it's not because women haven't been pushed to do it. It's not because they can't, because they just want to do it and the evil misogynists are keeping them out. Number one, they can't. Physically, they cannot run oil rigs. They cannot pour concrete all day. They cannot do roofing. They cannot.
No, they can't, you fucking idiot.
They
Oh
can't
my.
do those things for more, if
The
they
largest
can do them
building
at all.
group where I live in Fife is run by women, and the majority of their employees are women. And one of the most
Wait, what
successful.
is it? Say the
I live
first
in a
part.
place called Fife in Scotland.
Okay.
And the largest building group is, a lot of their employees are women, and their CEO is a woman. Sorry.
Okay, who's putting up the steel beams? Who's laying the concrete?
The women that are doing the work, using the tools.
Oh, they
There's
are?
I don't think that's how I was supposed to solve that
concrete
fucking
into
puzzle,
things
but
that
I
hold
glitched the
them
fuck out of it
and
anyway.
out. Tools allow you to do things. I was in the military, and I trained with lots of women that would go on the marches alongside me, and
Okay,
be
but
just
this
as
doesn't prove
able
anything.
to have endurance.
That's
as I
weird
was.
because why don't we have any female Green Berets or Navy SEALs? After decades of them desperately trying to produce one, and they've still never been able to do it. Why do you think that is?
Because men are stronger, and the standards to get in are based on you doing this, and men are not. I'm never going to deny the fact you are 100% right. Men are.
No, what he's saying was with the can thing is that, yeah, a woman can. Can a woman lift 300 pounds? Yeah, a woman can lift 300 pounds, but what does it require for that woman to lift that 300 pounds? And can every woman do it? And can a generality of women do it? No. What he's arguing is very minute, like, extreme percentages of women that might be able to do it, but wouldn't be able to consistently do it. But when I say women, a generality, if you put one woman, if you just pick two people, one man, one woman, could a woman lift 300 pounds? No. Can a man generally? Yeah, probably could.
Bigger and stronger.
Yes.
But we live in a world where now maybe before, like, you know, obviously to get things started, maybe we needed bigger men to make the machines in the first place. But now we live in a world where the machines already exist to make other
So
machines
you agree
that can
with
make
me?
tools.
He agrees
Hold
with
on one
me.
second,
He
please.
just conceded that it was men who created technological advancements that even made it
Rachel,
possible
and
to
that's-
imagine that women could be
Rachel,
on par
that is
with
the point.
men.
That is the beginning. That is where it started. But we live in a world now where it doesn't need to be just the men. A woman can do the job just as well as men.
So that's the thing that he's saying right now. Like, he just fell into the presentism fallacy. Like, he's making a fallacious argument that's already been called out.
If the tools are available.
So it's just tools.
Well, the tools exist now.
Uh-huh.
And
So
women can also make tools.
Have you ever
a woman
seen,
can, a
have you
woman
ever
can
seen the
mine.
viral videos of men?
Women can make tools, but who did it? That's the whole thing. Is that, yeah, women can, but did they? No, they didn't. So the is argument that he's making that women can do it, they could have done it. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't think that's a falsifiable position. I think that's an unfalsifiable position. He's just trying to create an argument that can't be argued against.
Running oil rigs and going down into sewers and dealing with that sort of thing.
Are you saying there's 0 women that work on oil rigs?
There are almost 0 women in the
Almost
hard
0,
labor.
or are there 0?
It doesn't matter if there's an outlier.
Of course it matters, because
No,
if
it
you're
doesn't.
saying that women can't do
Because
this job, that would mean that there has to be
Craig,
no women doing this job. If there is women doing this job, then that means women are capable of doing this job.
He's literally doing the meme where you say most women are shorter than men, and some woman goes, "But I'm 5'7" though, and I know a man that's 5'4." It's
literally not what I'm saying. Your claim was that women can't work on
Literally is exactly what he's saying.
oil rigs. That was the word you said. I'm not misquoting you. You
they
said women.
can't. Women
Then
as
Rachel,
a group
why are there
cannot
women that work
do
on
what
oil
men
rigs?
can.
Why is there?
There aren't women that do the actual hard labor. Have
Are you
seen
claiming
those
there is
guys,
0? Right, Rachel.
Pulling the
hold on.
300, 400-pound things. Have you ever seen
Rachel,
a woman
hold
lift
on.
a 400-pound diesel engine and drop it
Rachel,
into a truck?
are you claiming there is no women in the world that do that job?
I'm claiming that women as a group cannot maintain.
No, Rachel, come on, stop avoiding
It's
the
a different
question.
claim. Don't straw man my
Is
claim.
there any
Okay, so now he's making another fallacy. The exception makes the rule. Like, what is he saying? Is that just because a woman can do that, and just because specifically one woman does do that, does that mean that that should make the rule for all society, that all women are capable? That doesn't make... What is he fucking talking about? Like, this is what I mean. His entire argument is just fallacy after fallacy after fallacy, and he doesn't give a shit. And he just keeps trying to argue it, even after being refuted. This is why the left, for the most part, can't be taken seriously when they're trying to debate things.
women in the world that do
I'll
the
grant
job?
it doesn't matter, because what I'm saying
See,
is...
she won't admit it. She won't admit
I did,
that
I
women
He just granted it. You stupid fuck.
are able to do the job.
I
She's saying
granted
women are
that
incapable
maybe
of doing.
some women are. It has
Well, there
no
we go.
bearing. Because here's the question, Craig. Here's the question. Can women as a whole keep the infrastructure that maintains this modern world going without men?
Yeah.
No, they can't.
Why not?
Well, you love science, right?
Yes.
So scientifically, let's think about this. If tomorrow all women disappeared from planet Earth and only men were left, how do you think people would do? Do you think that they could keep electricity going? They could keep food supply lines
Honestly, most men are pretty stupid, and we'd be dead in a few weeks without the women.
What the fuck is he talking about? No, if all women disappeared and men could somehow continuously repopulate themselves, no, I'm sorry. And ultimately, yeah, what you could say is that, well, women are needed to... I don't know what the fuck he's saying. And I'll be right back. My fucking blood sugar's dropping. This is stressing me out. All right, I'm back. All right, maybe I won't spurg out so much now. Yeah, pretty much. Like, it's not even back to square one. It's that what happened is that his argument has been refuted, and the only way that he can see a way around it, and maybe he doesn't understand that this is what he's doing, but I honestly think he's bad faith enough to the point where he probably does know he's doing. He's making rhetoric points at this point. Just because the just because women can do it does not mean that they will do it and that they are doing it. So, like, that's where his whole argument is that women can, but are they? No. And in a general speaking way, can women in general do it? No. What are you talking about? Like, his whole argument is retarded.
Wow.
Come on, every husband here knows for a fact that their wife has kept them alive, and you can't argue with me.
I didn't know I was debating like the final boss of Simps today, but here we are.
I'm not going to deny that I adore women. I see the value I see the value and the power that women can have, but I in no way think women are above men.
So
and that's one thing I just want to.
Let's ask the second part of the question.
Give me one sec. Give me one sec.
Sure.
That's what I want to make clear. I am never going to claim that we should bow down to women and women should be in charge. I just think that women should be afforded, if they want to do these things, the opportunity and the ability and the rights to do it.
Well, they've had that for 100 years and they don't want to do it. Guess what?
And look, I'm going to try to take what he said, his little retarded joke that he made, in good faith. What does he mean by save? Does he mean like emotionally support? Yeah. Women do emotionally support men and make them more capable and better at doing the things that they do. Yeah, no one says that women don't provide a very necessary portion or a very necessary role that help men do what they do. Nobody's saying that. This is the retarded thing. He thinks that women need to be able to do everything, and just because they can do everything in a very retarded, very low percentile way, and a very specific, just because logically they can means that they do.
The women here don't want to do sewage treatment work.
Maybe these women don't, but there's some that do.
Oh yeah, I've seen that where he thinks just because people laugh means people like him.
Concrete. They don't want to do cell phone tower maintenance where you're climbing,
Rachel, then why is there people that do that are women?
There aren't.
None at all.
It's a tiny.
Once again, she's claiming that
it doesn't matter. It doesn't. As
it
we've
doesn't
said,
matter. This is not
outlier, it doesn't matter. Pointing to an outlier does not mean that women as a group could maintain modern technical infrastructure.
Rachel,
I can't believe that a guy
your claim.
who believes in science is sitting here trying to get you all to believe
Rachel,
that if men disappeared from the planet tomorrow, which is part 2 of my question, let me get it out. Part 2 of the question. All men disappear from planet Earth tomorrow, and it's only women. How long do you think people survive? How long do the lights stay on? How long do we have clean drinking water? How long do we have indoor plumbing? How long before buildings start collapsing, before elevators don't work? Because men are the ones that build and maintain these structures. Women, as a group, cannot and don't want to, but they cannot do it. It's not possible for women to do.
The world we live in now.
Disagree. So this is what, I mean, ultimately I can't, prove, nobody can actually prove this, but the most likely outcome for if all men disappeared, what would happen is that society would totally and completely collapse. And if women could find a method in which they could repopulate themselves, the society that we currently live in would not be functional. There would be a whole lot of women who have a lot of useless social degrees that wouldn't be able to make a society function. And I mean, that's just the case. What are women doing right now that make society functional that's not based on the backs of men. Not a lot. Not very many things at all.
Tools that exist in the world that we live in now.
Who builds
Hold
the
on,
tools?
let me finish, Rachel, please. The tools already exist, and your question is if they disappeared now, and right now the tools exist. So if all the men disappeared right now, the women would pick up the tools the men were using and keep things going.
That is hilarious. I love that. So you think, and by the way, I am a firearms
Because in a
instructor.
general sense,
using firearms.
so in a general sense, even the tools that we have now cannot be used in a general sense by women. So the tools are here, and in a general way, only men can use those.
For years, and
pew pew.
Yeah, more than half of my female students do not have the hand strength to properly load a magazine and operate a semi-automatic pistol. I have to give them a revolver, something that's smaller, something their hand strength can handle. It usually takes me a good
That's
several...
a badly designed gun.
Huh?
It should be easy to load a gun. You shouldn't take that force.
Oh, it's
what the hell are you?
Maybe
what?
you're not familiar. You were in the military.
So
these
I use an
spring-loaded
SA-80,
magazines,
and with the
yeah,
SA-80,
they take a
with
little
the
bit of hand
SA-80,
strength.
one pullback, and anyone could do that.
The
no
average
problem.
male has like double the hand strength that a woman has.
Yeah, and the guns exist that are easy to load.
Sure, and look, there's a reason why I tell women to train with them, because they're the only thing that comes close to kind of equalizing force. It's really the only thing we've got.
Hold on.
But it's not enough.
Let me ask you a question.
To maintain, we're talking about maintaining the modern world, and if I'd love for you to tell me how tomorrow, just because the tools exist, women are going to start building steel buildings. They're going to start laying concrete. They're going to start doing infrastructure jobs where you have to be able to lift hundreds of pounds.
Why would they not? Do you not know that exoskeletons are a thing? Right, you are.
Holy fuck, dude. Okay, so this is what I don't think there is being understood by the left when somebody says that men are the ones pouring the concrete and doing these things. It's not that all women can't do it. It's that the amount of women who can and would even be willing to do it is so small that even by necessity of survival, there would be such a small amount of women that would do it and that are capable of doing it, that society itself would fall apart completely. So even if you got rid of the reproductive things, this is something that I don't think that women quite understand either. Even if technology advances to the point where men and women are no longer needed to repopulate the planet, what will replace? What do you think the primary thing that a government would push to have? More women or more men? It'd be more men, because they are, in a general sense, way more capable. And if they think that what's actually going to happen is that we're actually going to create these genetically super women that replace men, no, it's not what's going to happen. What would be easier is just producing genetically manipulated men. That would be an easier way of doing it.
You're positing it in a very specific way. If they disappeared now, we live in a world now where women can use tools to make them a lot stronger than they ever were.
I just want to jump in. Folks, if you're in the audience, I need you to, if you're going to say something to a friend, I need you to whisper it as quietly as possible, because I can hear from both sides. Some folks that are talking to a friend, and I can hear it as if it's at a normal volume. I need you to whisper it, or ideally don't do it at all, just so we can hear the speakers. Go ahead.
Sorry, what was I saying?
You were telling me how the strong, independent women are going to start laying concrete and doing roofing tomorrow because tools.
Well, do you agree that the tools exist that allow people to do these jobs?
The tools exist that allow men to do those jobs.
Why could women not use those tools?
You don't put a jackhammer in Rachel's hand and she can suddenly operate it. I weigh
So is there any women
pounds?
that can use jackhammers?
There might be some
Terrible
women
argument.
somewhere. Do you think that there are enough
I know
women
specifically that use jackhammers.
So if let's here's a good analogy to try to help you understand this. I don't know what's not computing. Let's imagine that we're trying to maintain populations and only 1% of women can give birth. Do you think we're going to maintain the population, or do you think we need far more than 1% of women to be able to do that in order to maintain it on a systemic level? It's the same thing with infrastructure. Just because you have 1 or 2 butch-ass chicks who can maybe do some of these things for a limited amount of time, you would never keep thousands of cities running. You would never keep nuclear power plants and oil rigs and sewage treatment plants going if only women had to run them. You need men for modern civilization. So again, this is all an illusion. The illusion women have that they're equal with men is built on the premise that this stuff just appeared here. These lights just appeared. This microphone I have the tool. The tool is here. We see this in certain places where we go to give tribal people modern tools. We give them water. We give them wells. And then when the people who give it to them leave, they cannot maintain it.
And it's also built on the assumption that the tool maintains itself. Just because the tool is there, that somehow that tool will always be there. It's not. It wouldn't be. I will say though that my wife has saved me literally and figuratively. Yeah, that's the thing, is I don't think that, like, people take these types of debate and they assume that it means directly that women have no value. It's not what anyone will say. That's not what anyone means. But if you put it into this hypothetical where which one would succeed and which one wouldn't, even with the male-only society, if we're not talking about infrastructure, if there's only a male society, there would be, it would still be a failed society in a sense. What an all-male society, what would that be? I mean, it would basically just be the most extreme of communism. It would. If you had just women, what would it be? You just wouldn't have a society. I mean, or you would have a very low-level kind of tribal stick-hut society.
Have the IQ, or they don't have the prerequisite skills to maintain what you've given them. It would be the same thing, and it's even if you have tools, they still require strength. Like I said, diesel engines. There's jobs that require multiple big, strong dudes with big, huge tools to build giant skyscrapers, to put sewer pipes into the ground. Like these big infrastructure jobs, it's just a fact of physics, and you're supposed to be a science and evidence guy.
Yeah, but
I don't
Rachel,
get
you're
this.
just saying that women can't do that.
They can't.
But there is
As a
women.
group,
There is women that do that. But there's
what
also,
would it matter if there's
also
3 women?
Wait,
You think
Rachel, can I just let
Sally
you talk
is
for
going to
ages?
just maintain the world on her own? Sally and Karen, the two that can theoretically do this?
Let's switch it over to Craig.
Thank you. So there's weak men as well as weak women.
But
But
that's
there
not
is
an
more
argument.
than enough women in the world that are capable of holding a jackhammer. And
So
moving
let me
trucks
put it
and
in this
loading-
way. If somebody is saying there's 10 men and 10 women, 8 of those women are physically weak. But there's 2 women that are really strong. Now, and then also within those 10 men, you've got at least 2 men that are really weak. It's not an argument. It's not an argument at all. It doesn't refute anything that Rachel said.
Things and using tools and conveyor belts and everything. There is more than enough women in the world that are smart enough and capable enough to use the tools that already exist to keep it going. You are just saying, I don't think women are strong enough to ever do this. You've got no data to back up that women can't do this. The fact that women do these jobs, even if it is an outlier.
Reminder, folks, if you can turn your phones off and keep the audience down.
Yeah.
All right, well, what he was saying was retarded and already been refuted multiple times. I don't know why he keeps trying to recircle around this. But women women would stand around looking at tools and then would delegate a committee to delegate who would work the tools, and another committee to evaluate the tools works at the tool works at intervals. Yeah, I mean, I actually don't think that that's actually what would happen. I think that that structure and the delegation of what I actually think that men, in a general sense, want to create a system in which delegates certain aspects of work to other people. And everyone would need a turn and a tea break. Yeah, I think that the breaks would probably go away. Breaks would probably go away if it was just men. But yeah, and everyone needing a turn would also be an aspect of femininity. But it's the same as communism. The factories already exist. The tools already exist. But yeah, well, communism also expects things to continue to exist and to continue to progress. And that the way that communism delegates out, what I'm saying is ultimately, what I'm ultimately meaning by that is that I'm saying that all sort of political structure is based in is masculine by nature. I think that if there's a society that's only by women, it would be very loose-fitting cultures that create very tribalistic and very inherently violent.
The fact that women do these jobs that you are saying women can't do just disproves you. Yes, there's less of them. Maybe a lot of them don't want to do it, but some do. And that's what feminism is. Feminism is saying that you have to do this job. Feminism is saying that if you want to and you're able to, go on then.
Craig, the best argument you're making today is that I, as a woman, am better.
So this is the thing. Our society was already, if a woman could do it and wanted to do it, go ahead and do it. What he's saying is that society wasn't that way because people and the culture discouraged it. That's what he's saying. You could do these things. It just wasn't culturally accepted. So the cultural acceptance is what he's pushing for. The empowerment, the lying to women and saying that that men and women are generally the same. That's the lie that feminism pushed that made everything so fucked up at this point.
At understanding logic and physics than you, a scientist man. Like, that's your best argument, and the one that makes me feel like maybe you got me is the fact that I'm here with my blonde hair, looking like a bimbo, and understanding these very simple concepts better than a man who, debates scientifically for a living. You're actually sitting here trying to argue against physics and biology. You think men and women are equal and can do the same things? You think they have the same levels of strength, the same capacity? Or is it that, just one sec, because even if a couple women are stronger than men and a couple men are weaker than women, on average, that does not negate the whole, which is that on average, almost all men are stronger than almost all women. Just because you can...
Exactly. And that's the kind of thing that I think that, I think that ultimately what feminism has done too is it's also infected men and made them think that men are the same as women too. So I think there is an aspect of feminism where they've kind of twisted men into thinking that they've made men think that they're not as capable and that women are more capable in these aspects than what they are. And like, once again, women are not useless, and there's not a value to having women in certain fields, just especially very specific women. There could be specific women that do good in these things. It's just because they can does not mean it is that way. And it doesn't mean that feminism created a system that ability for them to do that. It's retarded. Feminism takes claim over anything that a woman has ever done. That's what's really dumb about feminism, is that even the women that have done good and that have made accomplishments in whatever field, feminism takes credit for it. It superimposes itself on it and says that it's actually not just because that woman was capable and able to do this thing. It's because of feminism that they were able to do it at all. It's retarded. What up, Gay2? Like people becoming dependent on AI, then losing it as a tool. Their inability to do the job without the tool is a crux of the issue. Yeah. And I think that's something that the Hakikachu guy didn't quite grasp, is that, well, AI is making everything even. No, it's actually making people, one, more reliant, and also, two, if your whole society is reliant on AI to equalize with the West, all the West has to do is turn off the AI. And then not only are you retarded because you're cousin fuckers, but not only are you retarded, but your society is retarded because you're cousin fucking. Your society is also relying on a tool. Once it's taken away, now it's even less capable than it was based on just the cousin fucking.
Point to an outlier doesn't prove your case. And as a guy who debates flat earthers, you should know this. And I know that you know it. So I don't even think you're being serious.
Your claim that there aren't enough women to do these jobs there's no data to back that up. So maybe right now, not a lot.
There's no data to back that up. There is data, plenty of data. That's all the data says, is that there's not enough capable women to fit in the role of men, that what men do currently right now in a generality. There is data. That's what the data says. That's what all the data says. You fucking idiot.
To back it up.
Maybe right now, not a lot of women do those jobs, but if those jobs...
Well, this is the thing that they've been saying for 100 years. Well, maybe not right now, but eventually women will be 50-50 equal. Like, what the fuck, dude? It's not happening. It won't happen. The more freedoms that you provide to a society, women focus on being that feminine role and tend to not want to seek these corporate, these industrial jobs that you want them to. You've provided all the freedom that you can. The more society and culture stops pressuring women to want to fill in a certain type of role, they fit into the role that they naturally would. That has been that role, the role that they have had and have maintained for thousands of fucking years. You idiot. That's what the fucking data says, you fucking dipshit.
Were needed because there was no men left. Women would do it, and they would use the tools, and they would go, right, so I'm strong, maybe I should go and do that, because that would be good for society right now, because we need to keep the oil plants running.
Okay, here's a question. Let's say we do that. Let's say all the women take over all the infrastructure jobs. It's kind of like evolution, I guess, where it just, you have enough time. If you have enough time, just excessive amounts of time, and somehow women are going to become men. It just changes into something else because time. Maybe it's like that. But let's say this happens. What? Let's say that women...
What? Yeah, fuck you, stupid bitch. You fucking retarded goddamn donkey. What the fuck is you drooling goddamn baboon? Fucking shit, I'm getting pissed now. I fucking hate Craig. This is the thing. I honestly think that these people really do think that over the course of like 10,000 years, that women are just going to be able to fucking do everything that men do. I think the evolution argument is perfect. Like they're just going to have chicks with dicks flopping around everywhere, and goddamn dudes with, oh my god, I almost went too far. Dudes with slits, chicks with dicks. Like, this is what they think the world's going to eventually become. Like, like they just want to reverse everything. That's what they want. And it's retarded and stupid. Why reverse anything? Everything works the way it works. This is, even when I was an atheist, I was like, why the fuck do they want women to act like, to be men? Like, that was something that was always in my mind. This is not something, this is where these delusional fucking retards on the left just completely lose everybody. Even an atheist can see that this is retarded shit.
Become strong enough to maintain the infrastructure that allows them to get strong enough to maintain the infrastructure. what happens to the birth rate?
If there's only women.
If women are maintaining the infrastructure, we just say, look, men, you've done enough. Just sit down and rest, kick up your feet. We've got this. We're going to take it from
But
here.
that's not what feminism is.
We do the rosy.
That's not what feminism is. It's, you know, feminism is just these baseline, this one thing that you could just do whatever you want since you're a woman, which is ultimately inherently super fucking gay. But also, like it's not what the movement does. Look, you can have the definition of what you think a word is, but the feminist movement itself is not that definition. And you know it. You know it. You know it's not that definition. That's why when you get put in a corner, anybody that debates feminism will ultimately just go, well, that's not the definition. That's not the definition of the word. We're not arguing the actual movement of feminism and what it's done. We're just arguing the word now. And the thing is, and the thing is, right, like ultimately, what is it, even what Rachel is saying is still a little bit, there's still a little bit of a gap in it. You could just say what I was saying, that you could just have a society that's just women that can reproduce itself. What kind of society would you have? It would be a fucking weird tribalist culture, fraught with just nothing but constant violence, in my opinion. Because there's no one there that has the capacity to be a leader enough to where peace could happen. There would be no structure within a total female society. It would fall apart. There'd be groups of women that would be really close and super nice to each other and brushing each other's hair and picking berries and farming fucking tampons in the fucking fields or whatever they would do. But what would ultimately happen is that they would have their in groups. You could see this within like high schools and shit. There are groups of women that just become segregated. I mean, it happens with men too, but it happens with women specifically very extremely and very harshly. With men, there might be two big groups of men. There are less groups of men than there are groups of women. There are way more smaller groups of like 2 or 3 women that are best friends that hate all the other groups of women. And with men, there are in general way bigger friend groups. Women will say they have more friends, but they don't. They have a way smaller circle of close friends than what men do. Men will be friends with a bunch of different men. And it's just like, yeah, I know that guy. I hadn't talked to him a couple years, but he's a fucking badass dude. But anyway, I'm droning on now. But ultimately, you don't even have to do this. You can just go to the ultimate thing where there are no women have just found a way of procreating without men, and men don't exist anymore. And you could just make this argument.
The Riveter, we're like, we've got this. We're going to take care of the infrastructure. We've got this. Don't worry about it. Just sit back. You can take care of the kids. So we already see now that birth rates are falling below replacement levels. And the number one correlate worldwide, regardless of economics, regardless of race, country, anything, is women's access to higher education and their participation in the workforce. In other words, when you tell women, go work all day long, they don't want to have a bunch of kids. So if the women are maintaining the infrastructure, who births the babies? Who's going to...
And also, when women have children, guess what? It's an extraordinarily physically taxing thing. So if you were to put that burden on women and make them be the providers for the family, they would have less children, because if they had kids, they would make less money. They would have to be out of work for a couple of weeks every time that they have a kid. Depending on their age, it could be a couple of months. Like, this is the thing. Like, just on that fact alone, women are less capable in the workforce than men. And that's a harsh thing, but that's the truth of it. Men don't have to do that. Men can make more money over the course of their entire life, and maintain families and maintain the birth rate by being the primary people that work. I don't know. I'm getting juiced up. I got a damn sugar rush now.
To raise them and breastfeed them and get pregnant and do all the labor and delivery.
So, right, yes, there is a fall in birth rates pretty much around the world at the moment. But the interesting thing is that the fall in birth rates...
Yes, and which cultures have the greatest birth rate, like the greatest replacement rate issue? Which one of those societies? All the societies that are secular by nature are the ones that have it worse. The only nations that don't have it as bad are the ones that are Christian. And the ones who have it the least are the Muslims. Because they fuck their cousins, so they don't, you know, they got plenty of opportunities, I guess. But, fuck.
It also applies to countries that are extremely men, or countries that have nothing to do with feminism. A lot of those countries, the birth rates are also falling. So to claim that the fact that birth rates are falling is due to feminism ignores the fact that birth rate is also falling in countries where feminism is non-existent.
Well, I have a study here in my phone I can pull up.
I have several as well.
I have a bunch. They did a huge study.
I got more than you.
They had a huge study in China.
I want to slap. Okay. I need to settle down. Because YouTube got this new AI shit going, so I'm going to politely walk up to this person and tell him to stop speaking.
China's this big emerging global superpower, and they did a big study there. And they found there that the #1 correlate to lower birth rates is women's access to education and work. This makes total sense. There were things that contributed to falling birth rates before that, like the birth control pill and other, you know, contraceptive methods, and then widespread acceptance and legalization of abortion. But that doesn't even account for the further drop we've seen in the decades since then. And what it is NGOs going in around the world to places like Africa, to places like Asia, and pushing women's liberation there, pushing women to school. So this is another thing that we've done. We've subsidized women's...
Now look, this is something I'll say about education, right? I don't think that there's anything wrong with a woman being at least educated to some extent. Like I don't think that... I think that ultimately... I think education should never be the primary thing that you should teach your daughters, right? I would teach my daughter the primary thing that I want for her is to have a family, to have a good husband, to live a good life within the church, right? Secondary is, you know, get an education, make sure you're not retarded and drooling. You know, make sure you can fucking think a little bit. And make sure you can do math. Make sure you're capable of taking care of yourself to some extent, because you never know in the type of culture that we live in. I mean, there's nothing wrong with going to nations and trying to educate them. The problem is the pushing of feminism. That's the problem.
Education, and we've pushed them into going to college around the world and told them you can't have a good life without college. Children are a ball and chain. They're going to hold you back. They're going to be bad for you and make you vulnerable to abuse. So you need a college education. You have to go to work instead. And when we do that...
And see, and something else, this is another thing I've been deep diving into. I think the idea of the nuclear family is ultimately what destroyed and left women susceptible to this kind of thing. Because what was it like before the concept of the nuclear family? It was you lived around your parents and your grandparents, and you all helped each other. You all had children very young, so you had grandparents that could help you. You had your mom and dad that could help you, that were already pretty settled in, financially at least, that could help you. And this was the way that society worked for so fucking long. And then they started pushing this idea of the nuclear family. You got to have this white picket fence, this cardboard cutout fucking house somewhere that's far away from your family, and you need to be independent and on your own. This is another way I think that society has kind of crumbled to, is the concept of the nuclear family and presenting that as the primary thing that should, the primary goal in your life. Anyways, and that tangent over.
We see as women don't have babies. Why? It's super intuitive. If you're spending your fertile years going to college and building a career, you're not going to have kids. If you do have kids, you're going to wait until you're in your 30s or later. So the average age a woman has her first child now in this country is close to 30. It used to be 20. And we're seeing maternal mortality rates go up in the modern world for the first time since we discovered germ theory and antibiotics, because women are waiting until they're in their late 30s or 40s to have babies, at which point it becomes more dangerous. The risk to the mother and to the child and birth defects all go up. So this is ass backwards, stupid stuff.
And by the way, just something that randomly popped up in my head. I could be remembering this wrong. But the idea of like washing your hands and making a sterile environment for people in the hospital, guess where that came from and guess who it was for? It was by a man to protect pregnant women. There were so many women that were dying during childbirth and the aftercare in the hospital, like women that would give birth and it was perfectly fine, everything went well. But this massive increase of women just dying while in the hospital after giving childbirth happened. And guess what? Because of that, because of the men, because of this man and the sympathy that he had for women and the obsession that he had, that he knew that he could solve this problem, and he did. And like this is something that people don't talk about, the inspiration of a lot of the things that men do. Men do all this shit for women. We do this to protect and provide for women. That's what we do. That's a good thing. That's what men's role is in society, is to protect women and children. This is a noble thing. And and it makes me angry now that we're in a culture that says that this is us treating women as if they're children, or treating women as if they're not on the same level as us. There's nothing more noble to me than a man sacrificing his entire professional career to convince people to start washing their fucking hands, you know?
To do if you want to maintain a civilization. You don't tell women to spend their fertile years pursuing higher education, which, by the way, I think like 80% of the field of psychology degrees are held by women. So all they do is the same stuff they've always done. If you look at the jobs in 1920 that women held and the jobs that women hold now, the top 20 jobs are almost exactly the same. We do early childhood care, we do nursing, we're retail workers, we're secretaries, and then there's like psychology and interior design and a lot of other fluffy stuff. And the only thing that changed was we swapped farm labor for HR work. So I don't know about you, but I think that we would rather have mothers producing babies so that human beings can continue to exist, rather than just more HR ladies and psychologists.
Well, women can do both.
Yes, please get rid of the HR ladies. Get rid of all of them. I don't want any more. Get rid of HR as a concept. Such a retarded. Just put a financial dude there. Make sure he makes sure the paychecks are cut. And, you know, if someone gets a little bit rowdy, just fire them. You don't need a fucking HR office to write up paperwork to get rid of this motherfucker.
Women can have babies and have jobs. My wife has worked most of her life. We had babies when 22 and 27. And she stopped work, went back to work, and there was no problem.
Why does it make you feel bad, Cap? Like you understand, like what's being talked about is like generalities. There are people, plus, like a lot of the people, like what she said right there, the work itself that women do has been the same. It's not really changed much. The only thing that's really changed is farm labor to HR work. The office worker women are the fucking evil and useless ones. Office worker women are fucking pointless. They shouldn't be working. They should be pumping out babies. But you have a skill. You educated yourself. You provide something for people. You save people's lives. You do good. There's nothing wrong with what you do at all. Just because people will take the arguments that can be used against people who are HR ladies and they try to apply it to you, that shows how retarded they are, and they actually don't understand what they're fucking trying to do for society. That what they are ridiculous retards that get their talking points from somebody they want to follow, and they don't actually think about anything. They just take talking points. That's all they do. Men in generality now don't think. They just follow people.
I do agree with you that there's a falling rate of births. Now, here's a great thing. I am currently scripting a video which is basically debunking the claim that more babies equals better, because evolution would necessarily disagree with that claim.
What the hell? What in the fuck? Is this turning into an evolution debate now? I'm still working on my arguments with that. I don't want to fucking deal with that shit. But anyways, what are you talking about? Less babies actually means better evolution. What are you talking about? What? Are you fucking retarded? Actually, within evolution, it's actually a good thing when you have less kids. What the fuck are you talking about?
A lot of you will be very, very... Oh, actually, I would love the Crucible Crew's opinion on the video that I'm making about that. So, yeah. But the fact that there's less birth doesn't...
I'm gonna go to his fucking channel. I'm gonna find that fucking video. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, it's probably not even up right now, because it's only been a couple of weeks. But if he has that video and he has it up, I'm gonna react to that shit right now, and I'm gonna be so fucking angry by the end of it that I don't even know what'll happen. I'll probably be sent into a violent fucking rage.
Necessarily mean that is bad for society. That depends on the societal pressures. But linking women's rights to there now being less birth, it's not as clear cut as that. There's many other things that have influenced women to, have babies later that isn't necessarily down to feminism, just wanting to have a life beforehand. And the men are involved in that decision as well. A lot of the men don't want to have babies that young as well as the women. The men still, in the study that I was looking at, still men are the...
Why does it matter? And this is the thing. Why does it matter what they want? This is a lot of men don't want to have children with women right now because the culture hates the men. I mean, they hate men. That's ultimately what happens when you have a whole culture that tries to degrade what a man is, take away their responsibility, then tell them that they're actually the same as women and that there is no noble deed that they can accomplish within their life. And what it makes is a culture of lazy, self-centered men that don't care about having family and only care about playing video games and smoking weed, you dipshit. Who cares what they want to do? I don't give a fuck what a man wants to do. I don't give a fuck if a man wants to sit around smoking weed all day and drinking and cooming. I don't give a fuck about what they want. I care about what they provide to society. That's what I give a fuck about. I could give less of a fuck about what they want. Fuck them.
Ones that decide that, okay, we're going to start a family. And that decision coming from men is happening later on, not just the women wanting babies later on.
Right. So you said that more...
And you see, this is what I mean by, like, something I always say is I am always way more sympathetic with women than I am with men. Like, with women, I can tolerate a lot of stuff that women would do, and I can be more understanding towards women. I can. But when it comes to men and their desires of what they want to do, I could give less of a fuck what a man wants to do. I could give a fuck. I don't give a shit what a man wants to do. All I want from you is to go to church as a man, have a fucking family, and not be such a fucking pussy, Craig.
Babies doesn't necessarily equal better. Sure, I'll grant you that. But what do you think is going to happen to places like South Korea, which are at a 0.7 birth rate? The average South Korean woman isn't even replacing herself, let alone being at 2.1 to 2.2, where you need just to hold the population stable. And I don't know if you've looked into what happens when you have population collapse, but it's very catastrophic. We're looking at a future where we're not going to have enough young people to take care of older, aging populations, or to maintain the infrastructure we have now. Supply lines and supply chains are already suffering. We're already struggling to produce things the way we used to because of global population decline. Now, right now, there's something called population momentum. So people will go, well, there's billions of people on the planet. I don't think this is a problem. And it's like, yeah, right now, because, you know, there's a life cycle, so it takes time to catch up. And what's going to happen, and people like Elon Musk have been talking about this now for a couple of years, what's going to happen is you're going to hit this point where it just kind of drops off. And places like Japan and Canada are already encouraging older people to euthanize themselves because they don't have the infrastructure to take care of these aging populations.
Which is true. This is the thing, is like society right now is crumbling so fucking hard, and it's gonna start crumbling even harder, even faster soon. There are gonna be a few nations that are able to survive, like America and a lot of the European countries, and maybe a few of the Asian countries. Like, this is, there's no one here that, I don't think people understand the severity of the problem that's happening right now. And it's going to be brutal. And it's going to be within my lifetime that I see it. I dread it. I just want... And I don't see a solution to the problem except maybe fixing the relationships, and hopefully the country will reorient itself for the better after this catastrophe. You know, who gets hurt by the feminism, non-feminist women, the same ones that get hurt by the red pill bullshit. Fuck us. I don't say fuck. I don't say fuck women, ever. What I say is that there are specifically types of jobs that women do that are pointless and not helping anything besides catering to an HR system like they were talking about that doesn't actually provide anything for any sort of business. All they do is they come up with legal paperwork so they can't get sued if somebody gets fired. That's pretty much all they do, and they keep up with, like, I don't know, people's points, and everything else could be done by one dude and handing out the paycheck. It could be replaced by one or two financial people and one or two insurance for people. No. Well, yeah, I mean, ultimately, I do agree with you on that. Like, from a general sense, these idiots that don't actually think for longer than 2 seconds after they hear a cool talking point and they go, "Well, based." Like, yeah, they are retarded, and they can't actually comprehend what they're saying. They just repeat talking points over and over again. They don't think. This is why whenever this is the thing. If I ever do, like, one-on-one debates, I try to come up with my own argument. I try to think my way through what I'm actually going to debate, rather than just taking talking points from other people. I'll use those talking points as a method of building my argument, but I'll never, like, I try never to copy people as best I can. But the red pill movement is just, this is the thing. When I think of feminism, I think of a bunch of really bitter old women manipulating younger women. When I think of the red pill movement, I think of a bunch of fucking degenerate retards that are like gym bros that want to just be coomers and just want to not actually give a fuck about changing society as a whole. They just want to fuck girls, get fancy cars, and make a lot of money. And I actually think, to some extent, the red pill movement is probably at least as damaging as the feminist movement. And it's just creating male versions of feminists. I don't like red pill shit at all. Like, yeah, some of their descriptions of stuff are true. Okay, cool. Anybody can come up with an is. But the aughts are where things are important.
We need to be stable at least. So
I'm going to agree with you 100% that the places like South Korea and even Japan and areas of China, the majority of the population are old people that need looking after, but there isn't enough younger people to do the looking after, which then leads problems to there's not enough people to do infrastructure. Yeah, but that isn't just a women's rights thing. There is many other things, especially in South Korea.
And, and that's where I'm at, Cap. Like, I don't think that. I honestly think that the only way for any kind of change to happen is for us, like, look, this is my thing. People can try to convince me to vote for somebody who is pro-choice, but only 6 weeks. I don't care. I'm never voting for somebody who's even, like, whatever. People can vote for the president. They can decide whatever. I don't give a shit about federal elections. I only care about local elections, and I'll only vote for people in local elections that are completely pro-life. And, but anyways, what was I saying? But yeah, I think ultimately the only thing that can really be done is to engage in your local communities, build families, and care for each other in the way that I think Christians have for the entire course of history. And following that and doing that and giving faith to God to provide us with a better nation would be better in the long run. I think that's what'll work out the most part. Do your due diligence, local elections, county and state elections, sure. But federal, I don't give a fuck about federal elections. I don't give a fuck. I'm never voting for somebody who's pro-life, and if I have to vote in a federal election, I won't. I might vote for a state senator. I might vote for a congressman that's pro-life. I will never vote for a president who's pro-life. Never will. Or not, no, I will never vote for a president that is okay with even just 6 weeks.
A lot of that came from changes in the government and things like that, which was nothing to do with women's rights. The government was saying, well, you need to start having babies at this time. And then, especially in China with the one-child policy, that was nothing to do with women's rights. That was China thinking, oh, shit, we've got too many people, stop having babies. And now they've not got enough people to do anything else.
Well, in my book, I explain how feminism comes from Malthusianism. So it comes from this idea that we're too overpopulated, that smaller populations would be better. Who likes this? It's not a conspiracy theory. They tell you in their own writings. The elite billionaires, the same people that we were talking about, technocracy yesterday, those same people who want like a technocratic future.
And see, because I've been reading a lot about this throughout the course of my entire life. Like, this is not the complete argument that these elite people that wrote these books say. Like, this is what they say. They want to push people into going into a changing economy, which is going to be less and less farm work and more office work. And because of that, there's going to be less food. So we need to decrease the population slowly so that we can have a more stable, self-replicating society that's around 2. Like the birth rate needs to be around 2. And that was the argument. What ended up happening is that technology advanced so far that, hell, dude, you don't need that many farmers to feed a whole nation anymore. And look at all the fat fucks that are around. Like, you have really high calorie dense food. These foods that we have that make America so fucking fat and lazy and shit, like, you could just decrease portion sizes, make the food a little bit more expensive, and people would buy less food and be nourished, at least to a functional level, and we'd be good. Like, there's a lot of high density fucking food that can be grown very easily and produced very easily. Well, I'm concerned that they continue to listen to these conversations had damaged me a bit. I know they're supposed to be helpful, but to be honest, they kind of made me feel weird. It put me in a weird place lately. Well, this is what I was saying, is that a lot of the red pill people, this is what I'll say my opinion on it is. I don't know specifically what you're talking about. I'm just assuming. But having children and family is something that's important. It's a general statement, a general thing that happens. But there are situations that happen where that just doesn't occur for some people. I'm not saying it won't occur for you. I'm saying it as a stance on people in general in society itself. Sometimes it doesn't work out. Sometimes that's shitty. But I will say this, that even if that happens, there's still things that, especially couples that can do that couldn't have children can do. You can adopt kids. You can adopt kids. There's the church that you can invest yourself into. There's the communities that you can invest yourself into. There's a lot of things that you can do. So that one aspect of what family is, it's not the same for everybody. You shouldn't worry about it being the exact same for you. It doesn't have to be the same for it to be good. So, but when the red pill people talk about this shit, they talk about women in an extraordinarily materialistic way. They act like a product. And they don't really... They act like women are a product because they're so materialistically minded that they can't actually think of anything. I mean, they call fucking dating a marketplace. How retarded is that shit? They're so fucking stupid. I've been making fun of them since they've started doing that shit. But I don't think that... This is my way of thinking about things. Whatever situation I'm in, I try to leave like how I feel about it out of it. And I just accept that if I give my trust to God, that eventually it'll work out the way it's supposed to. Even by all the mistakes that I've made that fucked up whatever things that I could have had. As long as I can trust God and move forward through life, whatever He wants from me will happen. And whatever that thing is what ultimately is the best and the most good. And that whole idea, that way of thinking has made me less depressed, getting to less dark moods, has made me get to the point where, you know, I can fucking deal with shit. And I just but that doesn't mean not to be aware of situations. Always be aware, because if, from my understanding, God puts something in front of you, you should be aware and capable enough to understand what's being laid in front of you by God and the opportunities given to you. But it is ultimately, I don't know. Like, I would say that it's you shouldn't worry about it, but that's way easier to say than actually do. It's not even something I can consistently do. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe that helped.
Or a transhumanist future do want less people because they want a very small population that they can easily control, engineer, and manipulate. Those people are the ones that funded and pushed feminism and funded and pushed, literally created the birth control pill, and the same people who pushed to make abortion not only legal for the first time in the USSR under Lenin, but made it free and paid for by state hospitals up to birth with no reason given. And what happened in Russia is, within less than 20 years of that policy, they had 1 live birth for every 3 abortions, and Stalin had to outlaw it again to prevent catastrophic population collapse. So this feminism is a death cult. It tells women that babies are bad, that being...
By the way, just so everybody kind of understands this, if abortion was illegal, there would still be sort of a population crisis, like a replacement rate crisis. Wouldn't be nearly as bad as it is right now. We'd actually be pretty stable if it wasn't for abortion. So just from a societal sense, the left-wing people who protect abortion like it's this big ultimate human right that has to be respected, I mean, ultimately, they're arguing against their own societies. They're arguing against their society being able to repopulate.
A mother is bad. You're not cool like the boss girls. You need to get out there and be something. You need to do something with your life. Don't just be a baby.
And if you're a utilitarian, you would understand the utility of abortion is non-existent. There is no utility for it. The only way you can argue for abortion is on emotional levels. And then what is a human life or whatever? Even within the argument of consciousness, it still is ultimately meaningless when it comes to what is best for society from a utilitarian standpoint. What's best for society is a society that can replace itself. And if there's no abortion, society would currently be capable of replacing itself.
Factory. I've been told this my whole life, that being a mom is like this gross thing that you do if you're not good enough to hack it in the business world or you're not smart enough to go to college. I chose not to go to college and have kids, and even the normal, like, conservative women around me thought my life was over. They thought I was making this huge mistake and I was never going to recover. It's just crazy. So it's the propaganda and it's the mindset that is creating this impetus in women that their natural inclination to have a family, their natural inclination to be mothers during their fertile years is wrong, and that they need to act like men and be like men and compete with men. And I think it's bad for women, and I think all the statistics I went over in my opening shows this. Can you show me any metrics by which you think feminism has delivered on its promise to protect women and make life better for them?
I've actually got a bunch of studies on here.
All right, before he says that, I hate hearing other people think this way about me because of assumptions. Well, this is something else I've been learning to do for the past few months, at least. Like, this is the thing. I don't like talking about where I like my job and stuff, but you know, my job is drama constantly, high school fucking level drama constantly. It's bullshit constantly. I don't like being there. I don't like going there. I go there because I get paid to. And like, all people do at my job is talk shit about people. And they find somebody that they want to point out. Say somebody that works way off in a corner by himself completely, who only has to interact with some people every once in a while. They just make shit up about them. They just talk shit. They're overly judgmental about that person. And to me, in that position, I actually think it's a gift in a way. And when people gossip and talk shit, I take it as a test for my humility. Because what could I do? What could I do if these people are talking shit about me? Could I be angry? Could I go and prove them wrong? Could I go do this, and that, whatever? My method of reacting to this is, it's not their fault. They have stuff going on. They're not happy with something in their aspect of their life. I hope that they find what they need. These are the thoughts that I force myself to have. Because otherwise I get either really angry or really upset. And though being really angry and really upset over those things doesn't do any harm to anyone but myself. So I don't think that, once again, it's one of those things that it's easier to say that and to do it, and I'm not even consistent with doing it. But looking at everything as a gift helps a lot. And you're not even that word, Kat. I won't even say that word and you in the same fucking sentence.
Oh my god, there's so much on here. So I wasn't expecting that very specific question. Right. Rather than get into looking through my data to find that specific note, can we kind of look at the larger issues? I would gladly get that data back to you. In fact, I still owe Andrew some data from the last one, to be fair. All right.
All right, you have a good night, Emmett.
Well, I mean, we just went over the fact that, they pushed
I hope you start feeling better.
The feminist movement. It was the National Association of Women Lawyers who pushed no-fault divorce and got it shoved through because they told.
Well, I mean, ultimately, you have to see what type of people are saying that about you. And to me, honestly, if someone has that judgment about you, to me, that just sounds like a random moron that can't be taken seriously at all. So it's more of a, like, it's more of like a, why bother? Like, these people are just idiots on the internet. You know what I mean? So once again, I know it's harder to, mostly just joking about that. Well, I mean, yeah. Well, even within the idea that it's mostly just a joke, that means that there's some people that do it. Those people, if they're affecting you, to use debate bro tactics here, they shouldn't.
Women, this was going to protect them from abusive relationships, but what we look at now, the data says that actually no, the safest place by a factor of 8 to 12 times for a woman is married to her husband, not cohabitating with her boyfriend, not being a single lady and flying around having champagne brunch and going to Dubai. Those situations make you more vulnerable to abuse than marrying a guy. So that didn't work out.
Okay. So I'm just trying to get over the death cult claim, that one. A cult isolates you, restricts your freedoms, stops you learning, controls your choices, punishes dissent, demands obedience, reduces your autonomy, and treats people like property. That kind of sounds like your worldview, not feminism. Feminism is...
See, this is the problem with this whole mindset, is once you take feminism as a whole and you're trying to apply it on society, the feminists think that women are treated like property, when the majority of women throughout the course of the entire history of time have not been treated like commodities. They've been treated like a part of the family unit. They are something to be protected, to cherish, to hold on to. And you can't say that women were always treated, that throughout history women were treated as property, because of the history of art. The entire history of art has been about how much a man loves a woman. That's what art is men's expression of how much they care and love women. That's what all art is. All good art is that. your feelings and being a boss babe and shopping for a new car. Well, you could buy a car to drop on some of those people who think you're that word. If it's one of those little Japanese cars, I could probably pick it up and throw it. So,
kind of doing the opposite. It's giving you rights, giving you freedom, giving you choices, giving you education, letting you vote, letting you leave abusive men if you want to, letting you work, letting you have your own property, letting you exist as an actual fucking human being.
So, did we not already establish the fact that women were allowed all of that before they got the vote? Before feminism became the dominant thing? Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony, the two major figures in women's suffrage, both say women could own property, women could be educated. Women have had higher literacy rates in this country for a long time than men. And again, this is a framing problem. So we're acting as though men always had all rights. They did not. Most men never got past 5th grade education.
Agreed.
Until recently, because they were meant to be cannon fodder in wars, or they were sent to the mines, or they worked on the farms, where they have far higher instances of death on the job than women have ever had. Still the case to this day. You're far more likely to die on the job than a woman if you're a man. Only men can be drafted. Right? So it's still men. Isn't this oppressive to men? Why shouldn't we liberate men from having to do all these things? Shouldn't we get in there, ladies? You get in there and you fight the wars and you run the farm equipment and you run all the dangerous, dirty, hard jobs. You do all that and let the men stay home and, learn piano and read books and play with toddlers all day. Why don't we do that? How is it only that women are oppressed?
But we don't have to force an entire. The point is choice, Rachel. If a woman,
there was choice before feminism. We've established
right,
this.
But here's the thing. Here's my point about that. Yes.
So this is the thing. This is why the assertion that feminism makes that women were always considered property important in the rhetoric that they use. Because if they can define women as property before feminism, then they can say they never had a choice. What part of our culture in America has ever been like arranged marriage, or not even arranged marriages, like just buying women? Who bought women? The only time that people can say anything about women being considered property is like they'll bring up kings and shit and arranged marriages within kings and political marriages and shit like that. And even within that, a lot of queens that kings were married to for political reasons were cherished, and art was made for them, the likes of which don't even exist in the modern society now. So to say that these women were given in a political marriage, that they were just considered property, is insane. Because these men didn't treat women, their wives, like property. The majority of them, I guarantee, didn't. They cherished them and loved them. I don't understand what the problem is with wanting to cherish and provide and protect for a woman. I don't understand what the problem is with that. And that's like the ultimate evil and a sign of you treating women as property from the feminist worldview. And that's ultimately where I think all of their arguments completely fall apart, because they have to make this assertion. They have to. Otherwise, feminism was pointless.
With a lot of the things about feminism that people say are wrong, and you're right that education rates even for men back in the time were lower. It's like when people that aren't orthodox misuse the Bible, like, oh, this is what we should read it, when it was literally just the top level of Christianity that was supposed to read the Bible. And
let's go back to that. Let's let only the people who know what the scripture actually is, like the actual proper interpretation. Don't stop giving people Bibles. Start giving them interpretations. Just fuck. Like this is what I'm saying. Like the scriptures itself is fine, but like I don't even know if it's safe for the average person to have the Bible. And obviously it's not, because it's been torn to shreds so much. But I do think that it would be better for a high priest class to be the ones that are the ones under, like what? Why does that matter? Why is he pretending to be a Protestant right now? I don't understand.
For teaching purposes, right? But now we live in a world where it's very different. Nowadays, everyone has the ability to every bit of human information at their fingertips. Women can be just as smart as men now, and now we live in a world.
Women can be, but women aren't. That's the point. Now, if you want to go through the general sense of what intelligence is, and you want to make like the average IQ argument, sure, yeah, women have a higher general IQ, but they are not at the peaks. Not very many of them, at least. So there are intelligent women, but those are special women. Like there are women that are above average. And there are intelligent men. And there are retarded men that are fucking mouth breathing, fucking dragging their knuckles on the ground, borderline scraping their face against the floor, dumb. But ultimately, just because something can be doesn't mean it is. So he's making a can argument as an is argument, which is stupid.
That is different from before. So now, why don't we just give women the choice to do what they want whenever they want? And back to your point of well, they had the choice back then. Yeah, but a lot of men would say, no, you're not allowed to do that. And what feminism has done is it's softened a lot of men and realized that, well, which isn't good in every single way. I will agree.
Yeah.
I'm not for wokeness. Just understand that very much triggers the fuck out of me. But the fact that women now, if they want, they can go and do these big hard jobs because the tools already exist, and men aren't going to go, no, you shouldn't do that. Stay at home. That is what is.
What is wrong with that? Men do worse shit to each other. Men say that and more to other men. I don't understand the problem with there being a filtration system within these types of job spaces that would filter out the people who are not committed to the job itself. If you want to specifically be a part of a career that you want to be a part of for whatever reason, that right there, that's weak shit. Like, if you can't make it past that, you probably shouldn't be doing the job.
Changed rather than just the legal right to do the thing. Does my point come across there?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. But again, it's based on a huge lie, which is that women could do these things without men. So you're basically like, well, but men are allowing all this. And it's like, yeah, men are the ones, like, it's all an illusion. This is what's so insulting to women. Governments around the world prop up, certain, like, pushing women into STEM, subsidizing their education, putting out all this propaganda telling them that they're not strong and independent, that they're going to be a loser if they choose to just be homemakers or be wives or submit to their husband, like, that this is bad, right? This is what's actually oppressive to women, because it's all built on this idea, oh, well, now you have a choice. No, first of all, you had the choices before. You could speak publicly as a woman. This idea that you couldn't in the West, maybe under Sharia law, but that's an Islam problem. It's not a patriarchy problem. It's not a male problem. It's not men oppressing women specifically. We could do these things. We were allowed to do all kinds of things. There was nobody not allowing it. They didn't just legislate that women are second-class citizens. This is all garbage rhetoric, and it's all lies. And the biggest lie is that we don't need men to hold this illusion up for us and build a world that maintains this illusion and grant us these rights, and of course secure any notion of rights using their force, granting their force. I don't like being lied to. I don't like being patronized in this way and told that I'm equal with my husband. I can do everything that he can do. I should be more like him. That if I decide to, do what's more biologically natural to me and what's more ontologically suitable for me, that's bad. And there's a big thing we're missing.
All right, so here's something I want to say real quick, because I think a lot of people get this idea of equal fucked. And let me see, look, where did I get this? See if I can even get this to appear. Okay, so here's the line, right? This is where this is equality right here. What feminism wants is for it to be this way with everybody. Right? That's not the way relationships and like society works when it comes to men and women. You can't just have this fucking straight line where everybody can do everything the same. Yeah, because it creates a dysfunctional society and it's never going to quite match up. That's not cope. But that's what they want it to be. This is the way that you create a healthy representation of what it is. This. The horseshoe. This is the true horseshoe. Where women provide what men can't do, and men provide what women can't do. From a general sense. And then what happens is they create something that's greater than what is equality. So wherever the women fail at, men succeed at. Wherever men fail at, women succeed at. So this is what creates progress. This is what creates good relationships. This is ultimately what it does. And yeah, it's a triangle. Yeah, fuck, I've accidentally made it off. I guess it's the elf theory. But, so this is the elf theory of what relationships should be. Fuck equality. Equality doesn't make any damn sense. It just makes everybody equally fucked. But when you actually provide the two aspects of what a man can do and a woman can do, you actually reach a greater peak. You actually climb higher. Yes, elf quality is better than equality. You know what? I'm going to save that picture and just use that from now on. We're going to get rid of we're going to get rid of equality. We're going to replace it with elf quality. Not all of us make the right decisions. We're kids concerned. My Chinese son is fictional, and my wife and I married to show decision in life we can make the best out of those decisions. Yeah, well, I agree with too. And many do condemn from jealousy, especially men right now, because men are put in a lower position. A lot of what their role is in society has been taken away, so they lash out at any woman they possibly can. Instead of trying to regain their status, trying to do the work, whether or not society accepts it or not, which is what men should do. They just crumble. They get emotional and they lash out at people, which makes them basically pussy ass bitches. The pussy ass bitch theory. There you go. That's the way you do the chain to set up between the fridge and the sink. I don't know what you mean by that, John Barrett. I'm gonna maybe I should be drinking, then I could understand.
Here, which is that most women don't want to do this crap. None of the women here, as little girls, were like, you know what? I really want to work in the waste management industry. I want to get on a garbage truck and pick up trash all day. I want to get in the sewers and clear out rats and clogs.
Do men really want to do that either?
What's that?
Do men really want to
No,
do
but
that?
this is the thing. Men do because why? Duty. Because society says, look, you got to do this. If there's a war, sorry, buddy, you got to go die. You got to go do these difficult things. And a lot of feminists will argue that this is actually oppressive to men. I kind of agree with them. So it's like this idea that women were oppressed. No, we weren't oppressed. Men and women are just different. And men have had limitations throughout history on what they, you know, what was socially acceptable for them, and so have women, and there's actually nothing wrong with that. It's good, and it's healthy, and we actually need it, because to the extent that we don't do that, we see society falling apart. Again, we just went over all of these stats, and Craig says that he doesn't think feminism is causal to these things, so maybe he can address, you know, the amount of broken homes, the amount of fatherless homes, the amount of out-of-wedlock births, the massive increase in welfare spending. Again, we're like, if you look at them on a graph, the number of out-of-wedlock births and welfare spending, they go up like this in tandem to astronomical levels. So all you've done is replace fathers and husbands with daddy government. So maybe you can tell me how this wasn't.
And see, this is also something that is very blatantly true. So what you've done as a leftist has you've created a society in which tells women they can do whatever the hell they want. They can, you know, as long as they want to do it, that's good. You've taken away all responsibility and duty that they had for votes, so you could get their votes. And then what you do is basically, because that system has tried to degrade and take away not just their responsibility, but to diminish the man's responsibility as well, you have essentially created a society in which relies on the government to be the fathers of the home and the providers. And if you're a materialistic person, then if you think that money is all that a man should have to provide, then ultimately you should agree that the government would make a better father than the majority of men. So this is why using the four things that I think are entailed with being a husband is what's better than just focusing on the breadwinner bullshit. It's retarded.
Feminism's fault, and how this is actually better for anyone, but especially women and kids. The people it promised to protect are now the most vulnerable to, you know, bad actors, to the men who will abuse. It didn't protect us. It actually made us more vulnerable.
Okay, so just, I don't want to straw man you. You are kind of claiming that the rise of feminism has also led to the rise of like domestic abuse and child neglect. Is that correct?
It promised to decrease those things, and a consequence of it was that it increased by removing the people who had the most interest in protecting their own wife and kids.
So I think you're confusing reporting with occurrence.
Nope.
Is where, so before feminism, child abuse.
Wrong. This is what he's doing. He's mistaking reportance with occurrence. He's taking the reported domestic abuse stats and he's applying it to the occurrence of them. What's ultimately happening is that, yes, you're taking out a shitload of men from a shitload of marriages, replacing it with the government, and then within that family structure, there is more violence happening with just the woman and the kids in the home and no father. So you may have reduced the convicted rates of spousal abuse that men do to women, but what you've ultimately done is you've increased violence within the household. That's what you've done.
This wasn't recorded or reported as much. Domestic violence wasn't really recorded.
Oh, no, he's just saying that before that, they just didn't report it. Okay.
Just didn't intervene.
That's unfalsifiable. That's not an argument.
It was like, that's a spousal problem. Schools didn't report it, doctors didn't report it, family matters.
Who reported that it was unreported? Huh? Motherfucker, who reported that it was unreported? You stupid fuck.
It's a private thing, you know, that's like, you keep that in your family. Beating your wife and kids was kind of normalized, you know, to the moon, you know? Like,
No. Good Lord. It wasn't normalized. I'm sorry. This is what I'm gonna say. You ain't ever met a woman that needed to get smacked to the damn moon. You haven't been living in the fucking real world. Do all women need to be smacked to the moon? Nah. One every once in a while. Yeah, probably.
Whereas now that's not a thing because feminism has pushed forward the things like reporting domestic abuse, not standing for domestic abuse. I am never going to say that everything about feminism is good, especially the extremists, right? I don't like extremists of anything. Extremist Pokemon players, extremist DC comic collectors, extremist feminists, they're all bad. But the normal, just everyday feminist just wants to be able to do what they want to do without stigma and rules around it.
No such thing as doing anything without some sort of stigma. There's going to be a stigma no matter if you're a man or a woman doing a lot of things. Stigma is not the problem. Stigma enforces, cultural normalcy. It enforces, women actually having children. Used to be a stigma for women to not have at least a few kids. Now it's not. Now it's almost expected. Now what she's saying, it's a stigma to almost be a mother at this point. So if you're arguing about stigmas, they're not in your favor. Because if there was just no stigma for what women do, if there was no cultural enforcement of that, what you would end up seeing is what you end up seeing in all societies which attempted to remove all stigma and all influence on men and women. And what you would see is that naturally men and women tend to go towards the traditional roles.
Bad. There's always going to be stigma. There's always going to be rules.
Yeah.
Sorry if you don't like them, but you're never going to be free of that. That's another just lie. That's another illusion. But there's a reason why in my opening I use.
By the way, libertarians, sound familiar? This shit sound familiar real quick? And you could say that, well, we need to culturally, shame and stigmatize those people that are doing the bad things too. That's not what libertarianism entails. Well, if you do that, then what's the ultimate stigma? Arresting a motherfucker and putting them in jail. So quit grandstanding on that shit. I hate fuck libertarians.
The NIS studies because we have 45 years of data. Now I'll grant that's not 450 years, but feminism still wasn't super dominant and the culture hadn't completely shifted 45 years ago. You still had more stay-at-home moms, more traditional wives. If you watch sitcoms and shows from the 70s and 80s, you'll kind of see that this is true. These things are just starting to emerge. And if what you're saying is correct, we should have seen, because we had reporting, we had plenty of reporting, because the NIS, and this is the reason I use it, they don't just go off of women who call the police if they're abused. They go by every authority that has to report suspected or confirmed abuse, either one. So places like emergency rooms, battered women's shelters, school counselors, all the reporting people. So regardless of whether the woman or the child reports it, they're counting this as abuse. So we should still, even regardless of maybe there's more reporting or whatever now, we shouldn't see the rates of domestic violence go up. And we shouldn't see that women in relationships together have the highest rates of domestic violence if men are the threat. That doesn't make sense, and it's contradictory to what your claims are.
Exactly. So, and this is what I say, that feminism actually doesn't produce anything but the perpetuation of feminism. It just creates once it infects a system, the only thing that feminism really does is create a bunch of retarded people who try to argue that feminism is what should be happening. And it's ultimately what I was trying to say before is that these feminists infect these social study fields, and they just create stats that try to prove what their claims are. And then once you actually dig into what they're saying and their methodology within the study, it falls apart. They don't prove anything. They just make a really cool headline and something that's easy to convince retarded people that don't actually understand what methodology within a study is. And they just go off of, they don't even read it. They just look at the stats that are posted within the study and read the conclusion and the opening. That's all they really do. Libertarianism, while I can understand you do it mentally, only works in small communities of social settings, not a full society that requires laws and authority to its rules. Well, the thing of, yeah, and this is my problem with libertarianism. Even if it can work within small communal groups, ultimately it's just kind of communism. But it also, I mean, it can't work without the protection of a society, well, a greater, more authoritative society. There is a stigma with not having kids, though. Maybe not as much as there once was, but it definitely is. You have no idea the judgment a childless woman gets at even a family event or community event. That is proof of stigma. Yeah, and I do think that there is a stigma within certain conservative groups. Right? I'm not saying that there's never not stigma for that. What I'm saying, in a general societal sense, there is more of a stigma for women who have children over having a career. And I grew up in an extremely liberal family. So there is not really a stigma for having kids, but more of a stigma of not waiting a really long time to have kids. And to prioritize having children when you can't financially provide for them, which I think is a silly thing, because the government has a lot of programs that people that are broke as fuck, you can see this happening. Fucking trailer parks just absolutely filled to the brim with toddlers and shit. They get money off of the government for that. There's no real reason for that mindset of the left to have that you need to have A, B, and C. And even within the conservative part where they want to take away that stuff, I think ultimately what they're doing is they're going to make the problem worse in the short term, definitely. So like well, and within that, like, it's kind of been the opposite within my family and community. I live in kind of a liberal part of my state, so like it's. I understand what you're saying. I think that there's two stigmas. I do think that there's one stigma right now that, from a societal sense, is more prevalent than the other. I can understand what you're saying, and I'm not saying that, isn't valid too. I'm just talking about broad societal in that sense. Because if there wasn't a stigma for having children, there wouldn't be abortions. There wouldn't be telling kids or not kids, but like 18 to 20-year-olds that they should have an abortion, otherwise they're going to have their life ruined. Like there wouldn't be this very prevalent force within the society that condemns motherhood at an early age, at like 18 to 25. Like that's something that's what I'm mostly talking about. So I can agree with you from a certain aspect. Yeah, there probably is a stigma, and you've probably dealt with that stigma. So I understand that. I'm not saying that that doesn't exist. I'm just saying that there's one that's pushed by society. Yeah, and I don't think that it's necessarily a bad stigma either. It's just I understand that stigmas, hurt people, but I don't think that the hurt is necessarily the bad.
There's
give you a pithy response, Craig. Then we do have to go into the Q&A.
Excluding women. Yeah, sorry, I'm busy, guys.
The patriarchy has arrived.
I don't think any questions are going to be for you. They're all going to have a go at me, right? Have you got your tomatoes ready?
They're just going to ask me how I became so awesome, and I'll say it's because I'm.
I mean, you are pretty damn awesome. I'll give you that.
Thank you.
Fucking simp. Anyways.
The whole when you were saying about women in STEM is pushed and it's bad, and I see that as completely false because, especially in STEM and in science, there's been a bias for a long time in the way the science is done and the results because only men were doing it. Since women have been introduced to STEM a lot more, the results in scientific studies, the way that science is done, the trials that are conducted, a lot of the biases that men put into the science has been removed, which has led to an increase in technological advancement and a benefit for society overall. I 100% agree with you that women are not maybe suited for every single job in the world, but at the same time, men aren't suited for every single job in the world. Women have their specific uses in certain circumstances, but if they're able to, they should be able to do what they want without having to beg a man for permission. I just think that women are capable, more capable than men have given them credit for.
And I should be skinny with no effort and be able to eat whatever I want and never
I
get
wish that was
wrinkles
the
as I
case.
get old and fly on unicorns because that sounds like fun. I mean, we could sit here all day and talk about, everyone should be able to do whatever they want, but that's not even dealing in reality. And here's the problem that you have with it's good that we took the bias out of science. It's actually not true. We actually added more and different bias. It's called standpoint theory, and it was introduced through women's studies programs in the early 70s. And it was pushed into a lot of the STEM fields, and a lot of people don't know this, but the Challenger explosion, if you guys remember that, I think it was 1985, that was actually a failure of feminist standpoint theory being pushed into the sciences, where the lead engineers for the Challenger team said, the conditions for this are really bad. We should not launch. It's going to crash. The temperatures are all wrong. It's not going to work out. And you can go on YouTube and see the lead engineer crying in a video talking about this. And they said, no, because that would, it would violate a lot of the equality stuff that we have in the program. We have to give people a chance to do this launch because everybody worked hard in the marketing team and blah, blah, blah. Standpoint theory has actually ruined science. It's just introduced new, different bias.
So just one.
Right, and that's the thing, is that's ultimately what I was saying before, is that feminism has created not the removal of bias, but this whole ideological push within the scientific field itself. It's made things more difficult because you have to take different things into consideration that honestly are not that important, like what she was saying. Why do we have to test this theory out when on its face it's contradictory? It doesn't look like on its face it'll function. Well, everybody put a lot of work into it, and we really should give these women a chance that worked a lot. They put a lot of hours in there. They really need to test it out. If it was a bunch of men doing it and something like that happened, they would just throw it in the trash. Wouldn't have wasted money on it. So it doesn't actually remove bias. It does create a a roadblock within how theories work. And it makes it, we have more difficult. I mean, y'all know I'm on your side, but I'm going to push back on points that I see as wrong. That's not a big deal. I just think that, I think I agree with what Abe is saying. Like, it can be hurtful on a personal basis. It's just, I don't think that I don't even think that hurt is necessarily a bad thing. And like, I know you weren't saying that. It's just, if I were to pick a stigma to have within society right now, the stigma of not having children would be a big one I would want put back. All right, see ya, Abe. Have a good Thanksgiving, man. I'm going to be working the whole damn time. Well, even when it comes to micro details, like it, that ultimately does come from, what is it called? I mean, this is the thing. I don't know. Like, I think that women are good at micro details when it comes to different aspects of that. But I don't know if I've necessarily seen a woman review a study and make it better by going through micro details. You know what I mean? I haven't, but I don't read a lot of science papers a lot, or people who review them. The ones I have all been by men, so maybe that's my bias. But I don't think that I don't know. I kind of just lost what I was saying.
Response because it was new info, but then we gotta go to the question and answer.
I agree that
I don't really give a shit about the Q&A. So now I want to go find this dude's channel and see if there's that fucking
previously.
This was a bunch of fucking flat earth shit. So no, he hadn't uploaded it yet. What the fuck is this Coomer shit? What the fuck is going on, Craig? What is this shit? Oh, well, I can't find that shit, so I'll just... What time is it? I got time to react to one more debate. Probably not a long one, though. You know what I can do now? What was this debate that I wanted to look at? That fucking red pill debate. I probably won't finish this. All right, well, fine. We won't. I can do a theological debate, but I'm not going to have any good opinions about that. I'm only good at relationship shit. I already did the debate on should we legalize bro. I guess we could react to Emmett's. Oh no, I can't do that because I'm. Let me see. I'll look for a different one right now. If I can't find anything, I'll probably go back to it. I don't want to listen to Steelborn's debate because it's just any debate where Vigilante is in, he just gets absolutely decimated, and I don't know how to help that dude. I think he'll get better eventually. I hope. Not doing the Christian nationalism debate because I don't really give a shit about Christian nationalism. It's not really my prescription to fix anything. It's okay. They can do it. I just don't care about it. Could make fun of the Hakikachi thing. Nah. All right, we'll just do the fucking Emmett one.
Morning. Etc. So in terms of not doing so will corrupt the system. The event what it's tried and
all right, so I guess I'm about to use all my arguments that I have against what Emmett said. Because I'm going to be for real, Terry. And this is the thing. Like, when it comes to the death penalty, you have to have solid moral grounding before you can actually debate anything. And when it comes to Teriak, his moral grounding right now is moral relativism. So it's difficult for him to be able to come up with a good argument. Because if it's change, then eventually the death penalty can change to be good. It changed to be bad, but it can also change to be good. So whenever I look for a death penalty debate, I usually want to watch two Christians debate it because I don't think that atheists or anybody that doesn't have a solid moral foundation, a solid rock to stand on, they can't really do these types of debates because it will fall apart at a certain point into moral relativism. So I guess I'll be post hoc debating Emmett right now. But it'll be difficult because Teriak's not gonna give the pushback that I would. There's more than 3 birds, Dave. There's a whole list of secret birds.
Jack, thank you the audience for being here. Much easy for the opportunity of having the debate. Thank you, Terry Jack. Thank you the audience for being here.
Oh, that's not Dave. That's John Barrett.
Something
Whoops.
to start with. It has nothing to do with the debate real quick. If or whoever gives the highest dono to Easy on this occasion will get a free animated pixel art by me. I will ask you Easy to let me know who is it and if they can say what they want. I can go ahead and produce it and get it over in the next few days. I've done this for Rob, and so far it's been really, really fun. So you got that going. I'm gonna start now with my opening statement. So what I would say, as if it shouldn't exist or not, well, the death penalty has to be part of the duty of the state. This is because, like we know, we're not humanists here. We believe that men are not good. We believe that atheists actually believe that they are like violent monkeys fighting for who has power, and the Christians believe that we're fallen creatures. And we are trying to integrate ourselves to our ethical framework. I'm not gonna mention any of the other systems because they're completely irrelevant in this case, and they are completely irrelevant most of the time.
And see, this is where, like, if I were to agree to the debate of whether the death penalty, for the death penalty, I would never want the prompt to be, should the death penalty exist? Because what that ultimately boils down to is authority. There's no way of getting around it. The Bible does give authority for the death penalty. So that's just, you will lose that debate as a Christian or anybody. And it also makes the debate very one-sided and impossible to escape from that. Because there is a death penalty that has been given to authority. The authorities do have the ability to use the death penalty. My argument against it is not that the death penalty, that the society doesn't have the ability to have the death penalty. My argument is that I don't think that the death penalty is compatible with Christianity. I don't think that it is. I think that, yeah, there are times where there are places where authority is granted, but because an authority is granted, does that mean that you then should use it? I don't think so. The authority is the is. The should is, should you use it? That's where I would want to debate. And that's why whenever, maybe this debate for this prompt is better when you're more of a secular person debating with a Christian. But I think it ultimately ends the same way. Once you don't have a good moral foundation for it, it just falls apart. But the death penalty, ultimately, what the debate should be about is the moral implications of it.
So, what this means is that we are capable of great acts of sin and violence, and the government, whose primarily function is to provide justice, has to be able to carry out all the way to its last consequences, would be the death of the person who is doing those sin or acts of violence or unjustified actions. I will ask Easy if possible. I will want to present the screen. I have two formal arguments. This is just so that Teriak can reference them and have them present.
Yeah, no problem.
This is, give me just 1 second to put them up. I will go ahead and say first the arguments, then I will go ahead and through all of the premises and just give my conclusions through them, and I believe that will be the end of my opening statement. So the first one is it's an argument for the duty of the state, and we have four premises. First one is the government has the jurisdiction of the people that it's under the territory. The second is the government's duty is to enact the will of the citizens over the population. Third one is the government duty extends all the way to killing those under its jurisdiction. And by extension, the government has the duty to enact justice all the way to death. If the state is unwilling to enact.
So this is where I think that this is where I find the gaps in it. The government has the jurisdiction over the people. That's true. The government has the duty to enact the will of the citizen and to enact its will on the citizens of the population. Yes, that's true. The government duty extends all the way to killing those under its jurisdiction, which can be true under certain contexts. I mean, if there's an uprising and somebody is trying to overthrow you, then yeah, you should be able to. The government should be able to kill those people if it escalates to that point. and by the extension of the government has a duty to enact justice all the way to death. See, this is where the gap is for me. By extension, the government has a duty to enact justice all the way to death. Yes, under certain circumstances. If there is an active threat, of course, you should be able to kill them. If you have to preserve yourself under somebody who has lost their fucking mind and only seeks to kill you, yeah, you should be able to defend yourself. And the conclusion of it, but what I'm saying is that this, ultimately, let's say that, okay, there's been an attack on a building, right? And to defend the stability of the state, they had to kill a few people, push them off, but they had to kill a few people. Some people surrendered, and now you have them in custody. You have them bound. I don't see how, because you should be able to kill somebody in self-defense means that after you have subdued them, you should be able to put a gun against the back of their head and pull the trigger. That doesn't make any sense to me. When it comes to enacting justice, we have to consider what is good overall for that person spiritually once we have them in custody. Yes, they've done a crime. Yes, they should be put in prison forever. Like, to the point, for life, I mean. There are things that happen where somebody should be imprisoned permanently and not allowed to be back in society. There are some things that you do that you should not be allowed back into society. But ultimately, that does not have to involve killing. Killing is just extra. You can make a materialist claim to we shouldn't have to spend money. But my should on that is we should spend money on these people for the preservation of their eternal soul. This is the world that, as far as I know, yeah, there could be some sort of forgiveness outside of this, but I don't know that. Nobody knows that. It's just people saying it. My thing is, I want to make sure that this person was given every opportunity within a Christian society to find some sort of spiritual redemption for what they did, to make it as easy as possible for them to be able to find forgiveness. Does that mean that they should get fucking cushiony seats? And no, put them on a fucking cement bed with one pillow, if a pillow at all. Leave a Bible in there and let them only talk to a priest. If that's the most extreme, I'm willing to go. But the conclusion, if the state is unwilling to enact justice all the way up the death of the perpetrator, that we are witnessing a dereliction of duty on the part of the state. Yes, within self-defense, I agree. And this is where the problem is when I have discussions with people that are pro-death penalty when it comes to this. I think that it would be a dereliction of duty to allow this person to continue to commit violence. And if you have to kill them to stop them, we agree. But once that person is subdued and put in handcuffs and being charged, once they're a prisoner, that's where I have the problem. And the second argument against corruption, the corruption part, I'm not really worried about, because when I talk about the death penalty, it's more of I take everything on as good a faith as I can. I try not to make arguments that, I try to take it on the pure, just moral aspect of whether or not the death penalty should be enacted.
To justice all the way to death of the perpetrator, we are witnessing dereliction of duty by the part of the state, so it will not be complying with its duty. And the second one is A non-corrupt government acts in accordance. A non-corrupt government acts in accordance to its duties. The duty of the government is to enact justice. The election of duty causes corruption. Actions like not enacting justice corrupt the state or the actions of the state of government. So, real quick.
So yeah, and I would agree with them. People should be arrested, and people, if they are committing an amount of violence and you can't stop them, and there's a risk at somebody else getting hurt, yeah, sure, kill them. But when it comes to the after effects of somebody being subdued, placed in handcuffs, imprisoned, they are at the complete and total mercy of us, while also being able to make sure that they are not a threat to anybody else. See you, Captain. So, while this, what I can agree to everything that he's saying. It's just I don't think that it applies to people that are already arrested. They're already tied, bound, placed in a cell, and waiting the justice of the court. The justice of that court needs to treat that situation as if they're already not a threat. So it's not, and I think that's where the gap is. A lot of people that want to argue for the death penalty include self-defense or war or things like this. Even within war, I don't think that it's good to just conquer another nation for expansionist reasons. The only reason that I would ever say that there should be a war is through self-defense and ensuring that that nation is disarmed. So yeah, sometimes when somebody is violent and coming at you and you have to defend yourself, yeah, sometimes you have to kill that person, and occasionally an innocent person will get killed in the process. But it is ultimately where I don't understand how this applies to somebody who has already been made helpless.
I'm gonna go through the premises. First one is the jurisdiction is given to the state to have power over the people. Otherwise, the state is unable to do its basic duties. If you don't have jurisdiction over the people, you cannot perform any kind of force to those people. Jurisdiction of the state will be an anarchist state. I don't think any of us want to live in anarchist, and this will be a pure force doctrine. That who is stronger would rule. But oddly enough, that who is stronger will also be able to choose who lives and dies. That's the whole point of anarchism. The duty of the government, the second premise, is the duty of the government as stated by different branches of philosophy, especially both in classical Greek philosophy and Christian ethics, entails that the government has a duty to enact justice. This means enforcing the laws. In this case, I will use the American system. In America, the laws are described as the will of the people, thus the government must enforce said laws. The third premise is the government must have the capacity to use force all the way to the ultimate consequence, which for those under their jurisdiction is death. Force under enforcement has to come up with the points of death if need be. We can see it all through history. Now, this is not a moral claim. This is a statement of fact. It's just an is claim. And it's still true. Like, if you resist the government, you will be met by force, all the way to death if it needs be. During the debate, I have a couple of examples. We can go through them. And then the logical extension is justice is part of the duty of the government. It has to extend all the way to the point of death of the perpetrator. It's part of the duty of the state. And this is especially in cases where the actions are considered to be of such severity or it goes against the capacity of their government to perform its duties. So the conclusion of this is that if it's not performed all the way through to death, like if you don't follow the premises, there will be a dereliction of duty by the state, and we will be seeing the state not complying to what it's supposed to do. Now, the second argument is a compounding argument. What it's trying to do is build upon the first one, and the idea is to to help the first argument in cases where the first argument might not be on its own compliant or good enough. And the premise is simple: the government has to act and run in accordance to its duty. Not doing so will corrupt the system. As in before, justice is the second premise would be before the justice is the duty of the government, and it has the responsibility to do justice. The third is justice must be dealt. Not doing so will be corruption and will create a corrupt state. The debate is thus that it's the proper role and duty of the state throughout the ages, even in minarchy societies and libertarian circles. We see that the point of the state is given to be able to perform these duties. They want to be able to have the force doctrine enacted in a just way, and this has to do with the will of the people, at least in the United States. It has to do with the sovereignty. It has to have sovereignty over the life of the citizens, otherwise it is unbound and it cannot do its proper role.
See, this is a good argument for self-defense. It is. There's not much room you can get around any of that, as long as it's self-defense. And the reason I say that is because I do think that there is a complete categorical difference between somebody who is harmless, who has been made harmless, and can no longer protect themselves or fight or do damage to others, and somebody who is an active threat, who threatens the very fabric of society itself or even your life. These are two totally different things, and I think that a lot of what I see when Christians argue for the death penalty, they don't separate these things. They roll them together as the same. And I think the danger within rolling into both of them being the same thing is a dereliction of duty. The dereliction of duty that I think, as me personally, as a Christian, only speaking for just myself, is the dereliction of duty to what would be your brother. And whether or not that person has done something so horrific that we think that they should never be forgiven, ultimately, that's not our choice. We should only provide the things in which would help them have every opportunity to redeem themselves in the eye of God, to then possibly be able to live a greater life after and be forgiven as we are forgiven. Because no matter what, ultimately, everyone is a sinner. Yeah, there are very extremely horrible, horrific sins that may have done so much damage to them that they're not capable of recovering from it. But that's not for me to decide. So I will do whatever is in my power to advocate for a system in which allows people the chance to find redemption within that sense. Societal redemption, no. There are some things that you do in society that gets you completely cut out and gone. Life imprisonment is the only option that I can have that doesn't require me to then sign off on the judgment of somebody's immortal soul.
Now, I will finish this with a couple of statements. Denying the role of state when it comes to its capacity to enforcement, it's just a corrupting force. It can be seen in time when we see these kind of things. This is created mostly because of toxic empathy. And in fact, even in the US, we can see its effect has been rippled all throughout society. Is it the only corrupting force? No, but it's an effect that is corrupting the government. And us as citizens would like to have the least amount of corruption in our government. With this, I will yield the rest of my time, and thank you.
And when it comes to toxic empathy, right? If I were to go on just my instinct of what I want to do, just on a base level of just absolute, emotional assertion of what I would want to do, I would want some of these people whipped, lashed, fucking tortured, and killed. But that ultimately is not my argument. My argument isn't even really empathy. It's just giving them the ability to find some sort of redemption within the life that they have, and with what other time they have left. And it would require, my system and the way it would do would require a lot of work to actually get to function properly, I think. But I don't think that the death penalty after somebody has already been in prison, charged, and found guilty, made helpless, and not dangerous to anybody, I don't think that, and even if you say that, like, even within the prison system themselves, there's still a threat to the officer or the people that they're talking. There's ways of making sure that they're safe to deal with. I'm not against doing whatever it takes to make sure that if you have to go and, I don't know, go fix their toilet in their room, that you make sure that they're completely knocked the fuck out. And if they were to circumstantially die there, I don't think that that is a moral slight. I don't think that, I mean, ultimately, you're doing everything that you can to make sure this person is not a threat and is subdued, and to make sure that you're giving them the opportunity as best you can. I ultimately do think that that opportunity that I would be trying to advocate for is the same opportunity every single person in the world right now gets to with every single breath that you take.
Too much.
All right, thank you for that, Emmett. Still had a couple minutes there left, and with that, we'll hand it over to
All right, let's go through this.
Teriak for your 10-minute opening statement. Whenever you're ready, Teriak, I will start the timer up with your voice. And again, thank you both for being here in chat. If you want to find the debaters, go to the description and make sure you sub up to both of them. And yeah, go ahead, Teriak, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, you can start off whenever. This is kind of like a very kind of like simple argument, because like I was saying to my chat, like I made a couple of predictions beforehand on my stream, saying it's like he could do this and then he could, and one of them was the moral argument. And if he wants to kind of deep dive and turn into a moral rather than just do straight up death penalty, that's perfectly fine with me, baby.
It's not, because you don't have good grounding. He would, and I'm pretty sure he does rip you to shreds on that pretty quick.
Because as Easy and probably most of the chat would know, it's like this is a common topic on VK. So like I could wake up from a drunken stupor and still be able to give a decent argument at least for this. So first of all, in terms of like why I'm against the death penalty is because I hold the belief that human life is sacred. And in terms of like that aspect, that means you necessarily have to buy a lot of uncomfortable bullets. Same way as if you're pro free speech, pro freedom, etc., etc. So in terms of to counter Emmett's proposed things of the morality, firstly, the argument of corruption, like anyone would concede that even regardless of corruption, an innocent life would be taken by the state. And
see, this is where this. Now, look, I can understand, like, in a conversation using this, right? There is that idea that you don't want to accidentally kill somebody who is innocent. But that's not ultimately what the argument around it is about. And it is an appeal to emotion, and it's fallacious and bad faith to use that, I think, in this type of debate. I mean, I can understand and I think this is where the whole toxic empathy thing comes in, was what he's talking about, is that because you're scared that you might make mistakes, then does that mean that you should not perform your moral duty? Well, obviously not. Yeah, you might make mistakes. Does that mean that you should not do what is your moral duty? And his moral duty to Emmett, is that some of these people should be executed. And yeah, there might be mistakes.
More loosely, you have the
and that's not a contradictory point, but that's just accepting that that's what it is.
Or like the like the or like the basically the guidelines to execute the death penalty, whatever criteria gets matched, the looser you have that, it becomes a when the state executes an innocent person, and regardless of corruption, because we are humans and humans are prone to mistake. So there will be a thing of like where the evidence doesn't come out in time, and it looks like he's guilty, but then like the week or a month after he gets executed, it turns out like the DNA evidence actually would have cleared him, and the state is now executing an innocent person. So in terms of like this aspect of justice, how is that justice, Emmett? You know what I mean? And like I said, in terms of the way it currently stands, it's more expensive to execute someone at the moment than it is to just lock them up for the rest of their life. And when you look at the state's duty, it's not to enforce, it's to neutralize threats. So when we neutralize that threat out of society, the state has done its job.
See, this is, and this is what I'll say, like Emmett's opening in comparison to Teriak's opening right now. Teriak has just ran straight into the brick wall of what Emmett's argument is. I mean, this doesn't refute anything that Emmett's saying. Just because a mistake can happen does not mean that justice should not be done on the people that he thinks is justified in killing. This is not a good argument.
Then say we have to execute that person. That's where we get to your second argument of the argument of duty. I reject that notion that the state executing someone is ever a just cause. That's not justice. Also,
and this is where you'll get into the argument, well, if somebody is trying to, well, no, execution is basically killing somebody that is made helpless or disarmed.
Take your logical conclusion that the state has the ability to enact such justice because this would be morally right. You would necessarily have to say then the state has to be capable of enacting abortions, because in the state of rape or incest, that's a birth that should.
No, that's a bad argument too, because the sins of the father is not the sins of the son. So it's not a good argument. I don't understand what exactly he thought he was saying with that. And I'm trying to be as reasonable as possible because I do like both Teriak and Emmett. So I'm not trying to like absolutely fucking rip him to shreds like I would, other people. So I'm not going to be like vicious, but I am saying like this is not an argument. This has nothing to do with the topic. This is just weird to say that.
Would not have happened. Ergo, the state should be able to enact abortions. It's the same logical conclusion here. So in terms of the worldview that we all know Emmett holds, this would be a contradictory worldview that he holds. So this is why
the way that he could have made this argument maybe work is if you were talking about a pregnant woman who gets the death penalty. Maybe. But ultimately I think it falls apart to the same criticism. Where, yeah, okay, if a pregnant woman does something that requires the death penalty, wait till the child's born, then enact the death penalty. So it's,
like I said, it's kind of like a simple or kind of like a short kind of opening. I don't need too long to get into it because more so in back and forth to kind of develop on it as well. But other than that, I yield the rest of my time and open. I just want to say as well, thank you to Easy and for hosting.
Good Lord, what the hell am I getting spammed with?
And then also hail Prometheus.
All right. Thank you for that, Teriak. And with that, we're going to move over to the 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttals. So we're going to give the mic back to Emmett. And again, Emmett, whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
But before this starts, so ultimately what's happening here is I don't think Teriak's really given any good reputations. He's just left a whole lot of gaps in a whole lot of his premises and conclusions that are just like you can just shred this argument, and there's just, and with memory serves, that's what Emmett does throughout most of this debate, throughout almost the entirety of.
Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna start with the first part of this. This will be like the idea of the sacred life being sacred. Life is sacred.
No, I actually forgot. I need to switch this. because I actually need to switch to a different part because I keep forgetting that Speakeasy actually uploads the whole video. Give you time to that. Did he upload this? Yeah, he did.
The information shared in these conversations.
With that, we'll hand it over to Terry.
So there will be a thing of worldview that we all know Emmett holds. This would be
And, again, Emmett.
All right. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I was on this video. Give you time to this, but yeah, he left the arguments that he made is kind of very easy to rip apart and kind of tear to shreds. And I think ultimately it's just what happens when you try to make moral arguments against somebody who is Christian when you don't have good grounding in what it is that is your objective stance on what morality is.
Whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna start with the first part of this. This will be like the idea of the sacred life being sacred. Life is sacred when it comes to how an individual will look at it. There's a difference between the individual and the state. There is a conflation usually when it comes to ethics, and this comes with a lot of different people. That the state has the same kind of moral imperatives as the individual, but the state is not under those kind of restrictions. We can actually see these, especially when you see Christianity, that the state is given jurisdiction over the people, and they are said. It is actually said that they are there to enact justice over the population. So you have to be able to understand that the state has that right in order to be able to do it. When it comes to the execution of an innocent person,
So which is true, everything that he says there is true, and yes, societies are not held under the same moral imperative because different. And this is an argument that I kept running into for a while that I came up with. Well, if that is true, and within a Christian society, that the duty should be not just because. So within a Christian society, they have the authority to enact justice. And what does that justice mean? Does that justice mean that you should and absolutely have to kill somebody that's bound and made helpless? I don't think that anything says that. And also something I've used against especially Protestant people, because they don't actually, especially libertarian Protestant people, they don't actually think that. And when I say libertarian Christian, I mean like Christians that don't believe a church is required at all. They don't apply that in a very good sense. They just think that all societies have that ability. So then I just use that. Well, then Muslims should just be able to genocide Christians then in their society, and there's nothing they can say to that. And I think that argument still kind of works, just in general when people use the death penalty. But the idea that it's directly a moral imperative that the government should execute prisoners is not something that I think is entailed within that. I do think that the sword should be used to defend the state itself and the people within it, but I don't think that necessarily executing prisoners is what that is saying.
I understand this claim, but it will be the same as if you have an accident on a power plant. The option would be, well, let's close the power plant and nobody gets power anymore. Or you can go ahead and do whatever is necessary to ensure that the person that is being actually put in jail and executed in this case is actually guilty. In fact, the person that is going to be there doing all of the different processes has a way higher moral duty now that the life of the person is actually in their hands, that if they think that they can just commit a mistake and fix it up later, which is something that we see, especially now. We see the election of duty. We see that there's like there is a disregard of actions, of just actions, and they can just go ahead and pretend that it doesn't really matter. When it comes to abortion, again, you're talking about an innocent life. So when we're talking about the executions, we're not talking about innocent people. These are people that go, and I agree that they should go through to a specific process in which they are presented as innocent until they're proven to be guilty. And in the case is that they have committed such a grave act, for example, that they have deleted a baby, then in that case, it would be absolutely required for that person to stop being part of society. You think? I don't.
Yes, which is something I agree with. That person shouldn't be a part of society, but that doesn't mean that we have to kill them. And I think that's where the problem is when I talk to people about the death penalty, is that it's not required to kill them. There's no justice that I can find that's within it that isn't eye for an eye or some sort of emotional argument for why it should be, we should execute people. Like, don't get me wrong. I think there's a lot of people that I wish that, I wish that it would be acceptable, that it was laid out for us that we could, get rid of these people, but it's very difficult to find that kind of justification within at least Scripture, to me, at least within the New Testament. In the Old Testament, of course, you can find justification for just about anything there.
I don't know how expensive is a bullet, but I think it will be way less expensive than 40, 50 years in any kind of jail system.
And this is where I'll say that I think that worrying over the materialistic laws over what I would think is a moral duty to make sure that these people have the ability to find forgiveness, I think that ultimately is a dereliction of duty for financial gain. Corruption. So I do think that is a aspect of corruption that is ingrained within that materialistic argument.
At the end of the day, the point is not even how much is the economic ramification of it, because we're not talking about the economy. We're talking about the duty of the state. Yeah. We're talking about the moral claim of the state and what it should be doing in order for us to have a society that is not only not corrupt, but it's willing to go all the way when it comes to setting up the rules and the standards for the people to have a proper and a good society. So thank you so much. Easy.
All right, thank you for that, Emmett. And with that, we're going to hand the mic back over to Teriak for your 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. And again, whenever you're ready, we'll start the timer up with your voice.
This is that moment in the duel. If anyone ever watched like Yu-Gi-Oh, the moment of the duel where like Yu-Gi like throws up the trap card, because Emmett just fell into one of my traps. Since he mentioned Christianity, if there wasn't a death penalty, Jesus wouldn't have been crucified, correct?
What the fuck? I forgot this shit. The hell? No, so okay, so this is the thing, like, okay, I'm not going to talk, but ultimately what happened with Jesus' crucifixion was done by a shitload of corrupt and vile people, and also was made good by building the bridge between death and life. So, and is also within the paradigm of questioning what God wants. So, even if God were to contradict everything right now that it was said, it wouldn't matter. God has the ability to do whatever the hell he wants, and it'd be good.
Yeah, he wouldn't be crucified.
Oh shit! Sorry, this is my 5-minute. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. So like in terms of like like Jesus wouldn't have been crucified in terms of the if there wasn't death bounty. So again, like this aspect of like Emmett saying like this is a just thing for the state to do to enact the death bounty. It goes against the even proclaimed morals that he's saying in terms of the ethics. Because like for example, in if this system is like, okay, like we just pay for the bullet and we don't need any of the legal representation, you're basically saying that it's like you're perfectly fine with this state executing innocent people. Like you have to,
and also within this argument, like once again, he's trying to assert that because there is an unjustified execution, that then all executions should not happen, is not a good argument. Because, once again, one exception wouldn't make up the rule. And once again, just because mistakes could happen within a just society, because, as far as I understand, I don't think the Roman and the Hebrew society that was around there was very justified in anything that they were doing throughout the whole New Testament. And it just, it's one of those things. I don't think he actually understands what he was saying there.
explain how that's justice. Like I can see, I yield the rest of my time.
All right, nice and quick. So that wraps up the uninterrupted rebuttals. So this is where we're gonna get into the hour of open floor.
Yeah, so that like that explanation of like why is it justice to execute innocent people?
It's not what the debate's about. Not the justification to execute innocent people. This is not what the debate is. That's just bad faith.
Presupposing that they're innocent, right?
Yeah, but you're saying you're perfectly fine with just like, okay, like whatever the price of a bullet is, just execute them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm
But
perfectly fine to executing the people that have committed a crime that is so heinous that it's not possible to integrate them back into society, or that they're going in a way that will destroy the function of the state. And I think you are the same way. You don't think there will be any problem if you see like for example, a terrorist and they're gonna do 9/11 and they get caught and they get neutralized, to use a word that you would use, before they can even do the plan. I don't see you will have any problem with it.
Sorry, I was changing my headphones there, but like the main premise of what I'm saying is that it's
Right, and within what Emmett just said, that's totally fine. At this point, I just wish I was debating at this point, because it's like, that was terrible. I'm not trying to be a dickhead about it. It's just, I don't understand how that, I don't understand how that is an argument. And ultimately, once again, if I was the one debating this, I would separate the categories: an innocent person and an active threat. Maybe it's too dangerous to go and arrest this person because they are an active threat, so just take them out. That's not a concession to the death penalty.
When you're talking about the law, there's a lot of situations where, for example, like there could be DNA evidence on it that like it looks like this dude is guilty. You know what I mean? And when you're talking about behaviors and all this stuff, like erratic, kind of like borderline violent, all this kind of stuff, if you were being accused of something you didn't do, you would be in that state. Do you know what I mean? So in terms of like what I'm saying is like, because humans are capable of mistakes, we're not perfect. We will inevitably end up making a mistake, which means the state will end up making a mistake and an innocent person will get executed, rather than giving them the max amount of time till the end of their life so they could be exonerated and possibly get some sort of freedom back.
So I don't know if you
So, what is this? I keep forgetting what this fallacy is called, but it's not ambiguity, it's whatever. I can't remember what the fallacy is called, but I'll figure it out later and be pissed off. But what this is it's it's vague. He's making a vague kind of assertion that it is required that the government always will make a mistake at some point. Okay. Yeah, the government can make a mistake. Does that mean that it's not at least attempting to enact justice as best it can? This is the thing that nobody actually believes that there is a system that can perfectly enact justice all the time. So when you're saying that we should not execute people because it's unjustified to execute an innocent person, what is the justification there? If there's a bunch of evidence that shows that this is the person that should be executed, and something random you find out months later after the person is already dead, I mean, you can only go off of what you had, what you know, and if the duty of the government is to execute this person, then the person was executed, and it was a mistake. Yeah, that sucks, but it's not going to be the duty of the government to execute a bunch of innocent people unjustly. That's not what. This is where the second part of his argument comes in: the corruption, the dereliction of duty, the not doing your due diligence to make sure that this person is guilty.
Ever seen a turbine in one of the power plants, but most of them are huge, and there's been a lot of accidents where the turbine just goes on and kills a person, like it drops on top of them. In your prerogative, what we should do is just close the power plant, or should we
Yes, that would be what he would have to say to be logically consistent.
have another kind of safety method? So we should put some kind of safety net so that that doesn't happen. What do you think will be the option in that case?
We would have safety nets, but we like the safety nets in that, like to continue to drop from that hypothetical back to the death penalty, is like those safety nets is the price tag where it's costing them like I think in some cases like up to like 4 billion more.
No, the safety net is
4 billion more.
The safety net is to try to ensure that the person is guilty, and that will be that we have the insurance of this person actually commit the
Right, and I will say this was a good refutation of Emmett's materialistic argument, where he's saying money, we should not spend money on keeping these people alive. That safety net, which is the legal system itself, is the legal safety net that would prevent people from being unjustly killed within the system. It would also be expensive in constant court cases and bringing up new evidence to provide to a judge and a jury to make sure that that person is properly represented within this justice system, at least, to make sure that they're not just killed for the sake of it. So ultimately what that is saying is that whatever arguments that you can have where you want to provide the safety nets are the reason why people are on death row for so long. The safety nets is to prevent an unjust killing. That's why it's so expensive.
Act, and then we can go ahead and enact justice upon that person. Otherwise, what we're doing is dereliction of the duty of the state to get rid of those people, and there's no way around it.
But like you're saying, the only option is the death penalty in this state situation to get rid of those people. But this is when we go to the thing of like you saying that like in order to keep peace, death is part of that peace. What I'm saying is no, you're looking at it a different way. It's just about neutralizing the threat. Once the threat is neutralized, once the threat is neutralized in any situation, there is peace. It's a peaceful situation.
Well, neutralize is another way of saying killing as well, because a lot of times when you neutralize a threat, that means that you...
Right, that is actually a fallacy of ambiguity. What he's intending to say, what Teriak is intending to say is that neutralizing as in made not a non-threat. So he's saying that yes, there are more ways to neutralize somebody, right? Maybe that's not a fallacy of ambiguity. I forgot what it's called, but it's trying to... It's not a good rebuttal to what he's saying. What ultimately Teriak is saying is that yes, there are two ways to neutralize somebody. One's life imprisonment, wants the death penalty, he's favoring the life in prison.
It can be one
blew it
aspect.
up, for
Like
example.
if the situation is where it's your life is now in question versus that's a different situation. That's self-defense. That's
What would
not
be the
that's not the
difference?
state. Yeah, the difference is that this is like they have the trial. Like this is like week-long trials and all this kind of stuff. So like the threat has already been neutralized by the state of that situation. If you can get
No.
this person to sit down in a courtroom with other people, public people in the place, and it's a
So now that Emmett has said no there, the way that you push through that is that no, that's not, or he's saying no, there's no possible way, essentially, that it is neutralized, the threat is completely neutralized within the prison system. So now all you would have to do is express the reforms that you would want required within the prison system itself to make sure that they are not a threat to anybody. And those can be as brutal as you want to be. Accident, and once again, he's already kind of went into what I would say, or just because an accident happens does not mean justice isn't something that is the goal. Just because you from his point of view, just because you accidentally kill somebody who was innocent does not mean that the duty of the government was to not execute execute guilty people. So just because somebody within the prison system that I would advocate for, just because they get accidentally killed because, you have to put some silly gas in the room to make them fall asleep, just because they accidentally die does not mean that I advocate or support the death penalty. So, because I would think the death penalty would be unjust.
quote unquote peaceful or safe environment for them. The threat has already been neutralized. So like this whole thing of like you saying it's
Yeah,
then
but you're
justified
talking
for then the
about
state to execute this dude. That's an additional layer to it.
You're talking about the threat. I'm talking about justice, right? You're saying, oh, this threat is no longer a threat.
Yes.
But it can
Neutralizing
first
the threat
off, it
is
can be a
justice.
threat. No, it's not.
Yes, it is. And even under what he was saying that neutralize could mean, either way, that it would mean that, yes, it would be justice. Justice is making sure this person can cause no harm.
True.
You
there are a
just
lot
agreed.
of things that there's a lot of things that can be just that has nothing to do with threat. If you're going, for example, if I have a contract and I fulfill my contract, that is just. There was no threat there. Would you say that that is just?
Fulfilling a contract?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Was there a threat there?
No.
Okay.
Unless it
so
was
we're talking about something that has nothing to
killing
do.
contract.
Justice does not necessarily do have with a threat. In this case, it has to do with proper retribution, for example. In some cases.
Yes, proper retribution. And within the arguments for the majority of people who argue for the death penalty, I do not find their justification for the want of the execution of the person to be just. I believe that it's over-emotional, and actually, by following what they want, I believe leaves a stain on them.
Cases. And when you have a person that has done something so heinous that it deserves the death, what you're doing is actually giving them a mercy. You're giving them the mercy of death, and you're giving everybody, including the people that have been their victims.
And see, this is where I would say that it is not mercy, it's a judgment. It's a judgment of you thinking that you can decide who should live and who dies. And deciding that this person, under your judgment, means they have no ability to be redeemed. This is a salvific claim. I think that ultimately what it is to enact the death penalty is a salvific claim.
It's the mercy of their death. So that would be the just thing to do.
No, because again, in terms of like the main job of the police is to
this is not a police
keep the
job.
peace.
Yeah, this is not the police job.
They represent quote unquote justice. They're the enforcement mechanism of justice.
There's a completely different branch of the government that is dedicated to justice.
I'm not talking about government. I'm not talking about government.
We're talking about government. 100% about government.
Yeah. The reason why we have police is for justice, correct?
All right,
No,
Kat,
it's
be
for
careful.
enforcement. Enforcement of law.
Yes, which is
Yeah.
the rules of justice.
It would be.
Correct?
It can be just.
Yes,
but it does not necessarily that it's just.
Yes,
but it can be.
Like this is where we get back to in your proposed system. You're perfectly willing, and you're saying that it's justice to execute innocent people, whereas I'm saying it's not justice.
It's justice to execute guilty people, right?
Right, which is the claim. And this is where I feel, and this is the criticism I do have for Emmett on this debate. He did ultimately, I think, by the end of this, win it. It's the unwillingness to engage with the argument, but Terry's not really providing an argument. He is not giving a stable moral reasoning for not wanting to execute people, because he doesn't have his shaky moral grounding.
No, I reject that premise. I reject that.
I reject the presupposition that they're innocent. Why would you say that they're innocent?
So, because you're the affirmative, you're the one who's making the claim.
Yeah, I understand that, but you are presupposing that they're innocent, and you haven't given me any reason to believe that the people that I'm talking about are innocent.
Yeah, because the situation I'm saying is that, like, because we're prone to make mistakes, it no longer becomes an if, it becomes a when. Throughout time, that eventually there will be an innocent person, there will be innocent blood spilled, and you're perfectly fine with that.
I'm perfectly fine with the duty of the state being fulfilled, because that is the duty. And if in case we have any kind of error, we have to go ahead and make the rail guard so that we don't have that error in the future. The other way around is just saying, oh well, we can't do this anymore, so we're gonna act in accordance to. We're gonna derelict our duty instead. We're not gonna act in accordance to what we should do.
You're presupposing that that's the duty of the state. I reject that.
It is a duty of the state. What do you think?
And see, that is the that is where the argument, where me and Emmett would separate from. Is it the duty of the state? I think that the ability to kill people that are a threat to the society, yes, that is a duty of the state. But to execute somebody who is helpless and in prison, I don't think so. And I don't think that they're... The thing is, there are different ways of performing what is the duty of the state. There are different aspects of it. You wouldn't say that because it's the duty to the state that they should be able to kill people, that means that if somebody forgot to pay a parking ticket or didn't pay a parking ticket, the second they get pulled over, you just blast them in the face. So just because there is a duty that the state has that requires the ability to kill people does not mean that it is justified to do it in every circumstance.
I think it's the duty of the state then. Well, it is. Justice is the duty of a state.
Yeah, to enact the justice. And like we said, in terms of just, like you're like taking innocent life is not justice, correct?
It's not innocent. We're talking about guilty people.
In terms of neutralizing the threat, like that is something that we can do, correct?
Well, what is the threat of an innocent person? Because you're totally fine neutralizing the threat of an innocent person, right?
Yeah, the threat to the innocent person is getting falsely accused and getting the death penalty for it.
That is not a threat. What is the threat? What would you be neutralizing in your case when you're saying that it's of an innocent
person?
Because
when the death penalty is on the cards, the government can and will make mistakes.
The government will make mistakes because we are in a fallen world.
Exactly.
I am trying to avoid a higher mistake. I'm trying to avoid a higher mistake. The higher mistake will not doing what it's meant to do.
You're just
right. So, and within Teriak's logic here, let's say that somebody is an active threat. They're shooting at the cops or whatever, and as the cop is returning fire, a bullet I don't know, passes through the person they shoot and ends up killing a kid. Does that now mean that the cop should never have returned fire? No, of course not. And see, this is where I don't think that Teriak is making a good argument.
Opposing duty. You're just saying this is what we're meant to do, but there's no like what evidence do you point to with back up the claim? Because even when you point to Christianity, I said without the death penalty, Jesus wouldn't have been executed,
and we would not be saved, right?
Yeah, but that's the whole point.
The whole point is we would not be saved by Jesus Christ.
Is it not a situation when a tragedy happens, when an innocent man is executed by the state? I'd point to Socrates. I mean, when that happens...
Yeah, but this is the thing, is that it was God's will for him to have that happen. He knew it would happen, and he did it. And he made good from that. So it's not, the Jesus argument is not a good argument. It just comes from a fundamental misunderstanding of what Jesus' crucifixion means. He doesn't get it because he's not engaging with the Bible in a good faith way. He's doing it to philosophically tear it apart.
When that happens, should we not look at ourselves and say maybe what we're doing is wrong?
Well, Socrates would actually say that the duty of the state is all the way to that, because that was the way that he thought about it. They have to be able to produce it due to the way that the law is, and they have to be able to enact justice. Yeah, in your case, it would be like, oh well, since there might be an error in the system, what we have to do is not produce justice. We have to accept the fact that we cannot do it, and then it's a free for all.
The claim that you're making, Emmett, is that it's not possible for the state to execute an innocent person or to fuck up, right?
No, that's
not
no,
what you're saying.
That's not what Jesus fucking.
One sec. You're saying it's impossible for retards to get into office, and then all of a sudden using this is a straw man, wiping people out. And then, like I said, when we look at Socrates, when we look at Jesus, these were people where a bunch of retards were in power, and they execute an innocent person.
I think it's way more likely that you have a bunch of retards. I think it's way more likely that you have a bunch of retards in power where there is not actual duty being forced upon them. So when you can go into the government and you have a corrupt government due to the fact that you have not done what you're supposed to be doing, that is the way that you get a bunch of retards in power.
Retardation is not corruption.
They're part of it.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Like, would you say so? Like, would you say someone?
So this is the problem. Stupid people being in power is a part of dereliction of duty, because just because you're too dumb to be able to follow the law does not mean that it's not your responsibility to follow that law. So yes, a dumbass being in power does innately, it's innately corrupt.
Is like they're an evil person.
Do you think corruption means evil?
Yes.
Oh fuck. I'm trying not to spurg. No. Corruption does not innately mean evil. Sorry, hold on a second. Yeah, there's two definitions. He's using the first definition. I've always thought of corruption in more of the sense of the process of which something, typically a word or expression, is changed from its original use or meaning. So, like, the government itself being corrupt does not inherently mean that it's dishonest and fraudulent. To me, the second definition is better, because corruption within a system could just mean that the system is meant to do this, but instead it doesn't, for whatever reasoning that they have.
No, it just means that they're not doing their duty. I think it's way more
Yeah.
likely than a 60 IQ person
They're not
will
doing
not
their
do
moral
the duty that
duty.
they're supposed to
They're
do.
not acting good, ergo they're acting bad.
The government is
Yeah.
not a moral agent. The government is just a force agent.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter if it's good or bad, right?
There's nefarious, but there's also incompetence.
Yeah.
There's two aspects to this, and you're saying that like, regardless
you
of
think
that, like existing. One second. Regardless of that existing, you're saying that this will no longer or there's no chance of like an innocent person being executed. But I'm saying
that's not what I'm saying.
It becomes
would you please stop a straw man in that position? That's not what I'm saying.
not straw man.
Yeah, but
Sorry, I have my mouth full of shit of food. Yeah, it is a straw man.
I never said that.
Go ahead.
An innocent person will not. It's not capable to being executed. It is a possibility. I think the possibility is way more likely to happen when there is corruption in the way that the state works, and that happens a lot when they're not doing their duty, and that includes being able to go to the last consequence when it comes to justice.
Yeah, so like Emma, what I'm pointing towards is that like you're saying it's a possibility. That denotes that it's an if. I'm saying I reject that it's an if. It's a when.
No, I'm not saying that it won't happen. I'm saying that it happens, and it will happen way more often when the corrupt system will come to the final conclusion of corruption, which will be for example,
See, like, Teriak's argument is just bouncing like a fucking ping pong ball between Emmett's opener. This is why I don't think that he's not able to escape Emmett's opening. He's just kind of bouncing in between both of his opening statements.
Destruction of the system of governance that we have right now, and then when it's only pure force doctrine, way more executions will actually happen due to the corruption of the system. And I don't want a corrupt system. I want a system that is able to go through this different process. If we find that there is an actual issue in the way that we enacted justice, we find ways to procure that doesn't happen again, and we have to be able to do the duty of the government, which includes the death of people that have acted wrongfully.
Yeah, so would you concede, or are you basically saying that, like, your argument is that the maximum punishment is death?
Yes, the maximum punishment would be death.
Okay, so would you rather, like, take the death bounty, or every day for 60 years for the rest of your life, you're going to be locked in a cage with boy culture?
And see,
big,
this, like
7-foot dude, and he's going to grape you every single day the rest of your life.
Okay, so see, this is another aspect of what I would consider not part of what I would actually argue if I was doing like a for real death penalty. I'll say it like jokingly, but my actual argument for that is that no, because that will make things worse. There is the spiritual damage that they've already committed upon themselves and others as they're going through this system of what I would try to find as a process of hopefully finding redemption within the prison system itself. What that does, I think, ultimately would create more harm, more damage, spiritual damage to that person. I think that if my system was to be enacted, there would be no capability of anybody raping anybody within the system that I would advocate for. There just wouldn't be an option. And if that were to occur within my system, the penalties would be so extraordinarily harsh that the person who committed that act probably wouldn't be allowed around the general prison population at all anymore.
Which one?
Would I prefer that if I got into a problem with the justice, would I deserve death? Of course, I would take death. Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is that, like, terms of the proposition put forward, you're saying the death bounty is like everybody would say no, like I'd choose anything other than the death bounty. And I gave you an example or hypothetical between, okay,
No,
this
we're,
is
we're
what
talking
like
about
prison life is like.
justice, right?
No,
We're talking
I'm
about
saying
justice.
in terms of like, and you're saying that the top punishment
Mhm.
is the death bounty. But I'm
The
showing you
top
that
just punishment would be.
But what I'm saying is there's far worse punishments than death.
Okay, yeah, I can agree with that. The point is not about it's not about what is the worst possible punishment ever procured by man that includes the most amount of suffering
But it's their
possible. It's
duty.
about what is the justice. Yeah, the just thing to do.
People always deserve to get the fuck beat out of them. Yeah, I mean, like, this is my thing. Like, before they're arrested, you know, beat the shit out of them. I don't care. Throw them in the back of the damn cop car with some fucking broken limbs and shit. That's not necessarily a problem for me. It's just the system within within the prison system itself. The goal of it should be the betterment of the person within it to some extent. First priority of it is to separate these people from society. Second priority is to have them be able to be redeemed in some sense within it. And the third is to hell, I forgot what I was thinking about now. There was a third, but it's gone now.
It's not to torture people all the way till they just
deserve
beg
it, right?
for death. No, they deserve justice.
But like
You
I
would
said,
think
you're
they
just kind of
deserve it?
saying, yeah.
Oh, and general population, like the prison system I would design for these types of people, they wouldn't be interacting with anybody. I think that ultimately, this is the thing that there is within the idea of how to help redeem people, there is the danger of accidentally making a problem worse. And within that, you would want to lessen it to some extent, but not. I don't know. Emotionally, yeah, I'd want those fuckers like flayed and put on display outside of every kindergarten, you know. But what I'm trying to do when I consider whether the death penalty is justified or not is I'm trying to remove my emotions from it. I'm trying to come up with a way that produces something that I think is my moral duty to advocate for. And what I think that the state's moral duty should be by an extension of that. I understand what you mean. Like, trust me, motherfuckers, if it was up to me, they wouldn't be getting anything but a whole lot of boyfriends. But ultimately, that's kind of a spiritually damaging thing. I don't want to be. I think it's not the thing that I'm being told to advocate for.
You would think
That's what I'm
anybody
saying.
deserves
What
that?
I'm saying
Do
is,
you think that is the idea of the
yeah,
government?
what I'm saying is, like, in both perspectives, in both worldviews, if you're kind of one of the persons like, no, like, we need to go maximum punishment in terms of that, they would choose like the torture aspect rather than death penalty. And then even if you're like the person that, like I was saying in my opening statement, that sanctity of life, you would still hold the view that like death penalty should be outlawed. But you're just saying like,
Well,
yeah, it's
what
a
you're
moral
saying
duty,
is
but
you
you're not
want the
really referencing why it is.
in your case, you would be saying, no, I want them to go on and be engraved every single day of their life because I think that is a better solution to the system of justice instead of providing justice when it has to be given, right? Because of
Yeah,
sanctity
but
of
you're
life.
just saying
Is that
death
your position?
penalty. Yeah, but you're just saying death penalty equals justice.
death
But you're not
penalty
actually explaining why.
has to be part of justice, and it has to be
Yes.
because the government
Why?
must be able to enact it towards the people in a bunch of different situations, including, for example,
Why?
Okay. The
I
reason
wouldn't mute
why
this
it
whole
has to
time.
be able to enact is because it has jurisdiction over said people, and they need to be able to do it if force doctrine requires it.
Right, and this is the assertion that Emmett's making, and there hasn't really been a opposite assertion of what the prison system itself should be. It's just trying to refute what he's claiming without really providing a refutation to the end goal of what justice is within his system when it comes to execution. So he's not really contending with Emmett's primary argument. He's trying to refute it without. He's trying to refute everything under that, and not actually refuting the. They're refuting the. Refuting that. Sorry, I just. Anyways, he was he's not actually refuting the primary. The primary argument of what duty is, and that duty is ultimately being able to conduct the full amount of force that's required. And even then, you could concede that and then say that it's not required within executing prisoners. But he's tried to do it, but he's not. But he's also trying to contend with. But he's not. He's not really doing it. He's not contending with the peak argument. He's contending with the top of the argument. He's contending with everything under that.
That's why.
Yeah, so like for example, right? In this, okay, in your situation, because you're saying it's my duty, it's my duty, it's my duty. I'm going to hit you with the trolley problem. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Technically, O.J. Simpson was not guilty, so he's on one side of the track. The other person on the track is Derek Chauvin. The train is headed towards Derek Chauvin. Are you pressing that button?
Well, it is a false dichotomy, right?
How's a false dichotomy?
Because you're asking me, well, would you go ahead and do attack somebody that is guilty or someone that is innocent? In my idea, would be
in terms of the eyes of the law, OJ never took a life, but Derek Chauvin took a life.
Would not be.
In terms of the law,
he would.
So you and because you're saying it's your duty, you would say that you would not press that button because of your duty.
Yeah. In this case, what you're saying is I see two people that would be out of the idea of death penalty entirely, because one was an officer of the state. He was acting in accordance to what the state was telling him. We know this is a corrupt case specifically, and in the other case, the justice system acquitted him. So why would any of them get death penalty in this case?
Yeah, because
and within this type of argument, like what he's doing is I see what he's trying to do. He's trying to make the argument based on, well, the government has that authority, so they should have the authority to then enact justice on Derek Chauvin if that meant he was charged with the proper crime. So he's just he's still making that, well, mistakes happen, so you shouldn't ever do anything because you might accidentally make a mistake. You shouldn't actually defend your wife if somebody's breaking into your house because, there might accidentally be, I don't know, a puppy or a kitten on his back or something. Or maybe when you shoot the gun, it passes through the intruder, enters the next house, and hits a toddler or something. Like it's ultimately still trying to make the same point, but in a different way, and it still doesn't connect. The women child pedophiles never get anything done to them, just a slap on the wrist most of the time. Those women get yeah, I think that's fucked up. I mean, yeah, I mean, I know that happens. They should be in jail permanently. I think the law is a little bit too lenient. Not a little bit, way too lenient on women all the time.
I'm pointing to incompetence and or nefarious. Like
Yeah,
you're
but,
saying, like this,
none
like
of
don't
them
worry,
would
guys.
get
Like
it.
this legal system will never get pushed, even though like Trump all of a sudden is getting RICO charges and all this kind of shit. And you're saying this stuff will not be weaponized, or there won't be any
No,
retards
it
that'll
will.
slip
It
through the
could be.
cracks.
It absolutely
Yeah.
could be
So
weaponized.
then it
But
becomes when
the
the state
yeah.
takes innocent lives, how are you going to explain to those families and those people
But it
of
goes
that
back to
individual
corruption,
that
right?
was justice?
It goes back to corruption in that case,
It's
right?
not corruption.
It is corruption. If you're talking about a corrupt system, for
incompetence is
example,
not corruption.
the RICO cases that are being done against Trump that you mentioned, that would be corruption. And you would be talking about
Yeah.
the dereliction of duty is what
one
is
aspect.
causing corruption. It's not the other way around. So I would
That's one
say that the
aspect.
problem that we have in the United States is that we have gotten a way of doing the duty towards the government has gone away towards doing what its duty is. So that's why we're seeing this kind of issues. And instead of moving away from it, we should move towards it.
Real quick, I will concede the debate if you can do this to me. Name me one government that hasn't devolved into corruption.
This is not his argument. The argument is not that there will never be a mistake. The argument that he's trying to make is that because one mistake happens, that the whole act of trying to enact justice is evil. He's not contending with the peak argument. He's not contending with the top part of the argument. He's trying to, he's trying to go at the gut. He's trying to get some gut shots in. He's trying to go, maybe he's even trying to go a little bit below the belt. He's not actually going at the head of the argument. He's just, hell, I don't know. I'm starting to get tired now.
I can tell
exactly.
you one government.
So when the government executes innocent people, how are you going to explain to those families that was justice?
I can tell you one government that was absolutely corrupt, and when they started applying the law and getting away and started doing their duty, they become less corrupt. And that would be, for example, El Salvador. El Salvador went to one of the most corrupt places in the world to not that corrupt anymore, right? And what they do? They started enacting the law and doing their duty. Yeah.
Yeah, but they lock them up. They don't need to start just executing people.
No, that's not true. They are executing them.
Because like one aspect to it, it's like when all these bodies like the from the thing where we just wipe out all the bad people, apparently all the bad people, right? And it's all.
I mean, they're executing them just in a very slow way. I would think that is the way that they're doing it. It's like they're putting them in a place. They have absolutely nothing they can do. They will never see the light of day. They have their existence is way worse than it was before. I would think that the only morality they're doing in that case is not actually procuring justice. But what I said and what you asked me is, well, have you seen one government that has not been corrupt? And told you this is a case in which they started doing their duty, and instead of becoming more corrupt, they become less corrupt.
Right, and ultimately what's still happening is that in Teriak's just not going at the head of the argument because he can't. And this is what I mean when people who are more secular are Platonistic. They can't really go after the head of the argument because once it gets to the moral grounding stuff, Christians win almost every single time.
No, because again, like I said, in terms of like the like this aspect of like, yeah, the corruption will fix itself, you're still kind of saying, yeah, the price of that is still innocent lives.
The price will always be innocent.
Like the whole thing of like
I don't
the
understand
corruption,
what that
like
means.
the corruption will like what you're saying is the corruption will just like solve itself and it'll just cycle through between corruption to non-corruption, back to corruption, back to non-corruption.
Do you think
it's a cycle,
the people
which I can understand. But what I'm saying is because that's like going around in a one sec, because that's going around in a circle, what you're saying is every single time it gets corruption, there's going to be a lot of innocent people that are going to be losing their lives.
Yeah.
And it makes it more
the price
difficult.
is still innocent life, okay? If you don't do your duty as a government, the price is still innocent life. What happened in El Salvador is they had the highest amount of murders in the world, and they were innocent. And they the last week before they actually put everybody in jail, they kill like 100 people, and they were all civilians and innocent, and they did it because the government was about to put them all in jail.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Like, he just keeps falling back into Emmett's opener, the dereliction of duty, and a corrupt system will not enact the justice in which is required, or will not enact justice consistent. And that's all I'm saying. That's all he's saying. So he's saying to reduce it would be better. So to advocate for a less corrupt system would mean more justice is being had, or would mean that justice is being had at least 99.9% of the time. And his argument is just focusing on that 0.1%.
Yeah, but when you give the government the power of like death, control over death, it's a lot more harder to get out of corruption. Usually the state just fails
anyway. No, they already have the control over death because they have the institution of force, and they will use it all the way to death, no matter what you do. For example, if you don't want to pay taxes and they go all the way, they try to put you in jail, and you resist, what do you think is going to happen to you?
Okay, they have the power of innocent death.
What, I don't know what you mean by innocent death.
Because, like I said, when you take out the death penalty, you saying that like more innocent lives going to be taken from that. I disagree.
Mm-hmm.
Because like the government doing their job. One sec, the government doing their job is like neutralizing the threat. You can take those people and take them away from society. Like you can even have a whole trial over the course of weeks and bring them into the public and still have this trial and all this foreign proceedings. So it's like in terms of like the threat being neutralized, in terms of like any more damage done to the human civilization, the state can already do that. You're the one who's saying that the added billing on top of that is the death penalty, which makes no sense.
Yeah, but you're causing corruption at that point, and you're actually doing
how are you causing corruption?
And I would say because you're not doing your duty towards those people. Your duty is to.
But you're just presupposing
justice,
that that's
and that
the duty.
includes the death. That includes the death of people who are done heinous acts so grave when it comes to the societal standard that they need to be removed.
Right, and this is the thing, is that yes, of course, he's going to presuppose that is the duty. What is the top? It's not showing the thing here. Hold on, what was the exact prompt? Let me make sure. I don't know how I already forgot it. But the exact prompt is, should the death penalty exist? So yes, he is, of course, going to suppose that is the case and has already given justification for it. So it's not even a presupposition, it's him justifying it, and Teriak not going after the justification. He's just kind of danced around it and tried to avoid going after that.
Well, you're the one who's
you have to be able to do it.
You're just presupposing.
Sorry, I'm getting tired, so my brain's
like, yeah, the state has to be able to do this. The state must be able to do this, and it's like, yeah, but you're not explaining
because he has jurisdiction over the people, and it will do it in other cases. So it has to extend to justice. It has to.
Yeah. So, like, let me put it this way: when you look at the whole aspect of like immortality, or like if there was like a certain thing that like the whole kind of superhero to try and kind of keep the secular aspect to it, but you could talk about like, let's say Jesus or whatever. This whole aspect of like if there was like such a being, like a god type being that like is unkillable, like how would you be able to deal with that? And it's like, no, there's no way to possibly deal with that. But if you have enough distance or maintain enough distance between you and this being, then basically it's almost like that being doesn't exist. And it's the same kind of concept here. It's the same. One sec. It's the same kind of concept here in terms of like this whole aspect of if the government has the power of the death penalty, you're going to have innocent lives being taken by the state. But if you want to purify, one sec. If you want to purify the state, you have to make sure that they don't have the power to take innocent life.
No, the state has the power to take innocent life because they're the ones that hold all of the force.
Okay, so then your life is not yours. Your life belongs to the state.
Your life.
And see, once again, this falls into the same kind of trap where, okay, so you're saying that the government should not have the ability to take innocent life. So what does that mean? That means a police officer can't do his job because he might accidentally kill an innocent person. That means that you shouldn't be allowed to defend yourself, because if you're swinging an axe, maybe the axe head will fall off and bump into somebody else. Like, there's so many ways that that monolith that he's built up, it doesn't work.
Your life is duty bound. In fact, it has never belonged to you. That's why that's why you're not supposed.
Your
to.
life does not belong to you.
No, it doesn't belong to you.
What?
You think your life?
Oh shit! Is this the first time Teriak's ever heard that? Shit. Yeah, your life don't belong to you. What the hell are you talking about, boy? Life don't belong to you. Your life belongs to God or the state. Or your life belongs to God. The state has control over it, has authority over it. This is Emmett's entire argument. How has he not gotten that at this point?
Belongs to you. You have the right to just go ahead and be a nihilist.
So you don't control your destiny. You're saying you don't control your destiny.
That's not what
that
it
has
means. You
nothing.
have free
that has
will.
nothing to do with it.
If I don't have control over my life, how can I have control over my destiny?
You have duty to your life. That doesn't mean that you have that you're not owner of it. You are borrowing your life in other sense.
I don't understand what you mean.
Wait, which framework do you want to use? Because maybe this is a framework difference. Do you want to go through Christian framework? Do you want to go to an atheist framework, or which one do you want to use?
Like, in terms of like the way I look at it, like why should one act morally, or why ought we ought?
I don't.
Well, I need to know your framework. Are you an atheist? Are you a Christian? What are you? So I can answer that question in a way that makes sense.
It's a difficult label to deal with, because like when I hear the likes of Jay Dyer talk about God in terms of like the metaphysics, being able to ground that in terms of like the logic and the logos, etc., that's one aspect. But then I can look at like Heraclitus, ancient Greek philosopher. That's where I got the river quote from. This whole aspect of like when he's talking about the logos being the law of change that governs the cosmos. He's basically talking about the same stuff that Jay Dyer is talking about in terms of that.
If I remember correctly, Heraclitus is mostly just talking about the nature of the world. Heraclitus is talking about the nature of physical reality. He's not talking about God. He's talking about the nature of reality. And the nature of reality is that it is ever moving forward and changing. That there is no solid material. There is just there's what was it, the same river twice. You can never step in the same river even once. That's the conclusion of what Heraclitus, I think, was talking about. And all that ultimately means is that material is non-permanent. That's all it means. Material is non-permanent. That's the conclusion that you get out of it.
Aspect of God, but he wouldn't call himself Christian, etc., etc. So in terms of like that aspect, that's where I'm kind of lining up.
Question if you don't give me a framework.
But like I'm getting there. Let me cook, right? So in terms of like this whole thing of like the morality, the way I look at it, it's like more so like as an instrumentalist, or as like looking at it as a tool. Because when you look at like people who would deny that there's objective morality, they would have to then deny that demoralization is not a thing. And when you look at like demoralization,
morality?
Yes. So it's like, but it's not static.
Do you think self-deletion is a moral action?
Sorry, I was taking by something. But ultimately, what he's talking about, I think he's confused about the nature of material and the nature of what is the materialistic world that we live in. And he's applying that to be an all-encompassing thing that applies to all things. Because I think even I don't remember who it is. Whoever makes the shapes argument, I can't remember right now. But there are, even within Greek philosophy, there are these unmoving, unchanging things. So to apply Heraclitus's understanding of what reality and the nature of the world is, that does not that's not something that can be applied to a holistic worldview. It falls into moral relativism. It means that there is nothing that is permanent, so everything's changing. So there is no one grounding moral aspect. So the death penalty can be bad now, good later, bad again, good later, bad now, good later. So it's, if he's applying that Heraclitus stuff to concepts and morality, then yeah, it's ultimately moral relativism. This is what I'm pretty sure Hume did. So he's just trying to recreate Hume in his own words. He's trying to reinvent the atheistic wheel.
No.
Why not? It's your life. You should be able to do it, right?
You have ultimate control and you can do it, but should you do it? No. And like I said, getting back to the moral thing, why ought we act morally is because you will demoralize yourself to the point where you will get to that stage where you no longer want to live. You just want to self-delete.
Yeah, you will go to
nihilism. Exactly.
Right? Nihilism. Right?
Yes. And like, that's what the why you have to say it's like there is like an objective sense to morality in terms of
you
like
need to be able to
Platonic. I remember Platonic shapes. I remember it was like okay. I remember now. But ultimately, what's really being said here is, okay, I just remember the Platonic shapes, and now
sense
I forgot what I was going to say.
Of your life. So your life doesn't belong to you. You're duty bound to your life. Otherwise, you could go ahead and say, my life is my life. I can go ahead and do whatever I want with it. And if I self-delete, it wouldn't be an immoral action. It would actually be moral for me to self-delete because I have ultimate control over my life in the moral sense. I'm not talking about the ease. In the ease statement, you're correct. You do have ultimate, let's say, freedom to do whatever you want in that case. But if you are believing that you have an actual framework in which morality supersedes your own idea of your own will of action, and you have a duty to your life, then the life doesn't belong to you. You have a duty to it.
No, what I'm saying is the duty is not like you can aim yourself towards a higher principle or a higher power. I have to phrase this very carefully. Like just one second, like you can orientate yourself in terms of like that higher aspect and all that kind of stuff. Because in terms of reality, there are limitations. You know what I mean? You cannot jump to the moon, for example, even though it's logically possible. You cannot jump to the moon physically. You know what I mean? So in terms of the reality, there's limitations in terms of like things you can and can't do, and in terms of like objectivity and all stuff. This is why Eternals, Infinites, like Infinity, all that stuff. Like these are important concepts to understand. You know what I mean? And why like this whole thing of being able to ground everything. Just real quick, because I do want to like shout out the Orthodox, like respectfully. That's what I'm saying. I'm choosing my words carefully. But in terms of like the Orthodox, when Jadar is talking about like ground, or Andrew is talking about like grounding your morality on stuff, it's like you have to be able to ground these Eternals or these infinite concepts that never change.
Yeah, and grounding yourself in a constantly changing foundation. That change is unchanging, which is an innate contradiction. Because, damn it. But trying to ground yourself in something that is innately contradictory on its face, trying to ground and trying to make your trying to ground your principles in change itself is as if building a house on sand. There are so many tiny, minute moving parts that as you build your house, the house collapses every single time. It's moral relativism. Change is unchanging is just an assertion. It's a argument for subjectivity. This is why as I think Teriak dives deeper into this concept, he's going to realize, whoops, I accidentally just reinvented Hume. I'm just reinventing Hume right here.
You're talking
That's why
about
God is
the
unchanging.
transcendental argument. Yeah. The what I'm talking about is we're talking about the ease right now. Like in your case, you were talking about things you can and cannot do, but you can actually self-delete. In fact, when a lot of people do it, and we're talking about duty-bound ideas.
Yeah, no, we're
And
talking about
if
should,
you're
not can.
no, I, yes, but you were talking about things that you can and cannot do, and those sort of like the limits of things that you have as a framework. So in your case and in my case, we know that I believe we shouldn't self-delete. We can. So there's not a
Yes.
problem of threshold in whether we can or cannot do. It's we shouldn't do it, right?
Yes.
Can we agree on that? Perfect.
Yes.
So if we shouldn't do it, that means that our life, that the question becomes, why shouldn't we do it? And if it's anything that is duty bound, that means that our life is not necessarily ours. Because otherwise, if it's just mine and I can do whatever I want with what I have, there wouldn't be any problem with me self-deleting. None at all.
Yeah, so yeah, like in terms of like the way the mentality works, then it's like, yeah, like that's whole thing. It's like that person like demoralized themselves, or like they got demoralized to the point where it's like that's what happens, bro. You lose the will to live. That's why Nietzsche was saying will to power, bro. God is dead. So if you're going to become an atheist, you got to make sure you don't become a fucking nihilist. You have to be able to put like that like higher power there, like we're talking about in terms of the abstract principles on the stuff, and be able to point towards something that like is objective or in the thing. So it's like a lot of these motherfuckers, the reason why they fail against Andrew, J. Dyer, et cetera, is because they have no grounding in it and they have to go down the more relativity route. But I myself can point to change.
Yeah, which is moral relativism. I mean, Jim Bob was so close to going in on Teriak on this shit the other day, and I really wish it had happened. Because I'm not a moral relativist, because I'm a moral relativist, is what he's saying. I think that everything is grounded in change, so thus everything is change. And all he's doing is describing the material world. He's a materialist in every sense. He's not just a monetary focus. He's not a monetary focus, but he's like an actual materialist, like a philosophical materialist. And ultimately what that entails is moral relativism, subjectivity. It is ultimately the grounding for what is modern atheistic argument.
Change is universal. You know what I mean?
Just because people who are atheists right now don't say that shit anymore does not mean that that's not what they're doing. They're just dumb, and they don't understand where the origins of their philosophy comes from. They just repeat shit. This is what annoys the shit out of me when I hear atheists fucking debate, because back when I was an atheist, I could have fucking danced circles around 90% of these motherfuckers because I understood where the origins of fucking moral relativity came from. It came from materialism and chaotic change.
Then from there you can ground it. But yeah, go ahead.
Is identity part of logic?
Yes.
How, if it's changing?
Because yeah. So like as we develop in terms of like technology, and as things change, more knowledge is accrued, or sometimes knowledge is lost, which would then affect the perspective of that. I mean, I'm not saying that.
So then there would be another standard in which there is a perfect form, which there is complete knowledge, and that complete knowledge would be the unchanging fact of what truth is, right? So once again, he is describing the material in what would be compared to the Most High. See, this is where I think he's kind of lost in the sauce here. He's correct in his interpretation of what material reality is. What he doesn't understand, for there to be knowledge, for it to increase or decrease, there must be a source that is complete. There would have to be something outside of change itself, which is complete and unmoving. So when it comes to change, he is just describing the material world. And within the atheistic philosophy, what change is that the knowledge itself changes. So while he will concede that there is a complete knowledge form or shape, he would not be able to. That's what he's gotten up to now. He has to understand that when it comes to this assertion that change is the objective moral stance, or the objective or is the objective moral stance, he has to understand for change to even be possible, there would have to be something whole and complete and unchanging. There would have to be a source of what is truth. And if the source is change, then guess what? Knowledge doesn't exist. Because it's always changing. I don't understand how it's gotten to this loop.
That goes back to
I just want to clarify. Right? I'm saying objective truth exists, or objective morals exist, but I'm not saying that any one individual is or is even capable of adhering to such objectivity. Go ahead.
Yes, it's almost as if there is a perfect form, a perfect person. See, this is what happens when you dive deep into philosophy. Like, you begin to understand that there has to be something unmoving, something that is a source, and that has always been there and will always be there. So just because we are not capable of finding complete truth, would never be able to, it does not mean that we could not know of it from its source. Or not from its source directly, but understand its projection of itself through what we can understand as through reality. I don't know, I'm getting fucked up now. I'm tired.
Yeah, well, that's part of Christianity. In Christianity, as I said, we are living in a fallen world, and we can go ahead and see that there is such thing as the fallen of actions in humans. That is why justice is so important. Otherwise, we wouldn't need justice. If we can just be perfect, there wouldn't be a need of justice. Everyone would be perfect. And having systems in which we are acting in accordance to what we should do, in this case, having a system like governance in which we have a bounds of what what it's supposed to be doing, for example, enacting justice, and this includes deleting the persons that are unwilling to be part of our system. In that case specifically, there is a duty of the state to act so that we can go ahead and be in a better society. And the idea of better is not like the perfect society, it's better in the sense of this is the capacity that we have as fallen person to enact justice and do what is right.
Yeah, so would you concede, though, that in the perfect society, you would not have the death penalty?
In a perfect
society, you would have no penalties at all. There would be no crime. There would be no, like, I don't understand what that means.
Society we wouldn't need a justice system.
Yeah, so like we wouldn't have the death penalty. Yeah, so like I said, in terms of that, like, yeah,
what would
so
be
like
a penalty in a perfect society, for example?
Like I think you would concede that there would be laws. Because like in terms of a perfect society, unless it's like even in terms of if it conquered the
If it was a perfect society, there would be no laws because nobody would ever break them because everyone would be perfect. So that everything would just work perfectly. There would be no need for laws. It just would be perfect.
whole planet, there could be other life out there. You never know, all this kind of shit, unfalsifiability. I get that. But in terms of like the dynamic, like that's certain things, like there's the perfect society, but then there would always be an outside force to that. There's never just the one.
Why would there be besides these kind of weird hypotheticals that there is other life that would be fallen instead of us, why would there be any kind of law and in a perfect society?
Yeah, so then I gotta ask you like what you mean by fallen then. I think we have a
Fallen is that
misunderstanding there.
we don't act in perfection, right?
Yeah, so like in terms of like the we, like we're talking about like humans. But
Humans.
let's say if there's so let's say if there's some like type of like alien life out there, like think of like the orcs in Lord of the Rings or like Alien versus Predator kind of type shit out there.
Let's say that I grant that because I can't even go ahead and defeat the orcs in Lord of the Rings, right? But let's say that I grant it. That in that case specifically, we would need to have laws for them. But if that's not the case, if it's only humans and we live in a perfect society of humans, why would we need law?
Yeah, but humans, because like what I'm pointing to is like nature, for example. Like there's going to be bears and all this kind of shit. So it's like in terms of like peaceful society, we don't even need guns and all this kind of stuff. It's like, nah, bruh, we need that.
Are we gonna have trials for bears now?
No. I'm not talking about birds and all that kind of stuff. But I'm talking about like in terms of like the aspect like nature itself is it's brutal, it's violent, it's bloody, etc., etc. Like think of that scene.
I'm
with
so
Leonardo
confused
DiCaprio
right now.
and the bear. You know what I mean? Like that's nature for you, bruh. You know,
but we're
so,
talking
like, in terms
about
of like savagery.
Yeah, I agree with you. I said that's what I said, that we live in a fallen society. But we're in a hypothetical in which there's no fallen society. We don't live in that fallen society. We live in the perfect society. Why would we need, if men are acting in accordance to perfection, law in that society?
Because, like I said, there's like other beasts and all this kind of stuff out there. So like, it's not like that society is just like all like cushy padded and bubble wrap and all this.
So it would seem as though we would need no laws, but the other animals or creatures would need laws. Like I don't understand. I don't see how that applies to the perfect society.
This kind of stuff. It's like there's still violence.
Yeah, but we would act in accordance to nature perfectly, right?
Yeah, and like on that principle.
So we
of, like,
wouldn't need to have. We wouldn't need
like,
to have
just real quick.
that.
Yeah, just real quick, like that whole kind of like aspect of the Thor quote, like a wise king must always be prepared for war but never seek it out. The whole aspect of self-defense, Department of Defense, but again, Trump changed the part of Department of War. But like that whole aspect of like neutralizing the threat rather than just going in and executing the enemy. You know what I mean?
Will there be in a perfect society?
And but like what I'm saying is it sounds the same.
Right. So what is being said there, right, is there would be no death penalty within the perfect society. But the response to that would be, yeah, there would be a death penalty within the perfect society, but within the society that's outside of that perfect society, there should be. Like that, that's all I would have to say. So that, yeah, we're in a perfect society, but we're interacting with a not perfect society. So should there be rules? Yeah, for that imperfect society.
Situations, it would end up the same. But in terms of like the perspective that you're looking at, if you can just neutralize the threat, it's like getting a draw in the game. Like you could be getting hockey.
Yeah, well, neutralizing the threat can be killing the. Neutralizing the threat could be killing the threat, right?
Yeah, so like if this is like a standoff and all this kind of stuff, it's like like 100% in terms of that. But like that's not the death penalty. You know what I mean? Death penalty is like you're having a court case, you're sitting them down and all these kind of chains, and it's like, bro, like at that stage, like it's like
you're neutralizing them for committing any other kind of action in society, right?
Yeah. So let me ask you this: if someone was breaking into my house, right? Let's say it happened right now, whatever. Like make the stream go viral, all that kind of shit.
Okay, so sorry. Before we move forward, just real quick, can you agree that in a perfect society we wouldn't need the laws? Real quick.
In terms of like perfect to adhere to the strict definition, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can
so
move
like
on.
in terms of the aspect of like if someone was breaking into my house right now, and like I let's say I had a pew pew, and then like I jumped down all this kind of stuff, and then like basically you hear like the commotion and stuff, and then you hear like him clearly walking out the door, and then like running down the street, and then I chase him 20 yards down the street, and then I shoot him. Right. In terms of that aspect, would you say that's self-defense?
No, I don't think that is self-defense. But I mean,
like,
if I was in a perfect society, if I was in a perfect society and somebody entered my house uninvited, I would think in a perfect society that there is good reason for that person to enter my house uninvited, and I would probably think that there is a bear outside and that they need a refugee, and I would not be thinking anything wrong about it. It would be.
Well, and this is the thing too, right? That was Teriak was about to use the hypothetical in which somebody breaks into your house, or if not, he should have used this one. This was the better one to use. If somebody breaks into your house, tries to kill your wife or whatever, and you beat the fuck out of them and tie them up without killing them, after you've tied them up, is it justified for you to put a gun against their head and pull the trigger and kill them? So that's the hypothetical. Is it justified to do that? That's the hypothetical I think would have been better to use. But ultimately, there is a good refutation to that. And Emmett probably knows it. But I'm not going to say, well, fuck it. The refutation of that is no, because I am advocating for a system in which will enact justice. So if I have them bound and I give them to the authorities, it's their responsibility and their duty to enact justice on them by killing them. That's the refutation to it. Mango.
Acting in accordance to perfection myself, right?
Yeah, but again, like humans are incapable of being perfect. That's what you mean by falling, correct? 100%.
Yeah,
So we're back on the same page. Beautiful. So like I said, in terms of like that dynamic, like you're kind of saying, like in terms of the government being able to execute, you're saying this is a necessary evil.
No, it's a necessary duty of the state. There's a difference between that and, for example, the same person goes into your house, goes on, let's say, deletes your kid, and then he gets caught for it. If there is the case in which the police would have actually deleted him while he was in the commission of said action, for whatever reason, then the same thing would apply to that person, that you would go on ahead and produce justice so that that person pays in retribution for what he did, and it will be better for that person and for you and for society in general.
Well, the argument that I'm making, or the reason why I brought up the going in the house and stuff like or like running away like 20 yards and then doing it, is because like the way I look at it is like that's basically what the state's doing with, like, you're able to do the trial procedure and stuff. Like technically, like the state could literally make that motherfucker dance like a monkey and like put on like a funny hat and like a sailor's costume or whatever, because like they have tasers and all this kind of like in terms of like what the state is capable of, like and when I'm talking about capable, I'm talking about what they can do. This individual, they could make them do whatever they want. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when you're already in a situation where it's like you're holding all the cards, to me, for the state to then say, like we're taking your life, to me, it's like, if you look at that from the like, okay, that's too brutal side of things. Like obviously you'd be against the death penalty, but even if you're looking at it more off the like sadistic side or the extreme element, you would even say, nah, bro, that's like a waste of life. You could use that motherfucker as a battery. You know what I mean? Like look at Peter Thiel with the Antichrist technocracy. We need to fuel the AI, guys. You know what I'm saying? Our Lord and Savior AI or Grok or whatever. So like in terms of that, just use it as a human battery, then yeah.
That would come to a different framework, right? We will be talking at that point about utilitarianism, in which you're trying to get the most utility out of the situation. And in that case, it's not it wouldn't be duty bound. It would be the utility of said person in accordance to what we think society needs, or the greatest amount of utility for it. But I reject utilitarianism because there's no way in which we can actually predict or even say what is the most utility that we can get out of it. In fact, what I would say is that the corruption that we're seeing, if I was a pure utilitarianism, the corruption of what we're seeing in the government and in society in general is it's creating more of a problem when it comes to the utility framework than if we just kill him. So I would still just go ahead and delete the person in proper execution, instead of using them for whatever utility I believe, because I think it will be the opposite. We will be getting the opposite idea. We will be getting, instead of getting the utility of having this person work for us, we will be destroying the society little by little.
And ultimately, within utilitarianism, the death penalty is perfectly fine whatever, even if you could make a system in which the prisoners pay off or even give profit to the society as a whole, it would still almost be beneficial to just start taking out the people who just resist completely and just refuse to work. So even with utilitarianism, the death penalty is still something that would, it's actually more justified in utilitarianism than it is in most other like frameworks that you use. So using utilitarianism to try to argue against the death penalty is not a good idea, because it's very easy to argue the utility of the death penalty. Because even if you, I'm just about to repeat myself. Never mind. I'm starting to get tired. My bad.
When you look at like,
well, I am
look at,
tired.
like, maximizing good, right? So it's like we have like locked them up for the rest of their life, and that's going to be cost the state X amount, or cost the taxpayer, I should say, because fuck the state. I wipe my ass with the state. But shout out to Millet. Like the whole aspect of like locking them up and all stuff, like that's going to cost state so much. And then you're kind of saying like in terms of the death penalty, in terms of however loose you want to kind of like,
and just like for some information, right, about when you say, yeah, fuck the state, man, fuck the state. This is what you sound like. This is what it sounds like to me. What you're saying, you're basically saying, yeah, fuck all the people I live around. Fuck everybody that has rules that I live around me that I don't like. Fuck them, man. Fuck them. That's essentially what you're saying.
Put the guidelines. It could technically be cheaper if we get very kind of loosey goosey with the rules and just bust the cap in his ass. Or it could be this thing where it's even more expensive, like what we're kind of seeing and currently happening play out. But what I'm saying is that like there is a third option, which one could deem is immoral or whatever, but in terms of the greater good, like using this motherfucker as a battery. In terms of like, because then you can use that to fund like further goodness in the world that the state could pursue in terms of like government projects, etc., etc.
Why would a person be a? Now you'd have to assert how a person could be a more efficient battery.
Case the most good or the most just thing for like that person to be used as a battery.
Yeah, as I said, I agree with you if we're gonna go with pure utilitarianism, but then I reject pure utilitarianism because
but even in terms
of the actual utility of.
And then even then, what would you do with the people that wouldn't make very good batteries, or what would you do with them? You would still be able to just get rid of them, kill them, right? Like it would still be fine to do that if they don't provide any utility in the sense of being a battery. Why would you need to keep them around? Utilitarianism is such a bad way of arguing against the death penalty, because utilitarianism always leads to death penalty to some extent.
Then if we go ahead and I'm gonna use the framework and I say, well, there is utility in having this person, I don't know, do X amount of thing for us, but if the action of having this person alive is creating corruption in the system, and it's way less utility for me in the long run because I'm gonna have a bunch of problems in the society in general, the utility calculation at some point will be, let's go ahead and delete that person out of pure utility so that my system is the most the best possible solution to what I consider to be the utility framework, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, because like the use them as the battery would just be like more. It's like you just have like a greater benefit than just executing them. You know what I'm saying? Because like in terms of like
what are you talking about? Just
yeah. Because like for example, like war, going to war with another nation, that's not the death penalty, bro. You know what I mean?
I'm not talking about war.
Yeah, but what I'm saying in terms of like that kind of thing, if it's like let's say two people are having like the corruption or whatever, like the judge and the sheriff, whatever, in the office where he went pew pew, like that kind of type of situation, it's kind of like that shit like happens or whatever. But in terms of like what I'm saying is in terms of death penalties, like this whole system where you want it to be like a court case, to have the hearing, all this kind of stuff, where threat is clearly neutralized, but you have that additional layer that you're saying this is the duty. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's where I'm kind of like. Yeah, go ahead.
The duty would be well. I'm trying to understand your perspective on this. You're saying that it is better for it is better. It has more utility, and it would be better morally to have them as a battery,
Yeah,
and
human
just use
batteries.
them the rest of their life instead of just
Putting a bullet
killing
in them.
them,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying is okay. Let's say that is correct on that framework. The problem is that I believe if we go back into like the actual idea of the whole society, and we see that having these people as battery is corrupting the whole system of society, then the utility calculation might be that this person should actually just receive a bullet. And if that is the case,
Yeah, but that can be used against your argument for the death penalty too, because if it's seen that the death penalty is creating a society in which is corrupting it and making people abdicate their duty, I don't know, let's say there's a corrupt politician who starts arresting and giving the death penalty to people, then that would innately corrupt the system as well. So what the response could be, what I think the response would have been best with the death penalty argument is that, okay, say that it is good for them to be a battery. What about those people who are not physically capable of becoming a battery? What should we do with them? Because once you go to utilitarianism, all you have to do is basically get it down to where they're basically just sitting on the ground, not providing any use for anybody, and actually just taking up resources or just putting a bullet in them. Like, that's all you'd have to do is just eventually get it down to that. So I do think that what Emmett said right there is it could just be turned back around on them.
I don't see any problem with just putting a bullet in them in your own framework, right?
Yeah, no, but because like even like this is still the original, like from what I said all the way back in the opening, in terms of like this like human life is sacred kind of thing. It's like that whole aspect of like even like being able to use like human beings as an energy source.
But you know, it is. I think that's more so what he's saying is probably more so a criticism for utilitarianism as a whole. It's not necessarily an argument. It's not. I don't know. I think he's trying to criticize utilitarianism rather than trying to provide. So, anyways, I'm fucking tired.
Like when you think of like your human labor, that's an example of like you using human labor as like energy source, etc., etc. So like what I'm saying is that in terms of like the human battery situation, I don't see that being a corrupting factor for the
well, the corrupting
current
factor,
system.
the corrupting factor in my argument is that you're not that the state is neglecting its duty of actually enacting justice. And what we're seeing instead is that they're doing some kind of other thing instead of actually acting according to the duty of enacting justice, and that is a corrupting factor towards the government, and it's compounding.
I'm not.
So you'll see more and more of these issues coming up instead of less.
Yeah, no, I'm not denying that it's incorruptible. Like what I'm saying is that it's like, for example, like you can point towards that capitalism can cause corruption. It's like, yeah, 100%. Like capitalism can, because it produces abundance and in abundance, etc., greed, etc., etc. So like in terms of like that aspect, that's why like I'm pointing towards like this, like the like a lot of people think it's either you lock them up for the rest of life, or you have the death penalty. But then, like I said, there's like a third option where it's like this whole kind of like looking at them as like a human battery. Because like what you were trying to point towards in terms of the start was like,
Hell, to be honest, I'm getting kind of confused of what Teriak is saying at this point because I'll let him finish.
It is without shadow of doubt, like these people are just like they can't even have a discussion. Like a good example of what I thought you were going to throw at me was the whole kind of Charlie Kirk thing. Like these people were dancing and fucking like laughing, all this kind of shit, and like the people that are like Halloween's coming, and we all know what's going to be plastered all over things. So just prepare yourselves for that, by the way. But like these individuals, I've even said it myself. You cannot have rational conversations with these people. It is impossible. Like to that point. So it's like, what do we do with that? And that's why I say it's either internal conflict. It's just like we might as well just like have it out, or we accept that things are going to get more authoritarian. We need to lock these people up either in a mental institution or in prison, And then, like I said, in terms of this aspect of like human battery aspect, if we can get like some sort of value or worth from it, I think that's a greater good than the two options that we had previous to this discussion, because technology is getting to that point.
All right, so I think what he's saying is that there are people within society right now that we cannot have rational discourse with. So what do you do? Do you put them in mental institutions or prison? And I guess he's saying that Emmett would assert that they need to be executed. I don't know. Like I wouldn't think that he would make that argument. If there are people that break the law and should be imprisoned, then they should be in prison. And if they did something that is within the justification of what would require the death penalty, then he would want to enact it. I don't understand what exactly the whole point of that was.
I can see that as a possibility of a way to go into retribution that makes sense in certain cases. But I'm talking about other kinds of situations. Like I'm sorry, easy. I'm gonna try to be as non-specific as possible with this example, but it's a true example. There is a person. In fact, it was a woman. This woman would go ahead and make catfish. Sorry, they would catfish other women that were pregnant, and they would offer them a place where they could supposedly rest, and they would have things paid for them during this time in the pregnancy. They were pretty much about to be in labor. They would get like a free doctor, and they would get all these supposedly free stuff. And what they would do is they would kidnap them. They would steal the baby, and they would harvest the organs and sell them. And they got caught. We know that this person was part of that. This was the mastermind. The actual thing got actually. They caught him, and these kind of people, there's not even a way that I can imagine having them in others. Like the proper way of dealing with these kind of people has to be the proper justice, right? They need to be out of this world and get their actual time with the creator so that they can have their place, which is not mine to say which one it is. And I'm not talking about people that are having a Halloween contest or it sucks. You can have rational discussions with them. They do have some kind of I'm gonna have a little bit of leeway. Maybe some dumb kid think it's funny, but I don't.
All right, and before he goes on too much longer, because I want to kind of apply what he. Ultimately, I do think that's an argument from emotion. I do think that what it is it's saying that this is so heinous that I can't even comprehend them existing in the world around me anymore. So they have to die so that they can go and meet God, and God can decide what to do with them. Meanwhile, like I don't think that from my worldview that is something that I am comfortable with doing, because I think that ultimately being in the world as we are right now is a part of what is our growth, our fall and redemption, so that we can be whatever it is that we're being prepared for. And I don't know or understand what exactly that preparation is, or preparation is for. But what I understand is that whatever this life is that we live is important, and there is purpose to it. And I think killing somebody and removing them from the temporal realm would instantaneously make them that person that they are permanently. And I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that one aspect of it, because that's just what I'm getting out of everything I've read so far. But I do think that there is a responsibility that we have to make sure that in this life, as we are living right now, to provide as much chance as possible for people to be able to find salvation. I think that is the innate duty of a Christian, is to make sure that we bring as many people as we can with us as we are trying to make it to the gates of heaven ourselves. We should be trying to go there as a whole and not being judgmental of the people who we could bring back into the fold ultimately. And that pretty hard not to judge people. And it's pretty hard to not. It's not the judgment part. It's the idea that there is no redemption for them, and that we are not responsible or to give them that opportunity. I just think that's a worldview difference that I have with most people. And I'm getting tired, so I'm not even able to really explain it very well. Let's get through the last little bit.
But the other part, that like, I don't think anybody thinks what I described a moment ago is funny, right?
No.
So
And
these
that's
kind
what
of people,
that, like,
and
yeah,
these kind
sorry,
of
go ahead.
people exist. These kind of people not only exist, these kind of people are prevalent in societies, and they are the result of corrupting forces. And what I propose in these kind of debates is we have to be able to do the duty of what is right in accordance to what we have decided the government is supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about justice. It's supposed to be about the duty of the people towards it, and instituting, even in, at least in America, the will of the people over society in general. And that is
Yeah.
what I'm prescribing in this case.
And like I said, like anybody who thinks that the human battery thing is like psychotic, because it kind of is. I'm not gonna lie, but like the reason why I'd say that is that like that's what they were technically doing to those babies, and that mother and all that kind of stuff. They were basically looking at them as like this whole thing. So it's like, I think a more just punishment is, okay, you think that was acceptable, I'm going to give you your own medicine. You're going to be in this pod, and we're just going to use your fucking like body heat or whatever as like an energy thing to fuel some like AI thing, because apparently that takes up a lot of energy. You know what I mean? And it's green. It's green. It's energy efficient, Greta. So don't worry. You know what I mean? We ain't burning no carbon. Apparently.
Well, the position in that case, I understand what you're saying. That would be another.
Nah, but you got that methane, boy. What the hell you talking about? Might not be as bad as the cows, but shit, humans be throwing off that methane too. Come on now.
That I'm gonna go into Christian ethics for a second, and it's like, well, I do think that there is the sacredcy of life, and in that is the case, then I'm not supposed to just go ahead and destroy, and utilize the fellow man as just a pure battery. I do have a duty to them, even in justice, to put them in the proper place. In this case, death is mercy, and they should be put to death in this case.
But like, and that's what I'm saying. Like the main thing for me is like the explanation of why, because like fundamentally the caveat to it is that it's like it is a when, not an if, and like when you get to that moment as a society, like that can basically make or break society, or it could cause what you like. And that's why I asked you, like, was it a necessary evil? Because this whole aspect of like Jesus, the story of Jesus. You know what I mean? This thing of like society getting so crazy or so corrupt that they're literally executing innocent people. You know what I mean? So like in terms of your aspect, you're kind of saying this is the like this is why it needs to be, because this is the warning and sign for everybody to say, okay, things are out of whack. We need to start rising up, because essentially the death of Jesus Christ, like you're saying, it's like we needed it because that's what sparked the revolution of Christianity. That's why I point back to Christianity why I would have no issue defending Christianity against a lot of the critique that you face with a lot of atheists nowadays, is because like fundamentally that story is like what you would point to as like objective truth. You know what I mean?
And this is the thing, right? Is that it was a reflection of how unjust the society was as a whole, too, I think. I don't know. This is my opinion right now, and I'm tired of shit. But I think it's ultimately a reflection of what Jesus went through, is showing how corrupt everything in that moment was, and how there was only really one way. And I'm getting super tired. I'm gonna have to stop in a minute. I almost fell asleep right there. But I think ultimately what's being misunderstood here is that yes, that society was so corrupt that it was trying to say it was executing who was God, and yeah, that was a bad thing. But that still doesn't actually contend with anything that Emmett is saying, because he's arguing for what is a just society under Christian ethics. That's what he's trying to argue for.
Like that's a telltale sign of when a society has gone completely out of fucking whack. When innocent people, and that's why I brought up Derek Chauvin. I mean, technically under the eyes of the law, he's evil, and OJ's an angelic fucking thing. Do you know what I mean? But we all know that shit's in reverse. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
so this whole
those
thing
are
of like the
those
degradation's
are
been for a while. Yeah, go ahead.
this is what I said, that in the both of those cases I wouldn't see that death penalty to be an enactable force. There are places in which I think it's enactable, and there are cases in which I don't think it's enactable. There are cases in which you have people like Ted. It's not Ted Cruz. Nicholas Cruz, I think it was his name. And this is the guy that did the high school pew pew in Florida and killed like nine or 10 people, and he should have been given the death penalty, because there's no question of what he did, when he did it, and why he did it. The reason was pretty much because he wanted to be famous as as the guys in Columbine, right? So there are cases in which I think it is. I could even consider if there's like high dispute of what actually happened. I don't think it would be a way to go when it comes to the case. And this goes back into putting the actual railways into providing justice. I don't want a system that is so corrupt that everybody can just get deleted. But I do want a justice in which the system has to be able to provide the justice in cases in which those are necessary. The case I said about the person catfishing woman, I think that is absolutely necessary that we make the example of this is not acceptable, and we're not going to accept it, and it's the person that does it is going to get absolutely cheated out of society every single time. But that's not the case. As if, I don't know, somebody goes on in a car and has an accident and unfortunately kills a person. That is a completely different circumstance.
And what I will say is this: when it comes to what he was saying there, shit. Well, that shit's just gone. I think I'm gonna have to just go to bed. Yeah, I'm literally running on 0 brain power right now. I don't even remember what I was gonna kind of say. Let me save this game. I forgot I even had Hogwarts still up. But yeah, I mean, like, let me just go back. I'll see if I can try to recollect, because there's not a whole lot left.
Provide the justice, but I do want a justice in which the system has to be able to provide the justice in cases in which those are necessary. The case I said about the person.
Okay, I remember what I was going to say now. What I was going to say is this: if it was about creating a system in which make sure that these people are used as an example to make sure others didn't commit the same crime, there's actually more evidence that public torture or just torturing somebody for life is actually better as a deterrent than just the death penalty. The death penalty doesn't seem to have much more deterrence than life imprisonment from everything that I've researched. But a life imprisonment with torture does have a pretty big effect, it seems. to prevent people from wanting to commit heinous crimes like that. So it's not, like, once you use deterrence, like, you have to kind of be able to back that up with statistics, and it does, to me, seem that the statistics point towards death penalty and life imprisonment being about the same, and that if you actually want anything that actually increases the lack of people committing these types of crimes, it's just life imprisonment with endless torture.
That is a completely different circumstance.
But like, this is what I'm saying in terms of like what should be is a very difficult concept approach, and like when we're like, that's why, kind of like I said, like, anybody who thinks I'm bullshit, and it's like I literally said at the start of my stream before this kick started, I think Emmett's either going to do this or he's going to do the moral argument, which is where kind of typically the short aspect goes. But in terms of like the way I look at it, like what society should orientate itself to and what it actually is are two completely different things. That's why the whole, like, you kind of getting is from and all this kind of shit. But in terms of like what should happen, like, that's why we pointed out the perfect, and then I kind of gave a funny answer to Emmett where he asked a good question of like well, like, in a perfect society would this be? It's like, well, technically yes, in terms of the strict definition of perfect, that would be the case. But what I'm talking about here is like, for example, in Ireland, like, you've heard a lot of stories, and recently there was a 10-year-old that was SA'd at one of these migrant hotels. And I would say, in terms of like the eyes of law, I don't think the government should be able to execute that person, even though it's an absolute egregious, horrific act.
All right,
But what I
I'm
will
literally
say is
falling
that
asleep, and it's basically over. There's not much anything else there. I do think that, like, ultimately, like, I think Emmett won that debate. Emmett did, or Herrick didn't really try to attack he didn't try to cut off the head of the argument. He just kind of worked around it, tried to work the body and punch a little bit below the belt sometimes, and it didn't work. But, anyways, thank you guys. Thanks everybody who stopped by and watched. I'm about to go to sleep. I have to fucking work on Thanksgiving. I'm upset. I'm not actually upset. I almost always have to work on Thanksgiving, so whatever. Thanks for watching.